And for introduction, we all are very well aware that we can get vitamin D from 4 important sources. First is the dietary sources. Second is exposure to sunlight. Third is dietary fortification, and also through dietary supplementation. So these are the 4 ways where we could increase vitamin D status in our body. To go about on the diet, unfortunately, the Asian diet that we have is not really helping in terms of increasing or in terms of providing a good source of vitamin D. You can see here that mostly if you are looking at fish, most of the fish are cold water fish. The mackerel here that I'm referring is not the Indian mackerel, it is the cold water mackerel. So again, the fish that we have in the tropics are not as having high vitamin D as compared to the other fish. Okay, and the dairy is a good source, but still you need to fortify the dairy to have a good amount of vitamin D. But again, this is not enough, because if you follow the Malaysian recommendation, we should take 15 microgram of vitamin D per day. So having dairy in this amount is not really enough. And vegetable, mushroom has a good source, but still it is not good enough to achieve the RNI. So this slide I'm sharing with you to show you the challenges that we have in terms of obtaining an optimum vitamin D through the food source, which is very, very challenging. I think in Malaysia, it is very difficult. And this again shows you the other options that we have in terms of vitamin D sources. Again, I want to highlight what we have here in our country, or in Malaysia and India, is the sunlight exposure. You can see sunlight is a very good source for us to activate the vitamin D synthesis. I have done a research on this, a clinical trial on this, where I have shown that in that clinical trial, I divided into 3 groups: the sunlight exposure, the vitamin D supplementation, and the placebo group. And in my study, we have proven that if you go under the sun somewhere around 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock in the morning for 20 minutes, 2 times per week, and in 3 months, you will be able to have the same effect as 50,000 IU of vitamin D, which is taken once per week. So in 3 months, that gives you same effect. But you need to be under the sun without any cream, without any makeup, without any barriers. Okay, so you need to be under the sun. It's kind of like sunbathing. So my students did a PhD research on that, and she found it will help. The only question is, are you willing to go under the sun? This is the big challenges. Okay, you can see in sunshine around the globe. If you look at Malaysia and India, you know, India is here, Malaysia is here. Basically, we are sharing the similar sunshine exposure from the globe, on the globe. But unfortunately, there is a problem with this. Okay, which is the vitamin D and time. When I say vitamin D and time, if you compare morning, noon, and evening sun, which one you think will give you the best benefit? You just keep the answer in your mind. It is morning? Is it afternoon? Is it sunshine in the evening? Or is it sunshine at night? If you answer sunshine at night, means you are not paying attention to my lecture. Okay? So it's either morning, afternoon, or evening. Okay? So the answer is noon. Okay, noon. This is a very classical study done in Boston, Edmonton, and Bergen, where they found sunlight exposure at the noon gives you the maximum vitamin D synthesis. The reason is simple. In the morning, you have higher ultraviolet A compared to ultraviolet B. And in the noon, you have more ultraviolet B compared to ultraviolet A. And in the evening, you have more ultraviolet A compared to ultraviolet B. The ultraviolet that gives synthesis to the vitamin D at the skin area is ultraviolet B. So for that, you really need ultraviolet B to initiate the synthesis. Saying that, it's not really you need to go at 1 o'clock in the noon. You can still catch up some in the late morning to get some benefit of the vitamin D from the synthesis. But again, although you get all the abundance of the sunlight from the sun, you still have other barriers. And these barriers can be divided into environmental factors and personal factors. The environmental factors is the season. Okay, in the Europe, you have the winters, you have the summer, fall, winter, and autumn. Okay, this is the challenges where in winter you have lower sunlight exposure. In country like us, like in Kelantan where I am living, we have monsoon season. November, December, January will be the monsoon season. And I have proven that during monsoon season in Malaysia, the vitamin D level of the people goes lower compared to the non-monsoon season. I think it could be replicated in India as well, because during monsoon season you get a lot of rain, a lot of cloud. The cloud that covers the sky will prevent ultraviolet B from coming to the earth and then giving you synthesis. The humidity, the pollution, the fog, the fog that is produced from the environment activities may also affect the vitamin D activity in the body. That is the environmental factor. Move to the personal factor. In the personal factor is the skin pigmentation. If you have a darker skin, it gives you lower production of vitamin D. If you are clothing, for example, the Muslims in Malaysia, the Muslim woman, they cover up their head with scarf, okay, and then they have long sleeve. This will also show you a problem in terms of synthesis. My student in the Emirates have shown that the ladies in the Emirates, although they are living in the desert, still they have vitamin D deficiency because of the clothing. If you are someone who like to wear sunscreen, you may also not get the benefit. And if you are someone wearing makeup foundation with SPF 1000, SPF 10,000, SPF 20,000, this will become barrier. Occupation, if you work indoor, you will not get the benefit of the sunlight. Like now you are sitting inside and the sun is outside and you not get the benefit of the sunlight. Okay, occupation. We did a study, we compared fishermen with office worker. We found that none of the fishermen is vitamin D deficient, and we found all the office workers in Malaysia are vitamin D deficient. This shows how occupation can affect. This lifestyle that we have, where you have tinted window, tinted car window, you have more indoor activities at home, this will become personal barrier to the vitamin D synthesis. And it shows in Asia, okay, in a general population and in the pregnant woman, we also have very high level of vitamin D deficiency, especially for people living in the Asia region. Okay, as I said, this has been contributed by the problem in the dietary source and problem with the sunlight exposure. And this is a summary of the vitamin D research in Malaysia. And we again replicated many studies from other researchers in other different age groups that vitamin D is really a big problem in Malaysia. I think it's the same in India. So now let's move on to vitamin D and immunity. Okay, so vitamin D in immunity has become a hot topic, especially when COVID comes in. Let's look a bit on the history of vitamin D and immunity. The historical link between vitamin D and innate immune function stemmed initially from the use of cod liver oil as treatment for tuberculosis. Okay, so low vitamin D status has also been linked to infection and mortality in end-stage renal disease patients and to upper respiratory tract infections. With respect to the latter, it is interesting to note that catecholidin can inhibit antiviral as well as antibacterial properties, so that its induction by vitamin D may enhance protection against disease such as influenza. So there was a study done many years ago where they found that vitamin D supplementation has stimulated catecholidin in the immune system, and this catecholidin, which has antiviral function, has benefited in terms of severity of the upper respiratory infection. So these are the classical and historical study that has shown some association between vitamin D and immunity. And from there on, there were a lot of research that trying to find the mechanistic role, how the vitamin D could play a role in the intracrine, on the monocyte macrophage, on the epithelial cell, and finally on the neutrophil cell in terms of antibacterial activity, and also in the TH cell, where it has antigen presentation in the T cell function. So again, this is a mechanistic role that has shows us some convincing mechanism that is related between vitamin D and immune system. And from there on, when COVID-19 came into the world in 2019, a lot of people were trying to find possible ways how we could prevent the severity of COVID-19 infection. So some analysis has been done and published in Nutrients last year, and what is postulated or has hypothesized is the possibility of COVID-19 attacking ACE2 activities, but then vitamin D opposing the effect of COVID-19 on ACE2, angiotensin activities. Again, there is also a postulated or predicted role of vitamin D in ACE inhibition and in preventing pulmonary vasoconstriction. As we all know, what COVID-19 does is it affects our breathing, okay, in the alveolus, in the lung. So this is what COVID-19 does. It kills the people through suffocation and through hypoxia by affecting and attacking the respiratory system. And we have postulated that possibility that vitamin D will be able to prevent this vasoconstriction and help the patient to recover. So a number of hospital-based treatment trial has been registered to date, but it may prove challenging to detect a signal for vitamin D supplementation in severe COVID-19 for two reasons. First, the patient is already in hyper-inflammatory stage. So when a patient who comes into the hospital is very bad situation, a vitamin which is very small compared to the hyper-inflammatory stage may have difficulty to prove its effect. Secondary, the treatment which is like anti-inflammatory treatment that is given to the patient is superior compared to vitamin D. So when you have a treatment together with the intervention, it is very difficult to prove that the recovery is done by the effect of the supplementation. Perhaps the best hope for showing a clinical benefit lies in the population-based intervention by giving a prophylactic vitamin D supplementation. Basically, you provide a prophylactic supplementation, and when the individual is infected, then you pick up those individuals and try to see if those who were getting the vitamin D supplementation were surviving better. But this is again not easy to prove. So pending result of such trial, it would seem uncontroversial to enthusiastically promote efforts to achieve reference nutrient intake of vitamin D, which range from 400 IU per day in the UK to 800 IU a day in the USA. So these are predicted on benefit of vitamin D for bone and muscle health, but there is a chance that their implementation might also reduce the impact of COVID-19. So the bottom line is, we already have more than 80% of our population who are vitamin D deficient, even before COVID-19 comes. So the solution is we need to ensure that the baseline of our population, particularly on vitamin D, is increased first to get the benefit before we think about the possibility of COVID-19. And in Malaysia, we have updated our recommended nutrient intake. The old one is in 2005. The latest one is 2017. This was written by me, particularly for vitamin D, where I have suggested that in Malaysia, we increase the recommendation from 5 microgram per day in 2005 to 15,000 microgram per day, similar to the one that is recommended in the USA. I think to achieve this is not easy, but we have to start somewhere. And if you are interested, you can also read one of my publications in the Malaysian Journal of Nutrition on nutrition, immunity, and COVID-19. And before I end my lecture, I just want to share with you a latest, very recent clinical trial that has shown, unfortunately, a high dose, a mega high dose supplementation of 200,000 IU of vitamin D in 120 patients. And they found that among hospitalized patients with COVID-19, a single high dose of vitamin D3 compared with placebo did not significantly reduce hospital length of stay. The findings do not support the use of high dose of vitamin D for treatment of moderate to severe COVID-19. I think this finding, although it is the first one, there are many other findings will come out, and we do not know what will be their outcome because each research or each clinical trial are done in a different platform and methodology. But I think the take-home message that I want to share with you is that vitamin D is proven to have some mechanistic role in the immune system. However, okay, the COVID-19, which is very fatal, very dangerous, very aggressive, we may have challenges to have vitamin D to work here. But as a nutritionist, I always believe that one single vitamin do not play its role. Immune system is a combination of several nutrients. You need the antioxidants, you need the vitamin A, you need vitamin C, you need the phytonutrients, you need vitamin D. All will work together differently. They work differently. They work together. Like if you are in a war, you need the soldiers on the ground, you need the soldiers in the air, you need the soldiers in the sea, you need high technology drones, you need missiles, you need bullets, you need bombs or anything. These are different ways where our nutrients work together inside our body. So I am a believer that although vitamin D is good as immune system, vitamin D still need a good support from the other nutrients to work together and hopefully to reduce the severity of COVID-19 and other infections that we may have in the future, and to help mankind or humankind in winning the battle of infectious disease and winning the battle of immunity. I think I am almost at the end of my presentation. I would like to end my presentation with a thank you note and बहुत shukriya.
Thank you so much, sir. You have enlightened us with so much of knowledge about vitamin D. And I love your presentation, the way you were speaking. You were so enthusiastic to talk about vitamin D. Thank you so much, sir. You have highlighted very important points, sir. Some of the points are like, you have highlighted the time when you can take the sunlight. You also highlighted that you need to cover up, you don't need to cover up your body with some sunscreen, because as they will going to stop the absorption of vitamin D from the sunlight. And yes, sir, in India also 70 to 90% of population is suffering from vitamin D deficiency. So still, I would like to take some few questions which are there on the chat box if you are okay and comfortable with them. So can we take some questions?
Yes, yes, please. You need to read the questions to me. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
able to.
I'll do that, sir. I'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
So there is one question which is asking that uh, what is your say on vitamin D cutoff?
Okay. Okay, this is a very controversial topic. Okay, vitamin D cutoff to define deficiency or sufficiency. I think I would follow the IOM criteria. I think for Malaysia, because we do not have enough evidence. Okay, ideally you can have your population evidence. So based on population, but you need a big study. You need to screen everybody nationwide and or have sample of national sampling to represent and come up with your own cutoff. That is the ideal way. But I think there are a lot of controversies, but we have no choice. We have to accept one or another. But again, I have shown where I found the fishermen. All of my fishermen are in the normal category, and all of my office worker in the abnormal category. And knowing my fishermen will go out to the sea somewhere in the morning after breakfast, and they will come back in the evening. And at sea there is no shade. They will be off their shirt. They are working under the sun. So that has shown to me that the cutoff works. Because if that was not able to differentiate, then we can say the cutoff failed. So I still believe the cutoff is valid, and we still have to use it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So there is another query which is saying 20 minutes of duration is enough to get vitamin D?
Yes, it sounds a bit skeptical how 20 minutes can work, but in my study, in the clinical trial, maybe in the future I can share in this platform, we did an RCT where we divided into 3 groups. So the ladies were Muslim, so I have to bring them to the field. I have to stay away and get my female student to monitor them because they have to expose their face, their arm, and also their ankle. And they have to lie down with the sunglasses like sunbathing. So they were sunbathing on the football field, and some of them turned from white to pinkish to red, and I have to exclude them, okay, because of their hypersensitivity to the sun. One lost a boyfriend because she became dark. A boyfriend decided to run away, but I think she found a better boyfriend after that. But I'm trying to share here is that the situation that in 20 minutes they did get some effect of tanning of the sun, some discomfort of the heat. But we have to do this experiment. But we were able to show that after 3 months of 20 minutes sunlight exposure 2 times per week, the level goes high, same as 50,000 IU of supplement once per week for 3 months. So that shows that sunlight is working, similar to the fishermen. The reason I did this RCT is when I presented the fisherman study to office workers, they came back to me and they say, well, at this time we cannot be fishermen. Somebody need to take care of the account and the office. So what can you suggest for us who are office worker to get something valuable free of charge, which is sunlight is free of charge. So I have to do this clinical trial to answer that question, and I was able to find the answer. It's just 20 minutes. You need to be under the sun for 2 times per week. And please, you have your lunch outside. The Gores, the Europeans, during summer, you can see they will be having their lunch on the field. This is the benefit they get from the sun at the same time. I think that answered the question. Thank you.
Yes, sir. There was one more query. It's similar to what you have just answered. Miss Malvika, she was confused that 3 months of exposure on 1 sachet of vitamin D a week is equal, but you have just cleared it that 2 times per week is equal to 1 sachet of vitamin D per week, 60,000 IU. Yes, sir?
No, okay. There were 2 sessions per week.
2
20 minutes.
Yes,
yeah. So the first session, let's say on Monday from 11 to 11:20, and then another session is like on Thursday, 11 to 11:20. 2 sessions in 1 week. But we have to do it for 3 months. It's a RCT for 3 months. And at the 3 months, we take their blood again, and we found there is an increase of vitamin D.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got it, sir. Thank you so much, sir. There are many more questions, but we'll definitely send you on your mail because of the crunch of timing. And thank you so much for a wonderful presentation, sir.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to introduce our second speaker, Professor Dr. Jagmeet Madan. Professor Dr. Jagmeet Madan is an eminent nutritionist, national president, Indian Dietetic Association, principal and professor at Department of Food and Nutrition and Dietetics at SNTT Women's University, Mumbai. She is a recipient of Young Scientist Award and Dr. Ramanathan Award by the National Society of India and prestigious International Research Grant Award, PNPG grant, from American Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, USA. She was the principal investigator of the national and international research projects. She was the mission leader of joint review mission of Ministry of HRD, Government of India, for the evaluation of midday meal program in state of Maharashtra. She is also an expert on FSSCI scientific panel on labeling and claims advertisement and scientific panel of nutrition and fortification from the 1st January 2020 till 31st January, December 2022. She is a certified master trainer of Project Hope, a diabetic educator project in India by the International Diabetes Federation. She is a part of National Steering Committee of NetProfen, FSSCI, Government of India, National Expert Working Committee on Asia, and Indian Consensus Statement and Guidelines on Obesity, Diabetes, Cardiovascular Disease, and Physical Activity and Gut Health. She has more than 50 publications in international and national journals and books. Ma'am, we're going to talk about protective food, immunity, and micronutrient lesson learned in pandemic. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being there on this platform. I welcome you to present your presentation.
A very good morning to one and all. Thank you, Divya, for that nice introduction. And at the outset, let me thank Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, and Department of Physiotherapy. I think you've come together to host such a wonderful international virtual conference on micronutrients, immunity, and health. My interaction with you as an institution is, I think, for the first time, but it has been an immense pleasure connecting with all of you. And I'm extremely humbled to be a part of this program with such esteemed speaker like my predecessor, Dr. Hamid. I think he did such a brilliant job for, vitamin D. And so thank you, Dr. Grover, Dr. Khanna, I think, for giving me this opportunity. If you give me a minute, I will share the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just tell me if you can see the presentation.
Perfect, ma'am. You can go.
Okay, fine. So friends, taking forward from where Dr. Hamid left us, I think I'm going to take the whole slant to a food-based slant, which is a language which a nutritionist talks and a nutritionist promotes. So a nutritionist opening statement is that no single nutrient is a wonder nutrient, no single food is a wonder food, but I think it is the synergy of the protective foods which you bring to the table which gives the right milieu of the macro and micronutrients which are important for our immunity and health. So I definitely want to place on record My greetings from the National Indian Dietetic Association. Being the national president, I bring greetings from the largest association of dietetics and nutrition fraternity with 25 chapters across India. And I'm so proud that the tagline of the association is Aham Annam from Rigveda, which says, "We are what we eat." I also am humbled and I'm grateful to my alma mater, the Sir Vithal Das Thakursi College of Home Science, one of the prestigious autonomous college of SNDT Women's University, with a mandate of Sanskrita Sri Parashakti, that is, an enlightened woman is a source of infinite strength. And I also bring greeting as a National Steering Committee member of NetProFan, which is the network of professionals of food and nutrition, which talks about, eat right, eat safe, eat sustainable. I think one of the brilliant milestone achieved by FSSAI and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and IDA and my own institution is an integral part of it. So friends, we are in the second year of pandemic. And I think the second wave of pandemic kind of hurt us very, very badly, with the number of live cases touching more than 3 lakhs a day, with, Pune, Bangalore, Mumbai topping the charts. We are getting, new inputs in terms of not only the variants, but the fact that it is airborne, and the disturbing fact that it impacted the younger age groups more, and it impacted the rural population. And somewhere down the line, I think very different kinds of lessons were learned by the second wave of this pandemic. So, so what, and of course, to top it all, were the scarce healthcare resources. And basically, we went into this kind of situation because of sheer numbers, which struck us in a very, very short period of time. And we were just taken totally, unaware. So friends, we have been into lockdowns, and we know that, there are so many constraints, whether it is in form of the limited resources, financial insecurity, changes in food supply and agriculture, limited access to fresh foods, increased dependence on convenience and processed foods, limited support systems, altered home environments, and the most important thing is the challenge to meet the nutritional needs of the family as a unit. And I think most important thing being the people who are senior, more than 50, or elderly at home, and the young children. So the present time is a huge opportunity for we as professionals. It's a time to introspect. It's a time to maximize on the available resources. It's the time to emphasize on quality, to get that quality within the limited resources. As a nutritionist, I vouch by the statements made by Hippocrates many, many years ago, that your food can be your medicine. And I go one step further and say that provided you use your food as a medicine. How do you use medicine, friends? It is a specific component, it's a specific quantification, it's a specified frequency. You take it and it becomes a medication. Today, the science of nutrition has advanced so much that we can actually identify the physiologically active components in food, quantify them, state the frequency, and make a checklist and say, this is your checklist of everyday food. And if you follow it to the T, believe me, it comes from experience that it starts working within your body on the biochemical regulators. And what you do to yourself is that, you actually impact your internal environment. Now, like I said, the lesson learned from COVID-19 was that how is it that different people got impacted by the disease in a different manner? How is it that, there was differences in different countries and ethnicities? There were questions related to, are dietary factors important, to boost or, strengthen the immunity? And when we look at all these questions, the key statements which come to my mind and which became very apparent in the second pandemic was, a lot of young people falling prey to the disease. I think we all completely forgot that India is the country wherein we have, rampant lean obesity. I have been working in this area for almost a decade, and I've done work with school going children and a recent work with older adolescents and young adults tell us in Mumbai, in the age group of 16 to 25 years, we could see the incidence of pre-diabetes greater than 30%. And the higher level of insulin in the body, the higher inflammatory markers in the body clearly show that the cytokine storm is already existing in the body, and it just needed a trigger, you know, just to make it big. And that's why we found that a whole lot of our young people fall prey to COVID-19 and had devastating consequences. So, friends, in this metabolic health phenotype, what I'm really concerned about, Indian environment is metabolically unhealthy, non-obese. And let me share this with you. The recent RCT, which we finished, when we dealt with these older adolescents and young adults, they were absolutely fine individuals doing their normal activities, completely unaware of what kind of inflammatory environment they are carrying within their body. So these are important lessons learned from, the second wave of pandemic. And we all know that there is huge science now available that the striking of, this coronavirus is through the ACE2 receptors. And we today understand the ACE2 receptors presence much better than what we did when we just got into this pandemic. And we know that, these receptors are there at the level of lungs, at the level of, intestine. And that's why we have symptoms related to these organ systems. Now, as a nutritionist, my question is that, do we have ACE receptor specific nutrition, which is evidence based, existing today? Where are we? I think I congratulate Dr. Anoop Mishra, who took all the nutritionists on board and came out very early when we went into the pandemic on a review paper, just to gather what kind of science do we have in relation to nutrition impacting the ACE receptor activity. And some of the important leads which we really got at that time also was that it is the good quality protein which is protective. It is the sat fat which is not so good. Some of the vegetables may turn out to be activators, fermented vegetables proving to be activators. Vitamin C was again highlighted in the reviews. Probiotics was highlighted, and protein under nutrition was also highlighted. So moving from there, there have been immense addition of review papers, in the literature. And when we gather all what we could collate today, some of the important leads which I'd like to share with you is that, starting from macronutrients, what are the messages which this literature is giving us? And we all need to really ponder about it. Is that, we are carbohydrate country. We love our carbohydrates. But I think one important message which needs to go to each and every person, a professional and a nutritionist who's listening to these few words, is that we need to educate people that carbohydrates is a rationed nutrient for Indians. It is not a free food. That's one message. And the quality of diet of carbohydrate is something which they really need to understand. So they need to understand that there has to be dietary fiber coming with their carbohydrates. And that's where, a recent white paper, wherein again, I was privileged to be a part of it, released by the Indian Institute of Millet Research for the government of India, emphasize the usage of millets in India, which is so rich, in that kind of a diversity which we have. In addition to that, I think as Indians, let's take pride in the variety of legumes which we have, and they are filled with good quality carbohydrates, soluble fiber, resistant starch, and we've done some work with resistant starch, which clearly shows that just a concerted intake of these foods on a day-to-day basis can really impact your inflammation, your body fat levels, and even your gut microflora. There is huge science to say that overemphasis on high GI carbohydrates, and that is why, again, I congratulate FSSAI for coming so emphatically on the HFSS foods, because that is triggering the inflammation in the body. Now, there are again clear threads in the literature to say that protein is a very important nutrient for Indians, both undernutrition and overnutrition. Somewhere, I think we tend to forget the importance of this nutrient. We tend to not even pay attention to which are the foods which give us protein, and what is the quality of protein which we are taking, and how we can improve the quality of the protein in our diet. So there is science to say that high biological value proteins lower postprandial lipogenesis and exert an anti-inflammatory effect, and the branched chain amino acids and glutamine have an immune modulatory effect. Similarly, when we talk of fats, I think we are convinced today as nutritionists that we want to use more fats in our diet than carbohydrates. But why, when we say more fats, we want the invisible fat coming from natural sources, especially our nuts and oil seeds, replacing our HFSS snacks, so that it completely impacts our internal environment. And I am most happy to share with you that we recently finished a randomized control trial using 56 grams of almonds as an addition to the diets of adolescents and young adults in the age group of 16 to 25 years, just for 90 days. And what we found was that within 3 months, we could see a significant reduction in the HbA1c, the total cholesterol, the LDL cholesterol, the hyperinsulinemia, and a decrease in the IL-6 marker. So this clearly shows that what I'm making as statements, or what I'm talking as statements, there is evidence to say that if we start using our food in a very scientific manner, quantified for a specific duration of time, it can impact the inflammatory environment of the body. So that is where we are suggesting the use of 2 ounces of almonds as snack, replacing your HFSS snacks, which this particular age group of 16 to 25 years is very much indulging into, can really do brilliant changes in the internal environments. This is just something which I wanted to share, that we published this paper on resistant starch, where 16 grams of resistant starch in a 2000 calorie diet for a duration of 2 weeks, could bring about changes in the anthropometry, biochemical parameters, and a very protective effect on the fecal microflora. So coming back to the micronutrients, I think we all know that, there's huge science available to say that, some of these micronutrients have an immense role to play both in our innate immunity and our adaptive immune response. And most of them, if whatever I spoke, these nutrients have either an anti-inflammatory effect, an anti-thrombotic effect, increasing immune function, protection against respiratory infection, antioxidant, and the recent science which is emerging, from the physiologically active compounds which are there in some of the herbs, whether it's rosemary, whether it's sage, whether it's lemongrass, even your pomegranate seeds, I think the punicic acid. So some of these, things which are now emerging again are telling us that all these inputs in totality, synergistically, are creating a decrease in the levels of inflammation in the body. I'm just going to pay attention briefly, because the time is limited, on some of the key micronutrients which have really gained importance. But like I said, there is so much of science available for these micronutrients in relation to COVID. And like vitamin C, we know that it offers a pulmonary protection, cardioprotective protection, anti-inflammatory, antioxidative, antimicrobial, immunomodulatory. We as nutritionists have studied this in details. We know the mechanisms. But I think I again bring back my nutritionist colleagues and professionals to the basic level of information which is still not reaching the people at large. So I think it's a moral responsibility to tell people that vitamin C is not a rocket science to get in your diets. You have the vitamin C rich sources around you, all over the place, locally available, seasonally available. It's just that you need to identify, and we need to help people identify about amla, which is one of the richest source of vitamin C, a fruit like guava, which is seasonal, plenty available, a vegetable like capsicum, a green leafy vegetable like red amaranth. They are excellent sources of vitamin C. And again, people need to know that, what are the levels in which we take these micronutrients? What are the levels at the prevention? What are the level at the prophylaxis? What are the level, in the mild, moderate, and severe states of COVID-19? So I think these levels have been very well spelled out. And it goes without saying that what Dr. Hamid said, that any nutrient, we know as nutritionists, work very well in combinations. So some of the vitamin C rich sources, if you see, are also excellent sources of beta carotene, are also excellent sources of quercetin. So when we combine, these nutrients and take that nutrient density from foods, it has a very, very synergistic effect. When we talk of vitamin D, I think I don't need to elaborate on what Dr. Hamid enlightened us, that starting from the virus entry, that is the ACE2 receptor level, to the replication, to the handling the cytokine storm, I think at every level, vitamin D is playing an immense role. And he's also given us the solution of 20 minutes, 40 minutes exposure to sunlight in the time zone of 11 to 3 p.m. You can even, according to me, spread it over the week. But the message is exposure to sunlight, very, very important. And another message which he gave us is that we must continue to assess our levels of vitamin D. We cannot, be blind about it. We must know where we are. And if we are in insufficiency, we must take supplementation to make ourselves sufficient. Zinc again has got a lot of importance during COVID times, and we know that it again, if you look at all the steps where zinc comes into play, and it protects us from the viral entry, replication, cytokine storm, anti-inflammatory effect, and is also associated with sense of taste and saliva secretion, which is very much highlighted in COVID. And again, my nutritionist friends, let's come back to our basics and tell people that you can get adequate amounts of zinc if you're consuming an egg every day, or if you are maybe consuming chicken 2 to 3 times in a day, or if you're having two handfuls of, say, almonds in a day as a snack, or you're incorporating some good oil seeds, and you're having 2 bowls of your pulses in a day, I think you are good so far as maintaining your preventive levels. Of course, when you go into a mild, moderate, and a severe level of infection, you will need some supplementation. The pandemic has also brought to us the science related to antivirals. This is something which is not new to us. We always knew that they are beneficial, and some of our colleagues have done some very elegant work in quantifying the amounts which we need to incorporate in our daily diet. And the science behind this is the ORAC values of these herbs and spices. And if you look at them, cloves top the chart, cinnamon, turmeric, nutmeg, basil, curry leaves, ginger. So these are the OREC values which you see, and you are convinced that they need to be a part of your daily diet. But how do you incorporate? You need to incorporate them only in a defined quantity, as far as possible in your beverages, in formats wherein you don't subject it to too much of cooking. But something like garlic needs to be freshly crushed and put in your food. Something like ginger or curcumin has taken a lot of importance these days. We're talking of curcumin based this latte. Cinnamon, I think there's some elegant work done on cinnamon as well, quantifying how much do we need to offer a anti-inflammatory effect and prevention from NCDs. Again, there is science to detail mechanisms on herbs like ashwagandha and even curcumin. Like I said, there are immense detailing on how curcumin works, to prevent fibrosis pathway, to work on the inflammatory markers, to give the anti-inflammatory effect, to decrease the oxidative stress. And I'm very happy to say that today I think we have the curcumin tablets which are available, and I think they were very effectively used for active cases of COVID in a therapeutic setup. The same applies to ashwagandha, and I think professionals and medical fraternity has made use of this science in managing the levels of inflammation. Uh, Last word about probiotics and prebiotics. I felt the whole talk will be incomplete if I don't touch on this. To my mind, people need to understand that what is a probiotic. If you're consuming curd every day, that doesn't mean that you're getting your desired levels of probiotic. A probiotic has to be a specifically treated food with a specific culture, which gives you a defined number of those probiotic microorganism per serving. I think that's something which we as nutritionists need to communicate to people. And yes, consuming fermented food is a good idea, but every fermented food is not a probiotic. And that is where I feel prebiotics, making your dietary base, like I spoke about resistant starch giving the prebiotic effect, we raw banana giving the prebiotic effect, raw garlic, wheat bran. We have some very, very robust foods in our traditional Indian diets, which can work as prebiotics. And if we support it with a regular input of that probiotic microorganism in a defined quantity on a day-to-day basis, I think we can do wonders in the gut environment. And again, there is science to say that the receptors for COVID are there at the level of gut. And if the gut microbiota is compromised, somewhere the reaction of the gut to the virus is really devastating. And that is where we have seen the kind of symptoms appearing in individuals who had inflamed and leaky gut. So just to summarize, there's one very elegant paper by Fernandez in 2020, which summarizes the recommendations for healthy individuals and disease and infected patients. But I've just put our, EAR and the RDA, which have just come to us. I think we must always put things in Indian context. So if you're talking about vitamin C, we must know what is our EAR, what is our RDA, what are the recommendations there in the Western literature, and how is the increase there, when being suggested in an infected or a disease. I think this is a very valuable set of information. And like Dr. Hamid spoke about, the levels of 600 IU RDA and 400 IU per day. This is the RDA and EAR for Indian population, which we've got. And what is recommended by Fernandez et al. Is for a healthy individual is 2000 IU per day. And of course, going for mega doses if there is insufficiency in active disease. So similarly, there is data available for iron, selenium, omega-3, zinc, and multivitamins supplements, where again, recommendation is that the requirements increase 100%. So some of the summary statements, and why I want to make these summary statements is just to reinforce that all of us globally are talking the same language, that we need to emphasize vitamin A, vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc, selenium, and again, more focus is there on vegetarians. They must up their game for these nutrients, and specifically must take help from a nutritionist professional to get the dietary zinc, especially in your everyday foods. Even appropriate intakes of copper, folate, iron, vitamin A, with vitamin B6, B12 has also been emphasized. Good amounts of fruits and vegetables. I think almost all international organizations speak the same language. Whole grain products and legumes, low fat dairy product, nuts, seeds, and olive oil. Avoid processed foods and fast foods. Limit sugar, fat, and salt. Herbs and spices to become a part of our day. Good hydration. Probiotics must be considered. Exposure to the sun for 15 to 30 minutes, and again to favor synthesis of vitamin D, and of course avoiding weight gain. So we need to say that, like how I started my talk, to say that there is no wonder nutrient, there is no wonder food, but all the foods and the nutrient supplements which are now available, they can only optimize the immune response and act as an adjunct treatment. So they are not actually the treatment to COVID, but they are very strong adjunct which really protects us from the consequences which COVID can bring us to. So this is my take home message to each and every one who's listening to this talk, that dietary diversity is the key. Friends, understand the meaning of dietary diversity, understand the meaning of your healthy plate, know your healthy plate, see are you incorporating all these important food groups in your plate per meal. Ask questions: where is my fiber, where is my protein, where is the color in my plate, is the color local, am I cooking it to the optimal level, I'm not converting my vegetables into navratan korma or pav bhaji, am I paying attention to the HFSS foods. I think these are all important messages which we need to carry with us, and we are sure to win this war against COVID. And thank you once again for this opportunity. And I'll be very happy to answer any questions which are there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was a very informative presentation. And you summarized whole nutrition in one presentation. That was really amazing, Sam. Even I would like to say that the highlights which you have created, especially for ailments, as it was being highlighted by Mishra sir also in one of the symposium, and he stated that it actually controls the postprandial blood glucose of the patients of diabetes. And that was something which actually is a take-off home, that we have to be very much vigilant with our nutrition because it's changing time to time. And over COVID-19, ma'am, everything you have stated was excellent. And there are a few questions in the chat box which I would like to ask. Can I ask, ma'am?
Yes, sure. Please go ahead.
Ma'am, there is Miss Malvika, and she wants to say a very big thanks to you, ma'am, and Dr. Mishra, too, who cleared the fact that it is not only the immunity, but it's the immune insulin resistance to invisible healthy individuals. Please enlighten us with some of the dietary guidelines for insulin resistance people post-COVID infection.
Yeah. So I think this is a very important question which you asked, Malavika, because see, we saw the trend in the second wave. A lot of young people, uh, getting caught unaware, having very, very severe consequences. And absolutely, I mean, they never felt that it was a concern to them. So, and we have some scientific data. We screened more than 1,300 adolescents and young adults in the city of Mumbai in 16 to 25 years. And you will be shocked to know that more than 30% of them had apparent hyperinsulinemia. and they had insulin resistance, but it was not apparent to them, in their day-to-day working. So when you are already sitting on a brewing, brewing vessel, and if there is one trigger, which comes in, it's just going to boil and burst, and you're going to have the consequences which are very, very severe. But the good news is that the moment you strengthen the quality of your intake, and like I said, this RCT gave us one strong message, that if we can substitute our processed refined sugar, sat fat, trans fat based snacks, which most of the adolescents and young adults, they don't even think while they put it in their mouth. If they just put their head into it, that if they replace these snacks by quality inputs of maybe like what this RCT told us was 2 handfuls of almonds for 90 days could bring down the inflammatory markers in the body of these adolescents and young adults. So which means if we start paying attention to the quality of what we eat, and that's where my opening statement was, that as nutritionists we need to make checklist for the people and say, this is your checklist of everyday food. I think we all need to talk this language, that your everyday food is like a prescription, what a doctor writes on a piece of paper, and a nutritionist should write the prescription of everyday food, because sometime foods will always be there. You cannot do away with your sometime foods, but your sometime foods should not become your everyday food. So I think if you get the message, what I'm trying to say, it is the quality intake on a day-to-day basis. It works wonders on your inflammatory environment in the body. It creates an anti-inflammatory environment, and the same biochemical parameter which can just jerk you in an inflammatory state will not behave the same way if your total body environment is anti-inflammatory. And this is not a magic wand that you started today and tomorrow you are done. It is a consistent, like I say, it's a lifetime commitment. So we nutritionists, like you see, as fitness and nutrition is a lifetime commitment. It is not a 2 month or a 3 month or a 6 month program. Those 2, 3, 6 months are basically to sensitize people and bring them on the track. But then we have to give this message that, if you really want benefits, you have to follow it as a way of life. So quality eating is something which is very, very important.
Very true, ma'am. Very true. Even in our Manav Rachna, we have a diet clinic, and we also promote the same message to them, to the patients, so that they will have the lifetime change, not just a small change in their life. And we have treated patients like that, which are not able to eat chapati because of the because of the acidic conditions and all. And now they're easily eating chapatis by following a simple pattern of eating, with including all the nutrients which are required by the body. And there is another one question, which is it's Miss Hema, and she said, "Thank you, Jagmeet ma'am, for sharing your research on almonds. Were these almonds soaked and given?"
Okay. Okay, so that's a very, very good question. No, the almonds were not soaked. They were given in the natural, fresh form. And let me also share another piece of information with all of you is almonds, when consumed with skin, add that fiber, which decreases the physiological energy value of almond to the body. So people are apprehensive. 56 grams of almonds, if you consume, you're going to put on weight. No, I'm sorry. If you take that quantity of almonds with skin, you are adding whole lot of nutrient density, fiber, you are decreasing the calorie density. But the message also goes that if you increase the intake of nuts and oil seeds, on the other side, you have to decrease your visible fat intake. Okay, so your visible fat intake cannot be more than 1 level tablespoon, which is about 8 grams or 8 ml of oil per person per day. So you have to quantify that. But up your intake of invisible fat and decrease your total ration of carbohydrates. I think if you make these simple changes, it's really going to benefit.
And there is another question which is asking the bioavailability of vegetarian sources of micronutrients. Please enlighten us on that. Miss Usha has asked for that.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very good question which is asked. And my question to the nutritionist is that, somewhere we are in a position to capture the macronutrients very well in our, dietary data. But capturing the micronutrients becomes difficult because we are still not aware of the, the losses. We can't, we still have to generate that science to quantify the losses through different ways of cooking. I think this is another area where all of us need to work, especially now that science is there, that we need to look at the sources which are rich in vitamin C, which are rich in zinc, which are rich in, some of the nutrients which are so vital for us. So what happens to them when we subject them to normal cooking? I give you an example. Like we did this for resistant starch. And what we did was we looked at all the foods which we commonly consume. And we got some very, useful threads. What we realized was that the moment you soak and, subject the pulse to cooking, the resistant starch content increases. The moment you combine a cereal and pulse, the total resistant starch increases. The moment you dextrinize, your preparation, whether you are roasting a chapati or roasting your resistant starch increased. If you cooked the rice, cooled it, and then consumed it, your resistant starch increased. If you germinated your pulses, your resistant starch increased. So these are the threads which we got after doing that experiment, that let's look at what people eat normally and see what happens to the resistant starch content raw and cooked basis. And these were our observations. So the same applies to micronutrients because they are in smaller quantities, and some of the micronutrients are also heat labile, and we know that there are so many factors which govern their stability. So but we still do not have a very, very definite answers to say that, if I convert capsicum into a capsicum vegetable, how much of vitamin C will be retained, what will be there at the natural state, and what will be the vitamin C content when I cook it as a vegetable, or compare it with a salad which I make with capsicum versus, the same set of vegetables converted into a cooked format. So these are the answers. These are the research questions. I think we, as institutions, we have a galaxy of faculty and a galaxy of, so many budding masters and PhD students. So some of these answers we need to find. I don't think so. We really have very good documentation of this. I'm saying Indian documentation, in our literature. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. There are many more questions which are there on the chat box, and even they're raising their hands. But I'm so sorry that because of the time constraint, I can't take them. But I will definitely.
No, you please mail it to me, and I'll answer each and every question. I promise.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Little Flower Augustine, Consultant, National Institute of Nutrition, Indian Council of Medical Research, Hyderabad, India. Dr. Little Flower Augustine is a PhD in Public Health Nutrition from ICMR, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad. Her major research work is in the area of micronutrients, especially iron. She has 15 national and international publications, 2 book chapters, and several write-ups to her credit. The major recognition includes the ICMR Centenary Postdoctoral Research Fellowship, NSI Young Scientist Award, both junior and senior category, DST Travel Fund Young Scientist category, UGC GRF, and to name a few. Currently, she is working as a consultant scientist as on ICMR task force study aimed at anemia reduction. Today, ma'am will going to talk about iron supplementation as a public health strategy for control of anemia in India, a reflection on the current scenario. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma, for all the kind words.
Thank you.
Thank you, MRRAs, to give me this opportunity to talk on this platform. Due to the paucity of time, I'll directly share my screen. Is it visible to you?
No, ma'am. And your video was off. Your video is off.
Okay.
Ma'am, we cannot see your screen.
There's a technical glitch, I guess. Just a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Vanna ma'am, I think there is some network issue.
Yeah, I think, ma'am, if you could share the presentation with us, we can share on your behalf.
Yeah, I have already shared to the email.
Ma'am, I just have confirmed.
Ma'am, let me just do it. Let me just share it.
Okay, ma'am. So in between, as ma'am is going to start our presentation, I just want to give a brief about that even in Manav Rachna, we all nutritionists, there were 6 nutritionists who worked on COVID patients, and we have treated patients who were suffering from COVID situation in NCR, and we can see a tremendous change in them by using natural diet, which includes your anti-inflammatory factor, antioxidant factors, and many more. And giving all the guidelines which are given by WHO and ICMR, on the basis of that, we have developed diet plans for them, personal diet plans for them, and we monitor them for 1 month, and we can see a tremendous change in their activity, in their improvement, in their recovery among these patients.
Sorry, Ma'am. Can you please ask Little Flower Ma'am to send her PPT to me once again on mail?
Ma'am, can you please share your PPT on mail?
Yes, sure. Sorry.
It's okay, ma'am. And this project, which was being carried out by us, was under the influence of Dr. G.L. Khanna sir, our PVC sir. And we have seen that there is a big improvement by giving just natural diet. But we also see that the people who are not having COVID situation, they are still popping up pills inside their mouth because they feel that they want to prevent themselves from the condition. So, which ma'am, Jagjit ma'am has, Gagmeet ma'am has given a wonderful message that it's very important to know that what we are eating should have a particular quantity and moderation, so that we should not have a toxicity or any other component content. Um, so thank you, Jagmeet ma'am, for giving such a wonderful messages to us. And there is some technical glitch, and we will listen to
Dr. Mehek.
Little Flower ma'am in a minute.
Dr.
Yes.
Mehek. Dr. Anita Jatana ma'am is asking if there is a delay. She will start with her presentation. She's on the portal.
No, ma'am, we have started her.
Okay.
Thank you, Pratibha ma'am. Thank you, Shukra ma'am. Until this time, you can tell something about you.
I'm not able to see the PPT. I think it is shared.
Yes, ma'am. She's sharing in a minute, ma'am.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
You can put it on slideshow, please.
Yes, yes. Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes. Thank you so much. And I am extremely sorry for the technical glitch. So I will be talking about iron supplementation as a public health strategy for control of anemia in India, a reflection on the current scenario. Next slide, please. So yesterday we had a wonderful session by Dr. Umesh Kapil, who explained about anemia prevalence in India. So I will start with a recap of what he has explained, and I will take over from there. So repeatedly, the national surveys, like National Family Health Survey, has shown that anemia in India is very high. Like it is more in children and also in all vulnerable segments of population, like non-pregnant, non-lactating women and pregnant women. Next slide, please. A comparative recent study, which was conducted in 2016, that is the Comprehensive National Nutrition Survey, among 1 to 19-year-old children in India, has also shown that anemia is very high among 1 to 4-year-old children and relatively lesser among 5 to 9 and 10 to 19-year-old children. Next slide, please. I was very happy to see this study, which was published in Lancet Global Health recently. Why? Because when we talk about the whole issue of anemia in India, this one group is often left out, that is the group of men. So one thing which I was happy about is that the studies were compiled, and it was also shown that in men, though relatively low, the anemia prevalence is still there, and in certain regions, as you can see, the violet shade, that is Bihar, the anemia prevalence is very high among men. Next slide, please. So much of the prevalence of anemia in India is attributed to iron deficiency, and India's efforts to reduce anemia revolves around increasing iron intake, that is either through iron supplementation or fortification. Next slide, please. So the importance of iron has been understood way back when Vivekananda had mentioned that the brain and muscles must develop simultaneously. Iron nerves with an intelligent brain and the whole world is at your feet. And indeed, he was right. Next slide, please. When you look at the different studies done by Betsy Lawson and group, they have definitely shown that iron is very important for the brain. And iron deficiency early in life can result in delayed motor development by 10 months of age, delayed cognitive processing by 10 years of age. Can we go back to the previous slide? Yeah. Altered recognition, memory, and executive functions at 19 years of age, and poorer emotional health in the mid-20s. Next slide, please. Another important issue with iron deficiency is the increased susceptibility to infection. The previous, like the previous speakers have also mentioned, and I would also like to emphasize that iron deficiency impairs immunity by negatively influencing cell-mediated immunity and components of the human innate immune system, which is the first line of defense whenever an infection sets. So there are several studies in the area of incidence of respiratory infections. One I'm putting here, that is when oral iron, that is 30 milligram per day, was given to 2 to 5-year-old children for 2 months, it reduced the incidence of respiratory infections. Also, in one prospective study, I'll just give an explanation for prospective study because I understand that the group is a mixed group with a lot of students. So those who already know, please bear with me. So in one prospective study, that is, you recruit participants and then follow them up to see what kind of complications develop in them or what kind of issues develop in them. That is simply, it can be put as a prospective study. So in one prospective study, post-operative complications, that is infections after abdominal surgery, were reported to be significantly more common in patients with low preoperative serum ferritin. Serum ferritin is nothing but the protein which denotes the iron stores present in us. So, patients with low preoperative serum ferritin compared to 220 patients with normal ferritin. Next slide, please. So, to summarize, there are several benefits of iron supplementation as given by Institute of Medicine in 2001. That is, in children, improved behavioral and cognitive development, and where severe anemia is common, there is even improved child survival with iron supplementation. In adolescents, improved cognitive development, and in girls, better iron stores for future pregnancies. In pregnant women, it decreased low birth weight in children and decreased perinatal mortality. Where severe anemia is common, even decreased maternal mortality and obstetrical complications, and overall in everybody there's an improved fitness and work capacity. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So can we go back? Yeah. So coming back to the CNNF survey, I already mentioned that the anemia prevalence was very high among 1 to 4-year-old children and around 25% among the other age groups. But when this anemia was characterized, what kind of anemia is that? It was like a startling information for the community that the iron deficiency anemia among 1 to 4-year-old children was 36.5%. Whereas the iron deficiency anemia prevalence was very, very low among the other 2 age groups. Major causes of anemia were, they couldn't characterize the causes, but it has been put under one umbrella of other causes, and even folate B12 deficiency, dimorphic anemia. This is one side is like either folate or B12 deficiency. On the other side, you have folate and B12 deficiency. This was also high among the participants, and even anemia of inflammation, though to a lesser extent, was also present. So we need to exercise caution in iron supplementation. Next slide, please. So what will happen if iron is given to a non-iron deficient individual? Next slide, please. So before understanding this mechanism, it is very important that the whole idea of iron homeostasis is regulated by hepcidin, which is a peptide hormone, and it is the principal regulator of iron homeostasis and secreted by the liver. So what happens is that iron is generally absorbed in the small intestine, the duodenal enterocyte. You can see there the small projections out there in that figure on the left side. So in iron deficiency, iron is absorbed through the apical side of the enterocyte. It enters the cell And from this cell, it is sent out by another protein or transported to another protein called ferroportin. This is a normal mechanism which happens in every individual. And for this mechanism to happen, hepcidin should be downregulated, which means hepcidin secretion should be lesser. So what happens in iron excess? In iron excess, the hepcidin secretion goes up, gets upregulated, and what hepcidin does? Hepcidin will go and bind to this ferroportin, the basolateral membrane, and it will degrade the ferroportin, which means even though iron passes the endocyte, it never goes out to the circulation and it just gets wasted. Not only that, whatever iron is stored, the hepcidin will not allow that to come out as well. And it will lead to a pseudo anemia kind of situation. When we measure serum iron, we will see that iron is not there, but actually it is sequestered in different tissues. And in this condition, extra supplementation will not benefit the non-iron deficient also. In this case, probably an intermittent supplementation or bolus dose is better. Next slide, please. Another important issue that I would like to highlight is that if we give iron supplementation to non-anemic, it can lead to oxidative stress. There was a study which was done among 40 non-anemic and 40 anemic pregnant women, and when they were recruited at 12 weeks of gestation and they were supplemented with iron, in anemic women, the oxidative markers such as malonaldehyde and total antioxidant status remained unaltered. But when iron was supplemented to non-anemic pregnant women, there was a significant increase in the level of MDA-TS ratio and HSCRP, but there were no changes in hematological profile and serum ferritin levels, which means that giving iron to the non-anemic pregnant woman did not benefit her, but did her more harm. Next slide, please. So I would like to underline that iron supplementation in non-anemic will not benefit and in fact may create harm. And this is very, very important when we have an iron supplementation at population level in place. Next slide, please. So another thing that I would like to highlight is that the iron supplement, when we create an iron supplementation program at the population level, what happens is that the concept will be framed very good. But what happens is that at the last mile, the frontline workers are the people who carry out all these functions. And therefore, the frontline workers need to be trained properly to carry out the messages correctly to the team. When we did a study among frontline workers, we came to understand that many of them do not really know the timing of supplementation. That is, when the iron should be taken. Is it before, along, or after the meal? Can you click once, please? Once more. Sorry. Yeah. So the iron, the iron supplement, when it is sugar coated, it is best to be taken along with the meal or within 30 minutes after the meal. Not because it will help anyways in absorption, it will actually reduce the absorption a little bit, but because the major problem with iron supplementation is the low compliance which comes out of the side effects after the iron supplementation. So to reduce the side effects, iron supplements are best to be taken within 30 minutes after the meal. And back to the main. Next slide. Another important point is when to start iron supplements in pregnancy. It is best, everybody knows that generally it is started during the second trimester of pregnancy, but mostly they do not know the intensity of that reason. That is, when studies were conducted in rat model, iron was teratogenic. Teratogenic is nothing but an agent which can cause malformation in the embryo. So iron was teratogenic in the analogous embryonic period. So although iron is a weak mutagen, it's a powerful oxidant and a catalyst of formation of hydroxyl radicals. So it would be prudent in human pregnancy to delay any needed iron supplementation until the embryonic period has been completed, which gets completed during the first trimester. This has been already taken care of in the program, but it should reach the last mile as. Next slide. Co-supplementation. This is something that we come across when we work in the community, that they must be already taking another supplement, like that of vitamin C, or that of B vitamins, or that of calcium. So generally, we all know that dietary iron along with vitamin C helps in absorption of iron, but that is not the case with the supplemental iron, where the doses are pretty high. So studies among animal models have reported that co-supplementing iron with ascorbic acid exacerbates oxidative stress in the gastrointestinal tract, leading to ulceration in otherwise healthy animals. Also, there was one study which was done among healthy volunteers, and the levels of oxidative DNA damage in white blood cells were studied, and it was found that those who were having initial plasma levels of vitamin C adequate had a significant rise in several oxidative DNA-based damage products after 6 weeks of supplementation. So we should bear in mind that more is not always good, and neither the strategies which work at a lower dose, like that of diet, may not work when the amount of nutrient which goes in also increases. Next slide. Can you click once more? Sorry. Okay. So one more important strategy is that whenever 2 tablets, it is a general strategy in public health program that if the participant is found to be anemic, they are given 2 tablets. So there's a normal question that comes: should we take both the tablets together, or one in the morning and one in the evening is something that people like to do? But what happens is that, like I already mentioned, the hepcidin axis kicks in if you take the first bolus, and in the evening, if you take another iron tablet, it's not going to benefit. So if 2 tablets are prescribed, both of them need to be consumed together. Next slide. Once again. So this is very, very important for the frontline health workers to instruct mothers to keep the iron syrups or the tablets out of the reach of children. So one major thing with iron syrups are, like any other syrup, they are sweet. And when we consider them as a nutrient, people don't realize that if iron supplements are consumed in excess, they are very, very, very toxic. So it is very important to instruct that they should be kept out of reach of children, and that to the extent that it can be fatal. Next slide. One second. I think you have to click 2 or 3 times. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, so one more important point that I would like to highlight, and many other speakers must have already spoken about this, that is the interaction between infection and iron. It is a general practice to stop iron during infection and to start when the person becomes healthy. Next slide. So why is it so? So we already learned that hepcidin axis is something which is it's a master principal regulator of iron homeostasis, and whenever hepcidin is upregulated, the iron absorption reduces. So whenever there is an infection, inflammatory markers go up, like IL-6 and all. So with that, the hepcidin also gets upregulated, and again it will act on ferroportin, and it will sequester the iron which is available, which is absorbed and there in the endocyte. So in case of infection also, as in the case of iron axis, giving more iron will not benefit. It will not give any extra benefit to the individual. Next slide. We learned the problems of, or the contraindications. The world learned the contraindications of providing iron during infection in a hard way. So I would like to spend a few minutes on this famous, or rather infamous trial called as EMBA trial, which was done around 2003 by Dr. Sazbal and group in Zanzibar, Tanzania. It was a randomized placebo-controlled trial of children in the age group of 1 to 35 months. And children were assigned to daily oral supplementation with anti-harmless 12.5 milligram and folic acid, 50 microgram, or a combination of iron, folic acid, and zinc, or a placebo. In the middle of the trial, by the recommendation of Data Safety Monitoring Board, the iron and folic acid containing groups of the trial were stopped early, and 24,776 children were followed up. And to their shock, those who received iron and folic acid were 12% more likely to die or need treatment in hospital for an adverse event. 11% were more likely to be admitted to hospital, and there were 15% more deaths in these groups. Overall, the analysis of cause-specific admission to hospital and deaths in the main study indicated that malaria and other infectious diseases were significantly increased in children given iron and folic acid. It was also understood that these effects were more in iron sufficient children. And because the supplementation has happened pan across, this part of it could not be taken into consideration. Next slide. So this PEMBA trial is very important in the current scenario of COVID-19 pandemic. And we should always remember that iron is important for viral replication. Because like the nutrient is important for us, this nutrient is also important for the virus to grow. And during infections, the iron hepcidin interaction also happens. That is, even if you give iron, it doesn't available to the body. It becomes sequestered in different sites from where the virus is able to utilize it for its growth. And also, there is an evidence for enhanced oxidative stress. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Can we have the next slide, please?
Shubhra ma'am.
Next slide.
Ma'am, I think so. She also have a network issue now.
I'm not sure the next slide.
Dr. Shubhra, okay, ma'am is there.
No, I've shared it.
Okay.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
So to summarize it, I would like to put forward to take-home messages. That is, iron is an important nutrient, and iron supplementation is an important strategy for reducing iron deficiency. But training the change agents is important, and during pandemic, iron supplementation programs should be rolled out with caution. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. Yeah, so risk and benefit, risk versus benefit is what we should look for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The best thing which you talked about is the practical knowledge of using the iron supplementation, because it's very important to understand that how you have to take iron. It is not just you just put a pill in your mouth and you feel that the absorption will take place. So thank you for highlighting all the practical points. Even the point when you talked about that the iron supplementation with ascorbic acid will not going to help in absorption. It has to be taken with food so that there is minimization of all the side effects. Even the fact when you say that more is not always good. So that is a very important point, ma'am, that more is not always good. And I myself have learned a lot from your presentation today. And one more thing, ma'am, you stated also that is very, very amazing to know that those who are non-anemic, if they are taking iron supplementation, it will going to have a bad effect on their body, which definitely increase the oxidative stress and inflammation. So thank you for sharing all that beautiful information with us. And even on the chat box, I can see there is no question. You have explained it beautifully. And they are saying very informative session and a very good session. Such an informative session. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presence on the portal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So now we have next with us Dr. Anita Chatana. She is working as a consultant dietitian at Indraprastha Apollo Hospital, New Delhi. She has more than 35 years of experience in the field of nutrition with special interest in critical care. She is the convener, Delhi chapter, Indian Dietetics Association, and is consultant dietetics at Indraprastha Apollo Hospital, Delhi. She is also a convener of Net Pro Fan Delhi. She has been awarded as a Scroll of Honor of Professional Achievements in Ledeven College. She is known for her outstanding contribution in the field of dietetics and has presented more than 50 scientific research papers at different national platforms. She is involved in various research projects and currently she is working with the Directorate of Education in midday meal program. Today, ma'am will going to talk about micronutrients, important immunity booster. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So first, I'll start off with congratulating excellent, and the need of the art team. So let's talk with that. So Manav Rachna International Institute of Research Studies. And I must say that I've been coordinating with this university since long. We get students from you. I've been there as an examiner, external examiner, and of course, every time we have a nutrition update in Apollo, we have all of you there participating, including the seniors and the students. So another association today. So a big thank you to the organizer and the co-chairpersons, Professor Rizvi and Dr. Divya, and Dr. Pratibha, whom I've surely been associated with earlier also. So I'll just share the screen. We've, of course, been hearing a lot of micronutrients and full screen.
Ma'am, I would like to add one more point on your resume is that you are associated with us for more than 10 years. And you've been a very much informative person for Manav Rachna. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that.
Yeah, definitely take it forward. Slideshow. Is that okay? Can you see the screen?
Ma'am,
Ma'am, just press F5.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So we've been hearing a lot about immunity or about the micronutrients. So life becomes a little easy for me. Let me start off with saying that. It's not moving. Yeah. So as we've been hearing since yesterday, and we've had some excellent talks on how the micronutrients requirements are different for different times. So deficiency is there, we are all aware of it, and is a public health problem affecting more than 1/4 of the global population. That's huge. And it's estimated that around 2 billion people in the worldwide are deficient in one or more of the micronutrients. So it's not one, it goes as a package. So roughly 25 to 75% of the people have a dietary intake that is less than the RDA. Deficiencies, we all know, and in India also, we know we've had huge deficiencies and problems with vitamin A, iron, and iodine. You just heard a lovely talk on iron and how important it is and how we should be taking it. And vitamin D and calcium deficiencies are also prevalent, leading to rickets. So in a country like India, where there's so much of sunshine to say that we have vitamin D deficiency, we obviously know that we don't go outdoors anymore. And potassium intakes are also recognized in Europe. You know, so these are developed countries also have reported intakes inadequate for vitamin D, E, folate, and selenium throughout all age groups. Intakes were also inadequate for vitamin A, zinc, and magnesium in children more than 10 years in adults, vitamin C in boys more than 10 years in adults, iron in children and adults, but not older adults, vitamin B12 in adults, and vitamin B6 in older adults again. In US too, there is inadequate intake, and they've seen vitamin deficiencies of A, D, E, calcium, magnesium, zinc, and potassium in all adults. and C, especially in adult smokers, and vitamin B6 in older people, folates, and copper in females. The bioavailability, of course, varies, and in India, it will be worse because we are more plant-based. So talking about India scenario, large portion of the population in India suffers from this malnutrition. According to the FAO report on state of food security and nutrition in the world, it's estimated that 190.7 million, that's 14.5% people were undernourished in India. And in India, 0.5% of the total deaths were contributed to nutritional deficiencies. Isn't it sad? And this is the NHS data. The latest nutritional family survey carried out showed that the prevalence of anemia in 58, 53, 50, and 22.7% among children aged 6 to 59, women aged 15 to 49, pregnant women, and men. So prevalence of anemia has definitely shown a decline by almost 16% with all the new initiatives taken by the government over the years, and goiter and vitamin A and vitamin deficiency has definitely shown a decline. There are few studies which have shown to assess vitamin C deficiency with plasma vitamin C as an indicator. And the India age-related eye disease carried out among elderly aged 60 and above in North and South showed that C deficiency was 73 and 45.7% respectively. Limited studies are there, so more data is required to really say what is the extent of the damage. But coming back to the micronutrients in disease, I'm going to focus a little more on the hospital aspect because we've been talking a lot about the normal circumstances. So from birth, we are bombarded by these pathogens. Not all of them are harmful. We know they are good pathogens also. But we have an elaborate immune defense system, which is the physical and biochemical barriers, specialized immune cells, the antibodies that specifically target the pathogen, the innate immune systems, and the biochemical mechanisms which quickly identify these molecules and destroy and eliminate the threat via the myriad immune cells, which are the leukocytes, such as neutrophils, natural killer cells, and the macrophages, and the cytokines involved in the cell signaling, then repair the damage. So it's a lot of things which are there to protect us, and yet we get into disease is why. So we have this immune response. I've just spoken to you, but now you see all of them have the vitamins on both inflammatory and the adaptive immune response. You have vitamin A, C, D, zinc, omega-3, all inflammatory and the innate immune response. And you also have them as an adaptive immune response as vitamin A, C, D, zinc, and omega-3 fatty acids. So I'm not going to get into each detail on how it works, because otherwise I think I'll be told switch off. So I want to go to my rest of the PPT. Layer of the immune system again. So there are layers there, as I said, the physical and the biochemical barriers. The physical barriers, which is the GI tracts and the respiratory tract, the biochemical mechanism, the secretion, mucus, bile, which helps you and prevents from going inside. The general immune response is the inflammation, the antimicrobial substances, and the complement systems. The immune cells, we have the leukocytes, the granulocytes, the lymphocytes, and the phagocytes. The types of immunity, as I said, we have the innate and the adaptive system. And all the micronutrients, A, D, C, E, B6, B12, B9, and the minerals, zinc, iron, copper, selenium, magnesium. So all of them are there on the plate for us to digest. So very, very busy slide, I know, but I've given the reference. So anybody of you really wants to study in depth, please have a look at it on how it works, the oxidative burst and self-protection by vitamin C and E, the iron, zinc, copper, selenium, magnesium. And then we have the immune cells again, then we have the antimicrobial activity. So all these microorganisms, or I'll say micronutrients, sorry, work together in all different ways to help us. Just to run you a little in detail, physical and the biochemical barriers, we have the vitamin A, which is a normal differentiation of the epithelial cells. It's important for the intestinal immune response thus supporting the gut barrier. So this is how it works. Vitamin D regulates the antimicrobial proteins responsible for modifying the intestinal microbiota to a healthier composition and supporting the gut barriers. So it's not only essential for bones, it's also very important for your immunity. Vitamin C, we all have been, I think, talking about it since, I think we were always talking about it if we got a cold, but we're talking more since the COVID happened. Promotes collagen synthesis, promotes and protects cell membranes from damage caused by the free radicals. That's its importance here. Vitamin E protects cell membranes from damage caused by the free radicals and supports the integrity of the epithelial barriers. The B6, B12, and the folate all are involved in the intestinal immune regulation by mediating the lymphocyte migration into the intestines. So this is where all the B vitamins help you. The iron is essential for differentiation and growth of the epithelial cells, of course, required for anemia, but also required here. Zinc helps maintain integrity of the skin, and the mucosal membrane is a cofactor for the metalloenzymes required for the cell membrane repair. So this is the importance of these here. So we have the differentiation, the proliferation, the functioning, and the movement of the innate immune cells, again by the same micronutrients. The vitamin A regulates the number, function of the NK cells, contributes to phagocytic and the oxidative burst activity. Vitamin D found in the monocytes and the macrophages, and increases differentiation of monocytes and the macrophages here. So the dendritic cell is where it is required for. Vitamin C is involved in the proliferation, function and the movement of the neutrophils, maintains and enhances NK cell activities. Vitamin E enhances again NK cell activity, and vitamin B6 maintains and enhances NK cell activity. So all the C, E, and the B6 are involved with this. B12 may act as an immunomodulator for cellular immunity. Folate maintains or enhances NK cell cytotoxic activity. Zinc maintains or enhances NK cell cytotoxic activity, central role in cellular growth and differentiation of the immune cells. So this is again where the zinc comes in. Iron forms highly toxic hydroxyl radicals involved in the killing of bacteria by the neutrophils. The copper roles its function in the macrophages, enhances again the NK cell activity, and the selenium proteins important for antioxidant host defense system. Magnesium, cofactor of enzyme of the nucleic acid metabolism. So here we have the antimicrobial effects of the same micronutrients. Downregulates the IVNY production, which is the interferons. The vitamin D regulates the antimicrobial protein expression. Vitamin C high levels can improve again the antimicrobial effects, increases serum levels of complement proteins, and a role in the interferon production. Zinc involved in complement activity, again iron, and copper again intrinsic antimicrobial activities, and selenium increases the interferon productions. So I'll just quickly go again. This is the roles in the inflammation and the oxidative effects and effects in the oxidative burst. Again, we can see vitamin A helps in the regulation of the IL-2 and pro-inflammatory tumor necrosis factor, which activates the microbial action of macrophages. Vitamin D increases the oxidative burst. The vitamin C maintains redox homeostasis within the cells and protects against ROS and RNS, which is the reactive oxygen species. And vitamin E is important fat-soluble, or we all know that, or antioxidant that hinders the chain reaction and B cells required in the endogenous synthesis and metabolism of amino acids, which again blocks the cytokines. Zinc, anti-inflammatory agent. Iron involved in regulation of the cytokine production. Copper accumulates at the site of inflammation. Copper, part of copper and zinc superoxidase dismutase, a key enzyme. Selenium essential for function, and magnesium can help protect the DNA. Again, D differentiations. Vitamin C in production, vitamin E enhances lymphocyte proliferation, B6 involved in lymphocyte proliferation, B12 involved in 1-carbon metabolism, folate supports Th1 mediated immune response, which is the helper T cells, and zinc induces proliferation of the cytotoxic cells. Iron important in differentiation, roles in differentiation and proliferation, and selenium again plays the same role. Antibodies, vitamin A, differentiations of T1 and Th2. Vitamin D suppresses antibody production by B cells. C promotes proliferation, suppresses Th2 response. B6 required in angiogenesis synthesis. B12 important. So all this is there in that reference. I'll go back to the responses to the antigen, again by the vitamin A, D, E, folate, zinc, and magnesium. All have an important role to play and have a very specific role. So all of them are required together and not only one in isolation. So I now go back to linking this to the hospital scenario. Why we have so much of problems when the patients come to us and get admitted to hospital. The prevalence of malnutrition in hospital is huge. We already said why all of them are already deficient. We, of course, are having obesity, malnutrition, underweight, and the hidden hunger in India, which we are battling. The hospital admission, 30 to 55% of the patients are already malnourished upon admission. 33% are severely malnourished, and 38% of well-nourished patients experience a decline in hospital due to so many nil oralies and patients' investigations, the surgery, the trauma. Not being able to eat in hospital only worsens the condition, and they continue to lose weight once they go home due to lack of knowledge or food fads, and obviously maybe not having enough of support to help them and guide them to the right type of food. So patients with weight loss, we know, are at an increased risk for readmissions and problems. We've seen it every day in our hospital scenario. Patients who are well nourished go home much faster than patients who are undernourished. So malnutrition in critical care, why does it happen? Metabolism increases by 25% to 50% during critical illness. In presence of sepsis, metabolism exceeds 50%. So the calorie goals and the nutrition goals are so much higher than a normal person. And the loss of protein is up by 10 to 15%. As Indians, I don't think any of us takes more than 15 to 20 grams. Whenever we do a dietary recall in the OPs, I'm talking of the OPD, there is only a cereal-based breakfast and a lunch, and maybe one katori dal for dinner, or dahi to nahi khana hai, raat ko khansi ho jayega. So all those food fads, and we have hardly patients eating protein, and loss of weight leading to 5 to 10 kg loss of weight. And this time with the COVID, we have had a lot of patients complaining of loss of weight when they went back home due to loss of appetite and this. So consequences of malnutrition, as we see, are impaired immunity, increase in length of hospital stays, persistent functional deficits, reduction in glomerular filtration, loss of weight, changes in intestinal barriers, and compromised wound healing. This is what creates a lot of problems, and we have people with bed sores if they are not eating well, and of course other illnesses also. So increased risk of infection is there. So we always try and encourage that patients should do enteral nutrition, which is do either, if they're eating well, yes, but if you find they're not able to eat, then quickly put in a tube, give them elemental nutrition, enteral nutrition, either through a tube, nasogastric, or put it straight into the stomach, gastrojejunostomy or nasojejunal tubes. And if you still can't do it, please then parenteral nutrition is the answer, either through peripheral or the central venous system. But if the gut is there, please use it, because it's very, very important, as you've just heard, how every food and macronutrients are important to the gut. So metabolic response to trauma, there's an increase in the pro-inflammatory cytokines. You've been hearing how all the macronutrients play a very preventive role in the cytokines. Counter-regulatory hormones, there's an increase in the catecholamines, insulin, oxygen respiration, increased catabolism. and hyperglycemia also happens. So this is where the critical care happens. There's unbalanced and insufficient administration during medical nutrition therapy throughout the critical care journey, placing patients at greater risk during these situations. The intake is really small once they're in hospital. Various consequences have been linked to micronutrient deficiencies, including poor wound healing, muscle weakness, inadequate immune response, and organ dysfunction. While the critically ill population represents a heterogeneous group of clinical pathologies, commonly reported micronutrients of concerns include zinc, iron, and selenium. Conditions in the ICU that have been associated with depletions include major burns, which is huge. Their requirements are huge for major burn people. Losses from surgical or traumatic wounds, if they've got a gaping wound, a GI fistula, losses due to GI diseases, or resections resulting in decrease of absorptive area, which we call the short gut syndrome. We will be talking about it. And the continuous renal replacement therapy, which is the CRRT, which is required for AKI or patients who are suffering from renal problems. Complications following surgery could also impact the losses, making it worse. Patients developing fistulas can have excessive losses of zinc and iron, whereas patients presenting with chyle leaks could become selenium deficient due to increased losses. So we really need to understand the absorptive sites and where the surgery, if it has happened, and then target that particular micronutrients and make sure it's there. The ESPEN and the ASPEN guidelines have recommended necessity prescribe one multivitamin and one multiple trace supplement preparation for every single day of patients on parenteral nutrition. Excess trace elements may sometimes be, inadvertently because if you're doing one and then you don't realize, oh, this particular micronutrient was in that particular, product, and you just give a supplement. So you have to be very careful to see what supplements you're giving and what extra is required to be given. So this is in critical illness copper. There's a negative copper balance, which has been demonstrated in CRRT, which I've just mentioned before, with copper losses up to 6.5. Iron, despite iron deficiency anemia being commonly observed during critical illness, there's a multifactorial and may represent a beneficial adaptive change during critical illness. So we don't see too much of this happening. But yes, if you find the irons are less, then iron deficiency is also targeted. Selenium supplementation has been studied sepsis and septic shock. And we found that negative selenium balances have been demonstrated in CRRT with losses of up to 1 micromillimoles in 24 hours of CRT reported. Zinc is very, very important. Suddenly really gained a lot of importance, recognized to be a vulnerable trace element in the critically ill, should be monitored and replaced if underlying deficiency or high risk of developing a deficiency. No recommendations exist to guide optimal zinc dosing in critically ill patients. For acute renal failure, an additional daily IV multi-supplements used, such as used for PN, is recommended, if on PN. Mixed antioxidant vitamins, again recommended. Zinc, selenium, vitamin A, C, E, in EN or through IV or combination are not recommended in critically ill patients. In major burns, combination of copper, zinc, vitamin C doses 5 to 10 times the RD added to standard multi-macronutrients are provided IV during the first 2-3 weeks and result in normalization. B6 is an important vitamin in the management of sepsis. High thiamine losses have been demonstrated in CRT, and thiamine supplementation should be considered in this group. Refeeding syndrome. The refeeding syndrome is when you find a patient who's not being fed for a long time and suddenly you feed him too much, will have a refeeding syndrome. So refeeding syndrome may be seen in ICU, particularly with high rates of malnutrition. Depending on the refeeding risk, thiamine replacement prior to or together with commencement of feeding is recommended to prevent this problem. And then we have the vitamin B6. Patients with acute renal failure requiring CRT should receive 100 mg of B6 IV daily for 3 to 5 days and monitor their levels. Vitamin C, we've been all talking of, has been beneficial in times of oxidative stress, and requirements are acknowledged to increase during critical illness. Pharmacological doses may be of benefit in the early stages of critical illness. And during COVID, I think all of us took huge amounts of vitamin C, especially once you were admitted. So monitoring of plasma concentration is recommended in patients requiring PN for 6 months and above. Vitamin D are recognized to be commonly low in critically ill populations and a predictor of the outcome. So again, required for patients on short term cannot be justified. For there, we need more trials. So coming to the next disease, which is alcoholism. Again, I've just picked up a few of the diseases where we find a lot of micronutrient deficiencies because of interplay between food intake. So chronic alcoholic patients are frequently deficient in micronutrients. Although inadequate dietary intake is a major cause of these deficiencies, other possible mechanisms may be involved. These people don't eat well enough. So we also know that their food intake is definitely low for people who are really binging on alcohol. Alcoholism can affect the absorption, storage, metabolism, and activation of many of these vitamins. A, C, D, K, and the B vitamins are deficient in some alcoholics and are involved in wound healing and cell maintenance. So the moment we have a patient who's alcoholic and he gets admitted, we definitely have a close look at these deficiencies and monitor them more closely than a normal person coming in. Vitamin K is necessary for blood clotting. The minerals deficiencies of calcium, magnesium, iron, and zinc are common in alcoholics, although alcohol itself does not seem to affect the absorption of these minerals. So again, obviously, it's because the food intake and the bad food intake. Deficiencies seem to occur secondary to other alcohol-related problems, decreased calcium absorption due to fat malabsorptions, magnesium deficiencies due to decreased intake, increased urinary secretion, vomiting, and diarrhea, iron deficiency related to GI bleeding because they have a bleed once they are in the last stages of the cirrhosis, and zinc malabsorption or losses related to other nutrient deficiencies. Mineral deficiencies can cause a variety of medical consequences, from calcium-related bone disease to zinc-related night loss, blindness, and zinc lesions. So this is how it looks like. So too much of metabolic demands here. There's the empty calories, as I said, that's why they're more deficient. There's a need for the DNA RNA synthesis. And then we have the reduced absorption of fats, NCL, methionine, and vitamins A, D, and D. And there's lactose, thiamine, B12, folic acid, glucosine. So these absorptions are less. There's vomiting. So, the circle just goes on, the vicious circle. There's inadequate diet, there's vomiting, there's reduced absorption, there's empty calories, and the hepatic storage. So this is why we have problems in the patients. Pancreatitis is inflammatory. So coming to pancreatitis, of course, if you're alcoholic, you can have acute or chronic pancreatitis. So after alcohol, if you don't stop it, then you'll obviously get into some problems of pancreatitis. Is an inflammation in the pancreas. The pancreas produces enzymes that help digestion and hormones. Pancreatitis can occur as either acute, it appears suddenly and lasts for a few days, and if treated well, patients get home well fast. But chronic pancreatitis that occurs over many years, and we have a lot of patients who have this problem. So mild cases of pancreatitis may go without treatment. Sometimes they are undiagnosed, but severe cases can cause life-threatening complications. So they must take maybe even lifelong precautions of their diet if they are chronic pancreatitis. Signs and symptoms, of course, are upper pain and fever, rapid pulse, nausea, vomiting, and tenderness. And in chronic pancreatitis, it's the upper abdominal pain. Losing weight is one of the first symptoms when they come to you, and they have the oily, smelly stools or the steatorrhea. So to function properly, these cells require a number of vitamins, which they take from the bloodstream. So we've seen what are the deficiencies. Vitamin D is 22%, zinc deficiency 20%, magnesium 17%, vitamin A 10%, and vitamin E deficiency 7% is what is the deficiencies found with patients with chronic pancreatitis. The deficiencies in A, D, E, and K correlates with the severity of the steatorrhea in patients with chronic pancreatitis and may be caused by several different mechanisms. Intake, losses, requirements being up, impaired binding of nutrients, antioxidant activity, and fat malabsorption. So, and we've also seen deficiencies in calcium, magnesium, thiamine, and folic acids. Chronic exposure to alcohol interferes with the pancreas' ability to absorb vitamin C. So there are studies which again show the deficiency of red cell folate, and the pancreatic juice, which contains zinc in high concentrations, are there. So they need more zinc. It has been suggested that the pancreas plays a major role in zinc homeostasis. Research has shown increased zinc excretion in patients with pancreatic exocrine insufficiencies. And we have the osteopathy in 25% of the CP patients. Empirical treatment with pancreatic enzyme replacement therapy and vitamin supplementation is required and is successful in treating these patients. Coming to obesity, major problem that we are facing, of course, the undernutrition, and we have been talking of deficiencies. Anybody more than 23 BMI, men, very simple things to tell you where you stand, men with 90 and women with 80 centimeters waist circumference, waist hip ratio of 1 for men and female 0.85. We know they are heading for this. This is a slide which I love, which I actually learned, I think, saw it in college times. But isn't it so true how our diet, obesity, diabetes, and hyperlipids, hypertension is also correlated and all correlated to body weight? So we all know the problem. Yes, the first thing is to have a fine balancing act between the food that you take and the energy expenditure. But once you cross a BMI of 40 and above, then it's very, very difficult to go back to the required 23 BMI. So then we have the bariatric. There's a different types of bariatric, the adjustable gastric band, which is not used so commonly. We have the sleeve, which is quite common also. And then this one is getting more and more popular, which is the Rowan XY gastric bypass. And then only in acute, very difficult cases do we do the last one, which is the bilopancreatic diversion, which has a lot of repercussions on the malabsorptive syndromes. So according to the WHO, at least 2.8 million die every year because of being overweight. So for them, we have found the solution of bariatric surgery. Types of malnutrition after bariatric surgery include protein energy malnutrition. Most of these patients, because they are such foodies, are very difficult to change their eating habits. So if they don't eat adequate protein, they will definitely have protein deficiencies or have to be encouraged a lot. And it's a lifelong of supplementation for them with micronutrients such as iron, folate, vitamin A, and vitamin B12 and B vitamins. So they have to be told right from the beginning that these vitamins have to be taken as supplements for a longer period, actually lifelong. So B1 and B12 are the most common vitamins related to neurological manifestations after bariatric surgery, and B1 deficiencies can lead to one of the most severe metabolic complications due to intake and persistent vomiting, which some patients, very few patients, complain of. The deficiency is iron. 24 months after LST, permanent supplementation is required in 51.2% of all patients. Iron deficiencies did occur. Ferritin, more than 30% of all patients. Vitamin B12 deficiency is a major cause of anemia with patients. But as I said, we don't use the BPD too much. We use the RYGB style of doing the surgery. B12 absorption takes place in the terminal ileum and requires an intrinsic factor that is produced in the gastric corpus. So this has been bypassed. So obviously there will be a B12 deficiency in these patients. Thiamine deficiency occurs in about 18% of all patients after bariatric surgery. So the supplementation is very important if you want to avoid permanent neurological deficits. Vitamin A, again, deficiency occurs in 69% of all patients at 4 years. Vitamin E deficiencies. So all this will occur if they are non-compliant with the supplementations that was given to them. Vitamin K deficiencies, of course, not so much there. Calcium and vitamin D deficiencies was there in 37.8%. And these deficiencies are very, very important factors for accelerated bone loss and preventing that. And calcium deficiencies are caused by a reduction because of the bypassing the duodenum and the proximal jejunum. Zinc, copper, magnesium, protein, all, as I said, very important. Zinc reabsorption correlates with fat absorptions. Copper reabsorption is lower if the amount of gastric acid is reduced. Magnesium deficiency plays a role in the development of osteoporosis. And protein, as I said, the requirements are high. We normal Indians don't even take about 20 grams of proteins. Most of them are cereal-based proteins, and so require lifelong post-operative clinical and laboratory monitoring to diagnose deficiencies of vitamins, trace elements, and minerals to correct them with supplements. Short gut syndrome is something like bariatric, but this is where the intestines or the small intestines is small due to resection due to medical problems. So it's defined as an area less than 180 to 200 centimeters of the remaining small bowel, and the normal length is 275 to 850 centimeters. So that's a huge range, leading to the need for nutritional and fluid supplements. Short gut syndrome can result from extensive surgical resection or a congenital intestinal disease. Is mostly due to Crohn's disease, mesenteric ischemia, radiation enteritis, post-surgical adhesions, and post-operative complications. So part of that ganglion, small intestines is resected, and you have a smaller intestines, and they end up with a lot of diarrhea initially till the adaptive process starts taking place. So the primary adverse outcomes of SBS is malabsorption, secondary to decreased intestinal absorptive surfaces and rapid intestinal transit. The most common signs, symptoms include malnutrition, weight loss, diarrhea, cytorrhea, dehydration, vitamin deficiencies, and electrolyte imbalances. So all these vitamins and micronutrients have to be well monitored. This is what the gut looks like. So if part of this is being resected, both in bariatric or in short gut syndrome, so you can see all these minerals and vitamins which are not going to be absorbed because of the resection. So vitamin B12 is here, and calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, iron, folate is here. So it depends on how much and from where the resection was done, and you'll have these problems which they face. So normally about 95% of vitamins, as we've seen, is absorbed here. Macronutrient deficiency in patients with intestinal failure can occur during transition to full enteral nutrition and may persist after successful transition. Adaptive process does take place, but it takes a little while. So the initial phase, they have to be really monitored well so that they don't end up with any deficiencies. And they are very fearful because they have a lot of diarrhea initially till the adaptive process is there. So COVID, we've had an excellent lecture yesterday on COVID, but I don't think I can end my talk without this because we had a lot of patients with COVID coming to us, and nutrition was very important, but because of lack of taste and smell and not having a good appetite, the food intake was very, very low. So they have higher levels of interleukin S and 10, and tumor necrosis factors are all associated with poor outcomes. So they all have their tests done. They have the CT score. I think everybody must be so aware of these nomenclatures that we had the ferritin and the CRPs. So I think we all learned it a lot within this 1 year. Vitamin D is very vital for the protection of the respiratory tract through its role in preserving tight junctions. And zinc has an inhibitory effect on the RNA-dependent polymers of the SARS-CoV-2. So I think all of us took a lot of zinc and vitamin C and vitamin D supplements during this period. Of course, natural sources are the best way to take a well-balanced meal is what is recommended. So I'm not going to, I think, speak in detail. We just know C is immune boosting and antibacterial, vitamin E antioxidants, and we know the sources. So best is to, of course, take it from the natural sources, take supplements if you think there is a deficiency, and do vitamin A and vitamin D. Then we have the B complex vitamins, increase the production of antibodies, immunities, and the DNA synthesis, the iron which boosts the immune system, the selenium is the antiviral, and the zinc is the antiviral, anti-inflammatory. So all this was required during COVID times and later. Just finish off with patients who are geriatric, whose absorptions goes very, very low. There's a general deterioration of the immune function associated with aging. And because of denture problem, not being low or being lonely or not getting a varied meal, they definitely tend to have more deficiencies and probably would need supplements and help in all junctions. So deficiencies are higher in the adult because of not being able to eat salads, fruits, because of dental problems, as I said. So A, B12, D, and zinc are there. In the residential population, A, D, and E has implications when acute settings. So factors affecting is lack of nutritious food and sometimes wrong choices, incomes, and we are vegetarians. As we've said, the absorptions are slower. Stressful lifestyle, often accompanied by lack of sleep and reduced physical activities, can increase the oxidative stress and increase the need for antioxidants such as vitamin C and E. Certain health conditions such as diabetes and obesity have an adverse effect on macronutrient status. The genetic factors, the seasonal changes, obviously you can't get vitamin D, but we don't get vitamin D even otherwise. So multiple micronutrients, magnesium, zinc, and iron may be lost during sweating in hot countries. And we heard a beautiful lecture yesterday when you are out for the army people, where the requirements are so much higher. Increased energy expenditure utilizes the body's store of macronutrients to produce more energy, and decrease in antioxidants. Low levels of B, C, calcium, zinc, and iron, and decrease in antioxidants such as C and E may be necessary to oxidative stress caused by pollution, which we in Delhi have ample about. So just to summarize, are an integral part of the immune system, and it goes together. They have the adaptive immune response. We have the macronutrients, which are there in the self-protection and plays a important role in the antioxidant mechanisms. It is well established that overt macronutrient deficiencies can adversely affect the immune system and predispose individuals to infections. It's likely that marginal deficiencies are also associated with increased risk of infections, although the effect may be less pronounced than those observed with overt deficiencies. Dietary intake of various micronutrients is inadequate worldwide, which can increase the risk of infection. The gap exists between intakes and low levels of optimal immune functions, providing a rationale to supplement the diet with macronutrients to help support the system and risk. Every stage of the immune response depends on the presence of certain micronutrients. I'm not going to talk about all those again. We've discussed it in length. All of them are very, very important. So what is the way forward? We do definitely know that not one is required in isolation, do not occur in isolation, and that multiple macronutrients are required to support the immune function. It has been suggested more research is required to say that increased intake above currently recommended levels may help optimize immune function, including improving functions and resistance to infection while maintaining tolerance. So more studies required there. Questions: will supplementing with higher doses than the RDA provide greater benefits? We need an answer. Will a multi-MMN supplement containing macronutrients with demonstrable immune supporting effects have clinical benefits? Can these be replicated in different populations? Question mark. What is the role of the immune supportive substances such as phytochemicals? We need them together. The development of the biomarker approaches to further capture the broad spectrum and complexity of the immune response, such as metabolimics, as well as non-invasive assessment of immune function and nutrient status, would help to better understand the role of macronutrients on the immune function. So still a little gray area before we get clarity on the amounts and how much we can do. All these are references. We can go into more detail if you want. And a big thank you to everybody.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a very detailed information and very informative lecture. I'm glad that you have touched, as we all know that the malnutrition it talks about, you have touched all the parameters of malnutrition, as we have been suffering from 3 burden condition of malnutrition, obesity, undernutrition, as well as micronutrient deficiencies. So ma'am, you have touched all of them very beautifully. And thank you for such a detailed presentation with all the scientific knowledge behind it. Thank you so much, ma'am. And in the comments, they are writing, thank you, amazing session, very informative, enlightening. Thank you so much, ma'am. Very informative lecture, well explained. Thank you so much. And all our excellent details and information, ma'am. Thank you so
Thank you.
much for your presence, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I request Ms. Ankita Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, to please introduce our keynote speaker for the next session.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all. It's an honor to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Prema Ramachandran. Dr. Prema Ramachandran is Director at Nutrition Foundation of India, New Delhi. Ma'am has worked for Indian Council of Medical Research for more than 25 years. Ma'am has actively carried out clinical and operational research studies on contraception, undernutrition in women and children, nutrition, health and nutrition fertility interactions, delivery of health, and nutrition and family welfare services. Ma'am has focused on the communities struggling with primary healthcare infrastructures and with high incidence of malnutrition, anemia, and HIV infection in India. For about 8 years, Ma'am has worked as the advisor, Health, Nutrition and Family Welfare in the Planning Commission, Government of India. Ma'am has also served as the temporary advisor in some of the projects carried out by WHO. Besides, Ma'am has also been an important member of the committee under Government of India, which included Midday Meal Steering Committee, Expert Group on Health, National Human Rights Commission, Expert Group on Food and Nutrition Security, National Human Rights Commission, Scientific Panel on Nutrition and Fortification, Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, and many more. Today, Ma'am will be apprising us with the topic Dietary Diversification and Food Fortification for Ensuring Adequacy of Micronutrient Intake. It's actually a blessing for all of us to have you, Ma'am, here and listen to you. We welcome you, Ma'am.
Thank you very much. I really look forward to these opportunities of meeting you all, at least virtually, because teachers cannot thrive in the absence of students, mid-level faculty to whom they keep talking. And therefore, I really, really treasure these opportunities of trying to connect with all of you. Will you now give me the screen share? I will try sharing it. If I have problem, may I request you to project the slides? Okay.
Yeah, ma'am, you can share your screen now.
Select an application. Basic files. 1 sec. I have a problem. Will you project?
Yes, ma'am. Sure. Shubhra, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll start sharing.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Prema ma'am, for accepting our for being on this portal for all of us.
Thank you. As I said, I look forward to these opportunities. Today in the earlier presentations, you are present as very clearly stated. Look, we are no longer living in a unipolar world where deficiency is the problem, and give whatever you want, whichever way you want, however long you want, and the more you give, the better it is. It is not as simple as all that. There are limits, and therefore we need to clearly understand that what is the sustainable method by which you will be able to meet the requirement and at the same time do not exceed what is required, because that also creates huge health problems. Will you go back to the first slide? Okay. This is our NFI. I only hope when things improve, someday, if not this year, next year, I will see your interns coming and we will have a nice time trying to train them and learning from them also. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. First of all, we have to understand what are the major micronutrient deficiencies which are public health problems. We need to have this distinction because below the level of creating health problem, there are multiple deficiencies. But priority has to be accorded to tackling those deficiencies which are causing health problems. Right through years, we always knew iodine deficiency disorders is a public health problem. It is widespread in some parts of the world. India is not one of the most affected, but there are pockets in India where IDD is a problem. And therefore, since you cannot identify either the pocket or the individual, there is no alternative other than providing universal salt iodization for this. Other major problem that we have had always been vitamin A deficiency. It is a moderately affected area in the past, but newer data clearly shows there is a much lower level of vitamin A deficiency, be it through clinical deficiency signs or be it by biochemical estimation of vitamin A in blood. So we need to take a step back and see what all things should we do. Should we do supplementation, massive dose vitamin A? Should we do dietary diversification, or should we be doing food fortification also? As you all know, anemia in the world, India is among the worst affected. But even here, now we are seeing there is some improvement. Next, please. Next, please.
Shubhra ma'am.
Can I have the next slide, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Shared on this table. The other slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we also now know vitamin D deficiency as assessed by vitamin D levels in blood is widespread, even though India is really surfeit of sun is always our problem, not lack of it. But we cover ourselves well. We do not go out when sun is shining, and therefore, and we are dark skinned. So apparently we also have this problem. Next, please. So therefore, we now know we have 4 major problems. Next slide. We know that vitamin A, vitamin D, anemia, and IDD are major public health problems. We have 3 alternatives: dietary diversification, food fortification, and micronutrient supplementation to improve these micronutrient status. Next, please. We have to take into account, not only do we know that there are changes in the deficiency profile, but basic and fundamental research has clearly shown that perhaps we are not really correctly assessing the nutrient requirements. Newer technologies such as radioisotopes, which are not radioactive but stable isotopes, provide you with much greater real life situation. And based on this, today we are able to estimate the estimated average requirement of the population. The current ICMR report on nutrient requirement of Indians tells you clearly 3 things. Look, please look. We are giving you for all nutrient the estimated average requirement. This is what population at large should be eating. We are also giving you the recommended dietary allowances, which covers the requirement of 97% of population. So if you have a person who's coming to you for a health problem, average requirement tell you nothing. And anyway, the person is under your care. So give 1 RDA. Whenever you are prescribing 1 RDA amount, please take care. There is a toxic upper limit whose values are also now given in the RDA book. Ensure that you do not exceed this. Next slide, please. What does the nutrient requirement of Indians currently tell you about iron, folate, vitamin B12 and B6? Energy is the critical one. As you can see, because we have become sedentary, women, the reference woman who weighs 55 kg requires only 1660 calories. How much iron required? Again, a deep dive. EAR is only 15. How much folate? 180 micrograms. B12, 2 micrograms. Vitamin C, no longer 100, it's 55. And if you consider that Indian women on average has a height of 152 centimeter, optimal weight is 48 kg, a 1/6 reduction in all this have to be made to meet the optimal requirement for existing height and weight. Next, please. Next, you can see the difference it makes between the RDA 2010 and the EAR given for 2020. 17 to 11 in iron for men, folate remains essentially unaltered, vitamin A has done a dive, vitamin D remains relatively unaltered. Next, please. How does it look in real life? If you take the intake as assessed by National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau surveys in 2012, which is the last nationwide survey that we have, the requirement for iron for men is more than met. That of women is just marginally less, but consider that it is for reference women, then we can say for women also it is met. It's only in pregnant women that we do have a gap. This is not true for folate. For all levels, since we do not take much of folate-rich greens, there is a need for higher folate intake. Next, please. So, this is what is the conclusion. If EAR is used excepting in pregnancy, we don't have a serious problem with iron. Folate, yes, there is a gap. It should be met by increasing vegetable intake. Not necessarily only for folate, but it's for vitamin A. It is for phytate, fiber, and satisfaction of eating. So multiple things force us towards eating more vegetables than we did in the past. High iron and folate requirement during pregnancy perhaps cannot be met by dietary diversification alone, and therefore may have to be met by IFA supplementation. Next, please. Let's now look at interventions to combat micronutrient deficiencies. Next, please. Ideally, in the long term, the solution for micronutrient deficiencies is to ensure that all people at all times have adequate physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, nutritious food, meeting their dietary needs, food preferences for an active, healthy life. That is somewhat not immediately possible. Next, please. If we look at the medium term, we have three things. Let us give nutrition education so that people who can afford it can do dietary diversification. We will selectively do food fortification for those micronutrients which are major public health problem across segments of population, across economic groups. Nutrient supplementation will be limited only to those groups where there is a large deficiency for a relatively short period of time, such as pregnant women. Next, please. Let's look at the dietary diversification, especially in light of what has now been called as the eat right movement. Everything that earlier was advocated as right, red meat in large amounts, dietary diversification mainly by increasing egg, increasing milk, increasing dairy product. From there, the world has done a 180 degrees turn and now says, no, red meat is not at all right. It's neither economically nor ecologically affordable, and it is really environmentally damaging. So let us eat right plant-based food. Next, please. This plant-based food is something that India is always having. And are we doing the vegetable production in the right way? Can we meet the vegetable requirement of the whole 1.4 billion population? You know, much more than general population or anybody else, whenever we say, look, do the right thing, you will not lose either in terms of money, and you will definitely improve in terms of uptake in the market. The people in the agricultural sector really did what we wanted them to do. This is just, can I have that slide back, please? Yeah. Agriculture, vegetable production was 150 million 20 years ago. Today it is over 300 million metric tons. So horticulture is currently producing. They have also listened to us. They have not increased the fruit production as much as they have increased the vegetable production. For having done that, what is the reward? They are not getting much economic returns because wastage is still 40%. May I have the next slide, please? Next, please. How do we do waste reduction? We do not do waste reduction the way the Westerners do, that is partly cooking and storing it in refrigerated condition. That adds salt. We don't have capacity to refrigerate. The cost will increase enormously. But we have a tradition of always having dried everything that we can dry. It's not only potato chips that we use that way. We can do carrots, tomatoes, any and every green leafy vegetables. And there are some parts of the country where green leafy vegetable powders are sold for population which is willing to buy it. So waste reduction, increasing economic opportunity without in any adverse impact on either production cost, storage cost, or consumption cost. This is the way India should go. It will help women who are wanting to cook green leafy vegetables and don't have the time to use all these powders. It will increase the shelf life, so the producers will never have to waste their produce by throwing it on the road or selling it at a throwaway price. Next, please. This is the eat right movement for us. We can eat as many fruits and vegetables that we can afford. Cereals are the major source and will continue to remain along with pulses as the major source of both energy and protein. We will consume some amount of milk and milk products and some amount of any animal products that we like to eat because we like to eat them, not because it is a necessity. We will not indulge excepting in once a month or so occasions, the energy-rich, fat-rich, very poor in micronutrient and essential nutrient foods. Next, please. The next question is, you know, ma'am, it's nice to talk about balanced diet. Can people really afford it? Yes, people at all levels can afford it, provided you make them rich in knowledge. This is a balanced diet for a high income group, around 1700 calories. It has all the nice portions of fruits, vegetables, fish, egg, curd, rice, and wheat. Okay. This is balanced. Next slide, please. Can I see what it means to a middle income group? All that we do is we add a little potato to increase the calories from carbohydrate. We reduce a little bit amount of proteins from meat and instead introduce a variety of legumes and nuts. There are vegetables which are micronutrient rich but are relatively inexpensive. So you don't have to say, but who has the knowledge? You have the knowledge, not the person who is consuming it. So knowledge transmission is what is the essential now. It's not lack of money that the middle class is suffering from when it is wanting to consume a balanced diet. Third, next slide, please. It's possible even in the lower income group. Substitute cereals with millets, add potatoes and onions and shakarkandi and all those for increasing energy intake from carbohydrate. Substitute all pulses with legumes of a variety. You have enough of them. They are relatively inexpensive. And whoever said there are not inexpensive fruits and vegetables, do they know? No. क्या देना है? अच्छा मैम एप्पल खरीद के देना था, वो प्लेट से है, लेकिन मेरे पास पैसा नहीं. They don't need apple. बच्चे उनको पपाया दे दो या बनाना दे दो. That knowledge is what you should transmit, and you are in an excellent position to do it. This is the way for a balanced meal and not producing ecologically and economically non-viable method. Next, please. Can the additional needs of pregnant women be met through dietary means in all the three income groups? Of course, yes. There is no doubt at all. In the low income, it is nuts, banana, guava, and greens. In the highest income group, indulge in it. Fruits, juices, fish, good. But you don't have to be rich in order to eat adequately balanced diet during pregnancy. Next, please. Let's now finally come to food fortification to combat micronutrient deficiencies. Next, please. Food fortification is to be undertaken as a public health intervention under the following conditions. Nutrient intake should be low in large segments of population. There is a high prevalence of vitamin deficiency signs, symptoms, or biochemical estimation. Third, well-documented adverse health consequences of nutrient deficiency. Only when all these three criteria are fulfilled should we go for micronutrient fortification for public health purposes. And what is the aim of the food fortification? It should bridge the gap between intake and requirement without any dietary modification. And how will you do it? By fortifying a single identified commodity which is commonly consumed by all. Next, please. Diagrammatically, this is what shows it. Current intake, this is the requirement. The gap between this intake is to be met by food fortification, can be met by food fortification. It can be met without any dietary modification. Next, please. But whenever you are doing it, please look at the TUL value for each commodity. It is desperately, desperately required. Whenever consumption by fortification is increased, it should not exceed the TUL. Next, please. Food fortification can be a major public health intervention. Identify those nutritional deficiencies which are of public health importance, as I said earlier. Adequate data on intake in each population group. Thanks to NNMB, thanks to surveys carried out by major home science and medical colleges, we do have information regional on dietary intakes. We should use that. Then identify Again, from diet surveys, the most commonly consumed foodstuff across population groups. Not only the rich, not only the middle, not only the poor. Then compute the amount of nutrient required to fortify the chosen foodstuff that would reduce the inadequate intake prevalence, that is the proportion below the EAR, and minimize the risk of excess intake, that is the proportion reaching the TUL. This is where all our effort should go. Next, please. The oldest and the most successful program that we have in this regard is iodine deficiency disorders. We were very lucky in one thing. Iodine deficiency was not that widespread a disorder. World over, there were population groups which were very, very existent and where these have been tried. So we knew salt is the most appropriate vehicle. We knew the amount by which it should be fortified in order to reach appropriate quantities. And salt has an advantage in our country. Salt is never thrown away. You do not ever take more salt than what you need. So every safety thing is inbuilt in this commodity. If at all there is one foodstuff that is consumed more by the poor than by the rich, it is salt. So that's again a very favorable thing. And salt is very, very inexpensive if you compare it to any other foodstuff. So we had a program. It takes ages for us to come to a universal acceptance of a fortification program. And IDD, which I said is so ideal for so many things, is a typical example. We began the program in 1962. It took us 30 years to say universal iodization is the right thing to do. And then it took another 15 years for make it mandatory. But look at the other side. We made it mandatory in 2005. It became available as a mandated legal requirement in 2007. All surveys done by 2014-15 showed us the use of iodized salt improved from 50% to 90%. So whenever you say India takes a long time to do anything, please also say this. Once we know what it is and once we make up our mind to do it, we can do it in 5 years' time. Why am I emphasizing it? Next, please. I'm emphasizing it now because the next one is iron. You have an iodized salt, which is reaching almost all population. We have 2 approved technologies, and all that it requires is to add this to the iodized salt, which is industrially produced, which is well packaged, which is acceptable by 95% of the population. We should not take more than 5 years to do this. And we should essentially ensure that only one product is used, that is salt. Because as I showed you, the EAR, when it is used, tells you that we require only about 5 to 7 milligrams for all the population, and salt alone will provide 10 milligrams. So we should not start fortifying many products. Next, please. If we continue giving the population not only iodized salt, but iron fortified salt, iron iodized fortified salt, and several other products such as fortified atta, fortified rice, and fortified biscuits, the chances of your exceeding the actual intake requirement and incurring the risk of TUL is jumping from 8.4 to 54%. So the first thing that we need to do whenever we are trying to universalize iron fortified iodized salt intake across the population group is to ensure that there are no other iron fortified products being made available in this population. Next, please. We'll now look at vitamin A. Currently, vitamin A fortification of milk and oil is being done. Milk fortification is about maybe 20% because that is the industrially produced milk. Cooking oil, much more fortification is happening because that is most often industrially produced. The current intake, as I said, is relatively not low at all. And ongoing massive dose vitamin A program provides 60,000 micrograms once in 6 months. So if you calculate the requirement and TUL, if all the programs, that is dietary diversification, massive dose vitamin A, and use of fortified oil and milk happens in the under 5 group, there is a 29% chance of TUL getting exceeded. We need to sort of relook at the massive dose vitamin A program and perhaps come down to a focused, individual-based, health sector-based, treatment-based vitamin A rather than massive dose vitamin A supplementation. Next slide, please. What then is the way forward? We accept that low intake is a major factor responsible for deficiency, but the quantum of lowness has come down due to two things: improved in dietary intake in the population and our understanding that EAR is what is to be used as a norm for assessing population intakes. Dietary diversification and increased consumption of micronutrient vegetables is the optimal sustainable method of increasing micronutrient intake, plus give other health benefits. Fortification can address those micronutrient deficiencies which are very widespread and are posing public health problem in our environment. Iron and iodine are the two that come up front in this. Habitual dietary intake of nutrient, EAR and TUL should all be used to compute optimal amount of fortificant to be used in fortification of food item. Multiple nutrient fortification of multiple food items has never been shown to show any benefit in reducing multiple micronutrient deficiencies, but can result in TUL of one or more nutrient being exceeded, resulting in adverse health consequences due to excessive intake or imbalance between nutrient intake. If we keep all these and limit what has to be done to identified nutrients and identified foodstuffs, food fortification is the way by which we can overcome iodine and iron deficiency and reach the sustainable development goals set for India with ease, not striving at all, because we have all the means to do it now. Thank you very much. And thanks for projecting the slides so well. I do not know what went wrong. I was just not able to share it at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for such an informative talk. And ma'am, I don't know how to summarize your presentation because you have stated everything so beautifully. Ma'am, but I really want to say that you have given a very good solution, as we all know that even the government is looking for the waste which is going on of vegetables and fruits in our country like India. And the government is looking for the solution and they're asking funds and projects for that. And you've given a beautiful solution by drying those and giving them all and preserving all the nutrients required. So ma'am, there are a few questions in the chat box. Can I say?
Yes, sure.
Ma'am, there is one question by Dr. Manjiri, and she wants to know, is there any health hazard if non-deficient population for iodine keep on consuming iodized salt for years?
This has been very well studied all over the world. The reason is all over the world, universal salt iodization came from 1950s. At the current level of iodization, the gap between iodization and you don't have other fortifications at all. Iodized salt is the only one where iodine is provided. We are not daily ice cream consumers as Australians did some decades ago. We do not regularly consume huge amounts of seaweeds like Japanese did. So in our population, if iodized salt is consumed by all, there is absolutely no way by which they will incur any health hazard. I do not know whether many of you are aware of this, so I'm stating this. Originally, we used to use a lot of iodine because salt was packaged in boris, left in sun in front of the shops. Today, 90% or more are in polypacks. Taking this change into account, the FSSAI has now brought in a recommendation, both even at the producer level, iodization should be only up to 30 ppm. So the earlier, which used to be 100, 120, ज़्यादा है तो कोई परेशान नहीं क्योंकि निकल जाएगी बाद में, is not there. At 30 ppm level, you cannot do any harm. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, there is another question which is asking, ma'am, I have read an article that's saying that milk is the leading cause of diabetes in India. Can you please tell me how is milk consumption is related of causing diabetes?
I do not know any method by which milk consumption at the level that it is happening. Milk consumption average in India is 300 ml.
Very less. Yes.
Do I drink? Yes, I drink little more milk because I love dahi. And without dahi, no meal is complete for a South Indian. So my consumption is anywhere between 600 to 650. At that level, no way is it related to diabetes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, there is one question from Jess. She wants to know, can you tell the sources of organic proteins?
Organic proteins?
Yes, ma'am.
I do not know mechanism by which organic foods can be identified in our conditions. Certification is usually by the growers. I don't know how much you can depend upon it. And, you know, considering our kind of conditions and nutritional problems that we see, organic food, where cost is 3 times, whose benefits are doubtful, would it help us to combat micronutrient deficiencies? I would say, come on, let us forget it for the time being. We can think about it 30 years from now. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. And there is one more query by Rachita, and she wants to know that non-availability of non-iodized salt is really a problematic for patients who undergo hyporidectomy surgery. Doctor asks for non-iodized food to be given to the patient for almost a month, and we have to search for non-iodized salt, which is not available now.
Therapeutic drugs, you know, that way the salt, non-iodized salt becomes a therapeutic drug. There is a mechanism by which it can be obtained. And can I tell you something which is very, very simple? I don't know whether any of your grandmothers used to do it at any time point. In the ancient past, when hygroscopic salt was very often a problem in pickle making, grandmothers used to roast salt. Okay. Today it is not hygroscopic. You just roast salt. Iodine is so readily evaporatable, and therefore, at the household level, if you know the amount, if you have the knowledge, and if you can do it, you can even do it. But ask the doctor; they will be able to give you the therapeutic non-iodine bearing salt. Rock salt, for instance, is not really fully iodized. So the doctor will help you. Anyway, you are under doctor care. Non-iodized salt is therefore a medication. Iodized salt is for consumption. That's the difference. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. You answered beautifully. Ma'am, there are so
Thanks.
many thanks. Thanks, Dr. Prema, for this excellent learning. Blessed to have met you in person. Thank you, Dr. Prema, for wonderful and comprehensive presentation. Beautiful lucid presentation, Dr. Prema. Great session. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here on this platform. So, ma'am, I will take this opportunity to request Ankita, ma'am, to please give you a vote of thanks.
The fact you listen this thanks enough for me, children. Please understand that.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving such a informative session, ma'am. And we would love to hear you again and again. And this time again, it was a very useful session where we learned a lot again, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Right. Bye.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The next speaker we have is Miss Tamasin Matheson. She's the owner, director, TM dietitian at City of Cape Town, South Africa. She is a dual qualified sports scientist and a dietitian practicing from Cape Town. Ms. Tamasin fuses the science of food and exercise to enhance health, well-being, and performance. She completed her Bachelor's of Science in Sports Science at the Stellenbosch University before completing an honors degree in dietetics at the University of Cape Town. She is currently furthering her studies in the sports science by completing the IOC diploma in sports nutrition. She is motivated to empower her clients to be the best version of themselves mentally and physically. And today, ma'am, we're going to talk about vitamin D and health. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone, or shall I say good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
to those in India. So thank you for my introduction. As I said, I am coming in from South Africa, and today we're going to be discussing vitamin D and health. Okay, so for today's agenda, we're going to go through what is vitamin D, its forms and functions, the requirements and sources of vitamin D, what is a vitamin D deficiency, its role in immunity, and then we will look at vitamin D's role in acute respiratory distress syndrome, vitamin D and COVID-19, vitamin D and cancer, and then practical recommendations and guidelines, and then what we are currently doing in South Africa. So what is vitamin D? Vitamin D is a fat-soluble vitamin that acts as a hormone in the body. There are many different forms of vitamin D. So the first form is cholecalciferol, which is vitamin D3. And this is the naturally occurring form of vitamin D and is made by the sun or made by the skin upon sun exposure, but it can also be found in foods and some supplements. Then we get calcidiol, which is 25-hydroxy vitamin D3, which is a pre-hormone made from cholecalciferol in the liver, and it has low biological activity, which means it doesn't do much in the body, but it is your major circulating form of vitamin D in the bloodstream. And this is what we test when we test for your vitamin D levels. Then we get calcitriol, which is 1,25-dihydroxy vitamin D3. And this is the activated form of, which is made from calcidiol in the kidneys and the tissues. And it is the most potent steroid hormone. Then we get ergocalciferol, which is vitamin D2. And this is made in the lab by radiating fungus. It is not naturally occurring in the body, and it is used in the prescription of vitamin D. So it's used in medications like Dristol, which is up to 50,000 international unit capsules. So functions of vitamin D: it is essential for bone and muscle health. It assists in the absorption of calcium and phosphorus. It assists in the normal parathyroid gland function. It may help in preventing respiratory infections, and it may help prevent some cancers. Then with the requirements of vitamin D3 or vitamin D, you can see in this table your recommended dietary allowances. And the most important thing to note is that as we age, your requirement for vitamin D increases. So sources of vitamin D, the most prevalent source is sunlight, but there are some factors that affect vitamin D synthesis from sunlight, and this includes time of day. So you are more likely to absorb or synthesize more vitamin D at midday sunlight than in the dusk or dawn. Age, skin pigmentation, sunshine intensities, latitude. So those countries that are closer to the equator people are able to synthesize vitamin D from sunlight a bit better there than countries that are further away from the equator. And the season. So many countries, winter months, there is less sunshine, and that makes it harder to synthesize vitamin D. And then you get food items that have vitamin D in them, including some oily fish such as salmon, herring, mackerel, sardines, red meat, liver, egg yolks, and fortified foods such as cereals, margarine, spreads, milk, or juice. So a vitamin D deficiency is when there is a plasma level of calcidiol that is less than 50 nanometers per liter. And what are the signs and symptoms of a vitamin D deficiency is feeling tired or sleepy or getting sick often, intestinal issues or back pain, tooth decay and hair loss, chronic muscle pain and low mood, as well as slow wound healing and headaches. So there are many causes of vitamin D, but particularly special medical conditions like cystic fibrosis, Crohn's disease, or celiac disease, where the intestines do not absorb enough of the supplemented vitamin. Weight loss surgeries such as gastric or small bowel bypass surgeries, which can cause a multitude of micronutrient deficiencies. Obesity. So people with a BMI of more than 30 are associated with lower vitamin D levels. And this is because fat cells keep vitamin D isolated so that it cannot be released into the circulatory system. And often they require larger amounts of the vitamin to have or maintain normal levels. And then kidney and liver disease, where these diseases reduce the amount of enzymes that are needed to convert vitamin D to the active form. So other causes of vitamin D deficiency: age, as we mentioned earlier, the skin's ability to make vitamin D decreases with age. Mobility, so people who are homebound or are really outside are not able to use the sun exposure as a source of vitamin D. And this becomes particularly important with people who work night shift, because generally in the day they are then resting or sleeping, so they do not use the sun exposure of daytime to then make vitamin D. Skin color, so dark colored skin types are less able to make vitamin D than fair colored skin. Human breast milk, so breast milk has a small amount of vitamin D, so therefore exclusively breastfed infants may also be at risk of a vitamin D deficiency. However, this is largely dependent on the maternal level of vitamin D. Diet, so a diet low in vitamin D may make you at risk. And then certain medications such as laxatives, cholesterol lowering drugs, prednisones, or TB medications like rifampicin, weight loss drugs, and seizure control medications such as phenytoin all impact the way vitamin D is either activated or utilized, and therefore can put someone at risk of a vitamin D deficiency. So vitamin D's role in immunity. Vitamin D is a key component in many aspects of immune responses. So there are three mechanisms where vitamin D interacts with the immune response. So mechanism 1 of 3, it modulates the body's reaction to infections by allowing for the maturation of macrophages and the modulation of their response, limiting the increase in inflammatory cytokines and chemokines. It produces macrophage-specific surface antigens. It produces lysosomal enzyme acid phosphatase and secretes hydrogen peroxide, which is integral to the body's antimicrobial function and supports the production of antimicrobial peptides in the respiratory epithelium, thereby potentially reducing respiratory infections. So basically, mechanism 1 of 3 is that it controls an immune response to a pathogen. Mechanism 2 of 3 is that vitamin D is crucial in the innate immune response, in where pathogen-associated antigens are recognized by pattern recognition receptors. Vitamin D functions both upstream and downstream of these pattern recognition receptors, including inducing the expression of toll-like receptors, which recognize molecules related to pathogens. When the toll-like receptors are activated, they release reactive oxygen species and antimicrobial peptides, cathelicidins and defensins, which these then interact with the pathogen and kill it off. Mechanism 3 of 3 is that vitamin D enhances ACE2 protein expression, which can be lung protective. ACE2 is used in the renin-angiotensin system pathways to produce angiotensin. And angiotensin is then responsible for anti-inflammation, nitric oxide, vasodilation, vascular protection, anti-fibrosis, and anti-proliferation. So now we will examine recent articles on vitamin D and acute respiratory distress syndrome. And this article was done by Dancer et al. In 2015. So vitamin D deficiency has been implicated as a pathogenic factor in sepsis and ICU mortality, but has not been assessed as a risk factor for ARDS. It is responsible for bone and calcium homeostasis. It is responsible for the innate and adaptive immune system cell functioning, and vitamin D deficiency may increase the risk of bacterial and viral infections, as well as increased mortality in patients with pneumonia. So these authors then compared patients who went for an elective esophagectomy and their risk of ARDS with those patients who had already developed ARDS, and they examined their vitamin D levels. So 96% of the unsupplemented esophagectomy patients at risk of ARDS were deficient preoperatively, but their levels were higher than those who developed ARDS. Survivors of acute respiratory distress syndrome had significantly higher levels of vitamin D. Low levels may be due to the impaired renal metabolism of vitamin D in these patients. Then other studies have suggested that low vitamin D levels have been associated with adverse outcomes in pneumonia. Lower respiratory tract infections noted in neonates with adequate vitamin D supplementation. Deficiencies were associated with sepsis. In animal studies, vitamin D deficiency was associated with greater cytokine release at 48 hours, as well as epithelial damage, and that vitamin D deficient mice also became more hypoxic. So all in all, a higher vitamin D3 level or coccidiol level was associated with lower risk of post-operative lung injuries. And in both at-risk humans and mice models, evidence suggests that there is an increase in the permeability of alveoli capillary barriers when there is a severe vitamin D deficiency is present, suggesting that vitamin D might have a protective effect on the alveolar epithelium as well as anti-inflammatory, and this is more so in the lungs. And strategies should have been developed to replete vitamin D levels in patients at risk of acute respiratory distress syndrome, and this may have a value in treatment for established acute respiratory distress syndrome, as well as preventing it in a preoperative or an elective surgery. Now we will look at vitamin T and the COVID-19. And this article is by Ili et al., done in 2020. So the SARS-CoV-2 downregulates the expression of ACE2 receptors, therefore leading to the imbalance of the renin-angiotensin pathway, causing vasoconstriction, hypertrophy, fibrosis, proliferation, pro-inflammation, oxidative stress, and multi-organ failure and death. This now is the opposite to what we've already discussed in regards to the immunity of vitamin D, which activates the ACE2 receptors. So it is thought that vitamin D may then help with COVID-19. So there is a potential association between mean levels of vitamin D in various countries with cases and mortality caused by COVID-19. Vitamin D levels are severely low in the aging population and the most vulnerable group of the population in relation to COVID-19. So what these authors did was they compared the levels, average levels of vitamin D in different European countries with those countries that seem to have the highest infections and the highest mortality rates. And what they found was that people ages 70 and older were deficient in vitamin D1, and this was presumably due to a limited sun exposure and decreased cutaneous synthesis. And institutionalized individuals were at an even greater risk of vitamin D deficiency. In the southern European regions, they saw lower levels of vitamin D, potentially due to decreased sun exposure, which, even though their sun exposure or daily sunlight is quite high, it seemed as if most people, because of the strong sunlight, tended to sit in the shade, and because of their skin pigmentation, they had decreased vitamin D synthesis. In the northern European areas where there are many fairer people, there were better levels of vitamin D due to the consumption of cod liver oil and supplementation, as well as fortification of milk and milk products. And then there seemed to be a protective effect of vitamin D that was most significant in its anti-inflammatory effect on the respiratory system. And then lastly, we're going to examine vitamin D in cancer. And this is a recent meta-analysis by Slater et al. That was published just this year. So critical appraisal of several meta-analyses to better characterize the evidence of vitamin D status or supplementation in relation to cancer outcomes. They searched until May 2020 and then used the AmStar2 assessment tool for the quality of the systematic review. The AmStar2 classifies them as based on confidence, and the results as high, moderate, low, or critically low, and the credibility of the pooled estimates were assessed using their grade score, and small study effects then went through the Ergos test and classified as convincingly high, highly suggestive, weak, or the number needed to treat. So they included 35 meta-analyses that investigated the relationship between vitamin D status and cancer outcomes, 29 on cancer incidence, 3 on cancer mortality, and 3 on both incidence and mortality. So in terms of cancer incidence, the total cancer incidence showed a marginal relationship in the inverse direction. And there was a 7% reduction in risk profile per 20 nanomole per liter increment in calcidiol. So that showed that with every 20 nanomole per liter increase in 25 vitamin D, OHD, there was a 7% reduction in risk of cancer. And this seemed more significant in a relationship with breast or colorectal cancer. And a dose response meta-analysis showed the inverse trends of breast, colon, colorectal, liver, and lung cancers. And there were 70,000 participants for the incidence. When examining mortality, they included over 100,000 participants. And this showed an inverse association of calcidiol levels and cancer-related deaths. And this was strongest when vitamin D was less than 50 nanomoles per liter. So when vitamin D was deficient, there was a strong association for a higher risk of mortality. Supplementation for those patients then reduced cancer mortality risk by up to 16%. And the dose response analysis showed the risk of cancer mortality was reduced by 2% with each increase in 20 nanomole per liter of vitamin D3. So some limitations: adjusting for the confounders leaves the study vulnerable to residual confounding, particularly with poor measurements of the confounders. And this resulted in a potentially distorted picture. There were many observational studies with case-controlled investigations. Therefore, patients were already diagnosed with breast cancer or any cancer and then tested for vitamin D levels. So it's not a true indication as to whether vitamin D causes cancer or whether cancer affects vitamin D levels. However, in some of the prospective studies where levels were done long before a diagnosis was made, it was still suggestive of an inverse relationship that vitamin D may affect cancer. Calcidiol measurements errors in some of the studies that were included. There was low to moderate heterogeneity, limited to the white ethnicity. There was different and possibly insufficient dosing of vitamin D supplementation. There was short follow-up periods, and therefore you were unable to detect a true carcinogenesis. So majority of the studies included were less than 5 years with a follow-up period. And with that, we know that cancer can take sometimes a lifetime to develop. So in using such a short follow-up period, the true carcinogenesis was not able to be detected. However, any cancer-related benefits of vitamin D supplementation may be the greatest in those with vitamin D deficient individuals. The need for trials containing larger people who are deficient to confirm this. However, this may be an ethical concern. Appears to have an inverse relation on cancer outcomes. And vitamin D supplementation reduces the risk of total cancer mortality. However, the magnitude of the effect is considered to be weak. So some practical recommendations and guidelines. For the layman, try to aim for 15 to 20 minutes of midday sun exposure and encourage frequent consumption of foods high in vitamin D. And if their levels are low, to supplement them with a daily vitamin D. Then in those with COVID-19, so supplementation may prevent the severity of COVID-19, and subjects with malnutrition should ensure sufficient supplementation with all vitamins and minerals, and adequate provision of micronutrients potentially reduces the negative disease impact, as well as vitamin D deficiency has been linked to enhanced risk of viral infections. So it might not prevent COVID-19, but it may help you not get as a severe infection. Then for oncology patients, our ESPEN guidelines do not recommend high-dose micronutrient supplementation, but rather encourage that patients should meet the recommended daily allowance of micronutrients. And they recommend that rather than doing high-dose supplementation of a single or multi-micronutrient, to look at providing sufficient nutritional quality and quantity of food to prevent malnutrition and prevent or treat high-risk individuals through full nutrition supplementation. So then just to finish off in the ICU, despite us not discussing any articles in critically ill patients, but the ESPN guidelines state that in critically ill patients with measured low plasma levels, they can be supplemented, and they can be supplemented with a high dose of vitamin D3, up to 500,000 international units, as a single dose can be administered within a week of admissions. And vitamin D in deficiency in critical illness is associated with worse outcomes. So what is currently being done in South Africa? With COVID-19, we are recommending supplementation. And this is because currently with isolation and with quarantine and with individuals, when they feel so ill, they're less likely to get outside and utilize the sun for vitamin D. So we do recommend supplementing just for general health reasons, not necessarily to prevent the severity of a disease. We then supplement long-term hospital patients, and this is based on a regular screening protocol where we test their blood first and supplement. These patients include patient groups like our intestinal failure patients or colorectal, or our hematology patients that are in hospital for a long time with a stem cell transplant. We supplement special medical conditions such as cystic fibrosis, or TB is a big problem in Cape Town, and we have quite a high prevalence. So those on rifampicin will also be supplemented. Then in our oncology patients, we do not do any screening, and we are not routinely supplemented, but we rather focus on achieving adequate nutritional support through meeting the recommended daily allowances of micronutrients. And we have certain nutritional supplements that then, if they're taken in the right quantity, will meet those requirements. And we focus on that in our oncology patients more so than an individual micronutrient like vitamin D. And that is all for today. So I think there are some questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving a very informative talk, especially when it comes to vitamin D and cancer. So vitamin D, COVID, vitamin D mean, why it is required, why people are deficient. Thank you so much for giving all the information regarding that. Ma'am, there are a few questions. Would you like to take them?
Yes, we can go through them.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, there is Miss Meenakshi. She wants to know that what is the basic reason of high vitamin D content are dark skin tones?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Ma'am, what is the basic reason for high vitamin D content by dark skin tone? Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can. I just don't understand the question. So is she asking why is there high levels of vitamin D in dark skin tones?
Yes.
Or why is it low?
Is it low? Because I think she's asking the basic reason for high vitamin D content.
In dark skin tones, I would not know why it would be high, because your skin pigmentation, so darker skin pigmentation can lead to lower levels because there's less, the melanin in the skin then doesn't synthesize enough vitamin D from sunlight.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And there is one more query. In CKD patients, how they follow the required vitamin D, as the active form of vitamin D is made by proximal convoluted tubules of glomerulus nephrons.
So we give in our renal failure patients, we give activated vitamin D, and we don't allow their body to activate it, basically.
Okay. Ma'am, there is one more. It states that in gymnastics, sports persons train inside a closed circuit. Barely they have any sun exposure. As the sports nutritionist, what are your opinion in rectifying the poor vitamin D status among young gymnastics?
So in that case, it would be recommended that they do at least a yearly vitamin D blood level to see whether they are truly deficient or not. And if they are, it is best to supplement, particularly in periods where they might travel or be at risk of a respiratory infection. So something like a winter time, it might be even more important to then supplement with vitamin D.
Ma'am, last, can you give a light on the relationship between vitamin D deficiency and muscle or ligament injury?
Unfortunately, I cannot. I did not research that. So that's a bit out of my knowledge at the moment.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for answering all the questions. And thank you so much for being here with us on this platform.
Okay. Thank you. Just lastly, my last slide is just some contact information. If anyone has any further questions or would like any other information, they can contact me.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Neerja Hajela. Dr. Neerja has done her PhD in biotechnology and has a special interest in probiotics. She is currently Assistant Vice President, Science and Regulatory Affairs at Yakult Danone India Private Limited. She has more than 17 years of experience and has worked in organizations like Ranbaxy Laboratory Private Limited and Biotech Consortium India Limited. She is involved in the development, planning, and implementation of scientific programs, including clinical trials for the company. She handled all the regulatory issues and ensures compliance related to the category and individual product. She worked closely with healthcare professionals and scientists to advance the science, promote evidence-based clinical use, and improve consumer understanding of probiotics. She is a member of the Gut Microbiota and Probiotic Scientific Foundation. She is a member of a scientific committee of Probiotic Association of India, governing council of ILSI India Knowledge Center for Functional Foods, Gut Health and Immunity, and Asian Federation of Society of Lactic Acid Bacteria. She has presented at international and national conferences and have several publications in peer-reviewed journals. Today, ma'am will going to talk about fortification of micronutrients, pavement to the community. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for this very kind introduction. And at the very outset, I'd like to congratulate Manav Rachna Institute of Research Studies and all the allied departments for this excellent conference. It has been a great learning for 2 days, and much as we had other things to do, but we were kind of glued onto the presentations that were being presented, and excellent choice of speakers, excellent presentation. So big congratulations. And thank you very much. I am totally privileged and honored to be a part of this conference. So I'm just going to share my screen. Just let me know if you can see this, please.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you make it slide?
Now,
yeah.
Is it okay?
Okay.
Okay. So like you said, I'm going to be speaking on fortification of micronutrients, pavement to the community. We have heard about a lot about the role, very important role of micronutrients and what deficiency of these micronutrients can do for us. So how does one overcome, those micronutrient deficiencies? And that's what is going to be the primary highlight of my talk. So my outline is basically the background. World Health Organization's 4 main strategies to overcome nutrient deficiencies: food fortification, history, power and efficacy, benefits of fortification, and challenges and the way forward. So we all know that we've heard it in the last 2 days that micronutrient malnutrition has been the greatest developmental challenge in society. More than 800 million people are going hungry every day. Almost 2 billion people are affected because of micronutrient deficiencies, whether it's vitamins, mineral, trace elements. And this is largely because they are consuming diets full of starch, which give you calories, but not the essential micronutrients. On the other hand, 1.4 billion people are obese, overweight. So the double burden of malnutrition affects almost 3.5 billion people worldwide. Of course, we all know that the most vulnerable population include reproductive aged women, young children, female adolescents, particularly in low and middle income countries. And malnutrition or hidden hunger has significant health and economic consequences. Now, some of the main micronutrients and their deficiencies include iron. We know that iron plays a very important role in delivering oxygen to tissues. It contributes to the regulation of the immune function. Lack of iron causes iron deficiency anemia, which results in extreme fatigue and depression. It also impacts cognitive development and productivity and maternal hemorrhage. Zinc we've already heard. It is characterized by lack of zinc, is characterized by impaired immunity. This leads to increased infections, dermatitis, and also diarrhea. Iodine, like we all know, needed for the formation of the thyroid hormone. Deficiency causes goiter, growth retardation, and mental retardation. Vitamin A needed for vision, and it causes blindness, and also lack of vitamin A results in susceptibility to infection and impairs our immune system. Lack of folic acid, this is a very important micronutrient, results in inappropriate development of the brain and spinal cord of the baby. It results in neural tube defects and also learning disabilities, paralysis, and baby is born with little or no brain. And vitamin D, as we all have heard, we've heard so much in the last two talks today, very important for bone health and our immune system, and a lack of vitamin D causes rickets in children. Now, of course, what are the consequences? We've heard a lot about micronutrients, we've heard about their important role, but the consequences, as we all know, it is basically poor physical health, mental health, increased child and maternal mortality, reduced cognitive development. Children are unable to learn, reach their full potential, and adults are less productive. It results in serious physical disabilities like life-threatening disorders, cognitive decline, like lack of folic acid, as we've just heard, in the first few weeks of pregnancy increases the risk of neural tube defects and results in severe nervous system malformations. Deficiency of iodine, goiter, brain damage, vitamin E, night blindness, iron, greater risk of death for anemic women, and impairs physical and cognitive development. Now, what is the state in India? About 26% of India's population, that is 268 million, consume less than 80% of minimum energy. Malnutrition in Indian children is among the highest in the world. India has 35% of the world's malnourished children, and nearly a third of the world's hungry reside in India. And as you can see here, India is severely affected and is home to the largest number of hungry and undernourished people. Just look at this NFHS4 data, which tells us that, look at this, the levels of underweight, stunted, under 5 mortality, 50%, 38%, 36%. When you go down further, children who are anemic in the age group of 6 to 59 months are 58.6%. Then you have children receiving an adequate diet, only 9.6%. Pregnant women who are anemic, women and men who are anemic is as high as more than 50%. And mothers who consumed IFA for 100 days or more, 30.3%, and who received at least one dose of vitamin A was even lesser. So this tells us that what is happening today to India is that we are largely malnourished, largely undernourished, and because of these micronutrient deficiencies, we have so many other problems related to health. So World Health Organization has laid out 4 main strategies for overcoming micronutrient malnutrition. The first important is, of course, nutrient education, which leads to an increased diversity and quality of diets, supplementation, measures to control diseases, and food fortification and biofortification, which is the topic of my talk. So one individual strategy is not going to help overcome micronutrient deficiency. It has to be an amalgamation of all the 4 strategies which will give you the best benefit. So, as we've heard already in yesterday's presentation by Dr. Tuteja, that food fortification is nothing but the enrichment, it is nothing but enrichment, and is the process of adding micronutrients, essentially trace elements and vitamins, to food to improve the health of the population. Food fortification involves adding small amounts of micronutrients to food with minimal effect on taste and cooking properties. Staple foods and condiments are used in fortification because they're consumed by a large group of the population, including the vulnerable population. Now, let's just go back to the history of fortification. So it's not new. It was in place many, many years ago. And industrialized countries like North America and Europe have been adding micronutrients to their foods since 1920s. And this has resulted in the eradication of pellagra, goiter, beriberi, and rickets. Costa Rica, a low and middle income country, started food fortification in 1958. And by adding iron to wheat flour, there was a decrease in the prevalence of anemia in children and women. Salt iodization, we know it's not new, started in Switzerland and United States in 1920, and 140 countries are practicing it today and helping to eradicate goiter. 83 countries have mandated cereal grain fortification. 12 countries are fortifying edible oil, sauces, and condiments. Now, which are the vehicles for fortification? Well, we know there are micronutrients, but how do we get them into our body through a particular vehicle? And most of these are our staples like wheat, rice, maize, salt, oil, ghee, and margarine. Now, the best example of fortification was iodization of salt. Started with Switzerland and United States adding iodine to salt in 1920s. In 1994, the World Health Organization and UNICEF, they recommended universal salt iodization, which was a safe, cost-effective, and a very sustainable strategy. The proportion of people consuming iodized salt was less than 20% in the mid-90s, and can you believe it increased to about 70% in 2000. Number of countries with iodine deficiencies has decreased from more than 100 to only 25. And we are at the verge of eliminating iodine deficiency at a population level in a sustainable way. So this is Universal Salt Iodization Program, which is in over 140 countries, and they have improved their global iodine nutrition. Now, another important nutrient is folic acid. So here, as you can see here, that in South Africa, folic acid fortification reduced neural tube defects at birth by 30.5% between 2003 and 2005. Oman's folic acid fortification reduced prevalence of spina bifida, which is incomplete enclosure of the spinal cord, from 3 per 1,000 in 1996 to only 0.3 per 1,000 births in 2006. And researchers have estimated that folic acid fortification programs prevented 25% of spina bifida globally in 2012. This is another status of fortification by vehicle, which is grain fortification. And fortifying flour with micronutrients such as iron, folic acid is now mandatory in 82 countries and 1 province. And it is estimated that as a result of both mandatory and voluntary efforts, 31% of the world's industrially milled flour is now fortified with at least some iron or folic acid. Now, power of fortification. This is a systematic review of 76 studies and 41 contextual reports, which concluded that there is strong evidence of very important and measurable improvements after food fortification and micronutrient status. Fortification of wheat flour with folic acid improved folate status in the population and reduced neural tube defects. Fortifying with vitamin A was estimated to reduce the prevalence of deficiency in children, vitamin A deficiency in children who were less than 5 years, from 33.3% to 25.7% globally. Effectively fortifying with iron reduced anemia by 14%. Salt iodization has reduced goiter by 40% in countries such as Pakistan. And fortifying flour with folic acid has reduced NTDs by 40 to 50%. Now, what is biofortification? Biofortification is basically nothing but improving the nutritional value of plants. And this is done by conventional breeding or genetic engineering. And it is very different from ordinary fortification because it focuses on improving the nutritional content of the plant while it is growing, rather than adding the micronutrients to the food during its processing. So some examples of the efficacy of biofortification are some of these: that vitamin A biofortified orange-fleshed sweet potato increased circulating B carotene levels and had a moderate effect on vitamin A status. Biofortified provitamin A maize improved body stores of vitamin A and visual function in 5 to 7-year-old children in Zambia. Provitamin A cassava improved vitamin A status of school children in Kenya. Iron biofortified beans and pearl millets improved hemoglobin and total body iron stores in Rwanda and Maharashtra in India. So what I'm trying to say here is that both fortification and biofortification have been very, very effective tools in helping to overcome micronutrient deficiencies. Now, it is also a highly cost-effective interventions. It is recognized as the most cost-effective intervention to address nutrient deficiencies in public health, extremely good value with benefits outweighing the costs. It is ranked by Copenhagen Consensus as one of the 4 priority development interventions. The cost effectiveness of fortifications, if you can see here, is $22 per dali for iron fortification in East Africa. It is as high as $140 per dali for iron fortification in Latin America, $81 per dali for fortifying staple foods, $15 to $20 per dali for orange-fleshed sweet potato in Uganda. And according to the Copenhagen Consensus, for every dollar which has been invested in biofortification, as much as $17 benefits may be gained. Now, any effective fortification program would require certain considerations. And the most important consideration is the selection of the food vehicle and the food fortificant, because the synergistic effect of the food vehicle and the fortificant is very, very important. Also, determining the fortificant concentration is very important, because a slight excess in the fortificant can probably lead to toxicity, because you're consuming it regularly. So as the levels keep on increasing in the circulatory system, it could lead to toxicity. Monitoring quality assurance and quality control is extremely important. Correction of identified issues, and also compliance by industry with the fortification standards. So the fortification standards have to be met by the industry, and if implementing effective and sustainable food fortification programs. Now, coming to India, so fortification is really talked about in India, especially by the Food Safety Standards Authority of India. And as you can see here, that they brought out the food safety and standards, fortification of foods regulation in 2018. And this was implemented on 1st of January 2019. So what they have done, actually, they have mandated the addition of micronutrients to staples, including wheat, rice, salt, oil, and milk. So when it comes to milk, fortification with vitamin A and D. When it comes to oil, A and D. Salt, double fortified with iron and iodine. Wheat, iron, folic acid, B12. And when it comes to rice, also with iron, folic acid, and B12. And what is this regulation actually covers in great detail the source of the nutrients and the level of nutrient that needs to be added to the staples. So as you can see here, when it comes to iodized salt, also salt which is fortified with iron as well as iodine, they have indicated how much of iodine can be added and what is the source of the nutrient that you need to use. So when it comes to iodine, it is 20 to 30 parts per million, and the source is potassium iodate. When it comes to iron, it is 850 to 1100 parts per million, and ferrous sulfate or ferrous fumarate. Similarly, they have fortified oil with vitamin A and vitamin D. It is 6 microgram of retinol equivalent to 9.9 microgram of retinol equivalent per gram of oil, 0.11 microgram to 0.16 microgram of vitamin D per gram of oil. So they have indicated your source. They have indicated very, very, very straightforwardly the amount of nutrient that needs to be added. Then they've spoken about milk, again, vitamin A and vitamin D, and they have again indicated the source of the nutrient as well, as well as the concentration of the nutrient that needs to be added. And I also with fortified ADA, they have said that you can add iron, folic acid, B12, but you can also add zinc, you can add vitamin A, you can add thiamine, you can add riboflavin and niacin at levels which are indicated in this table. Again, for maida, they have said you can add iron, folic acid, and vitamin, and all the other nutrients that you could add in atta. And very recently, what they have done is they have amended this notification. Why? They have amended this notification to include processed foods. So in these processed foods, you have cereal products like breakfast cereals, pasta, noodles, which can be fortified. You have bakery wares like buns, biscuits, rusks, which again can be fortified with iron, folic acid, and B12. But they can also be fortified with zinc, vitamin A, riboflavin, niacin, thiamine, and pyridoxine, and vitamin fruit juices to be fortified with vitamin C. And also they have indicated the levels of the fortificant that can be added to these different vehicles. So the F plus logo, we heard from Dr. Tuteja that they are very, very specific about the color that is used in this plus F logo when it comes to fortified Sampoorn portions. First, Jeevan, you have to indicate that you have to have this plus F logo on all the staples that are being fortified. And of course, when we talk of micronutrients, nothing is complete without a healthy gut, because all these micronutrients are being absorbed, are being digested and absorbed in the gut. So you have now food products which are also being fortified with probiotics, which ensure that you have a healthy gut to ensure that you get the best micronutrient absorption. So fortification is a sound public health strategy. It reaches large segments of at-risk population through existing food delivery system. Everyone's consuming wheat, everyone's consuming oil. So through that existing food delivery system, you can reach your micronutrients to the population. And this does not require major changes in existing consumption patterns. Fortified foods that are being regularly consumed also have an advantage of maintaining a physiological store of the micronutrient in the body and the one which is used in fortification. So these are some of the successful fortification programs: the Integrated Child Development Service, fortification of food for midday meals, fortification of factory-produced ready-to-eat foods, and fortification of wheat flour supplied through targeted public distribution system. So, but what are the gaps in fortification? There is nothing which is absolutely, there is no utopian world. So there have to be some gaps here. And what is really required when it comes to fortification is an improved legislation, regulations, and enforcement regimes to ensure overall compliance of fortification programs. That is very, very important. The regulatory framework is very important, and regulatory monitoring agencies to ensure that the consumers are protected from under-fortified, non-fortified, or fraudulent labeling. Many times foods are labeled with this contains so much amount of iron, but actually when you do an analysis of the product, it does not have that. So this fraudulent labeling, you have to protect the consumer. There has to be an improvement in quality control and quality assurance at the industry level. Further investment by donors is also needed to expand, improve, measure, and sustain fortification programs. You need to generate more evidence to guide fortification policy and design. So there has to be more evidence on the benefit that that fortification program is giving to the population to ensure that it becomes a part of the policy. And regulations have to be underpinned. You need a leader. So it has to be underpinned by leadership, accountability in public and private sectors. So what is the way forward? I've taken this from the Arusha statement. I found this very, very interesting. But this is as simple as it gets, that it's modest but new investments by government and donors to ensure technical support, capacity, compliance, and leveraging co-investment by the private sector, improving oversight and enforcement of food fortification standards and legislations, like I said, generating more evidence to demonstrate the impact of food fortification and guide fortification policies and program design, more transparent accountability and global reporting, and continued efficacy for greater attention to fortification programs. So I end with ensure that you get all your nutrients for a healthier nation. So thank you so much for your time and for your very patient listening. And I'd be happy to address any questions that
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have just summarized whole fortification in your presentation and beautifully explained everything, why it is important, how we can do it, what is the best medium, what is the best mode. Thank you, ma'am, for summarizing everything so beautifully. And there are a few questions, ma'am. One question from my side, ma'am. I really want to know, ma'am, when it comes to probiotic like Yakult. So it is there, the probiotic is there. But now the problem is, I feel the people, I myself seen people putting the probiotics, like especially ration shops, outside.
Yeah.
In the heat.
Yes,
I think the knowledge has to be distributed to the distributors so that they can keep it in the cool temperature and not let the probiotic damage in that Yakult.
Yes. So like Dr. Madan elucidated in her presentation in the morning, that for any probiotic, it is very, very important that a certain number of the bacteria need to reach the intestine alive to give you the health benefit. So in our case, when it comes to Yakult, we're very, very careful about our distribution. We do not give our product really to so many distributors. We have our in-house home delivery as well as retail channels. And whenever we see that the product is being kept outside in stores, we immediately ensure that, we take severe action against that. So at most times, we are very, very careful. But yes, there could be some loophole somewhere. And definitely we'll take care of that. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. I know that you might be giving some knowledge information to the distributors also.
Yes, we do. Yes, absolutely.
Ma'am, there is one question by, just a minute, ma'am. And there is one question by Kapish sir, and he wants to know that, ma'am, don't you think fortification of processed food will encourage its consumption?
Yeah, so as Prema ma'am said in her previous presentation, that the amount of fortificant that is added to the food is so less that it will not result in overconsumption. So, and then when you look at processed food also, they have not given a blanket statement that all food items can be fortified. It is only certain foods which can be fortified at levels that are indicated in that particular regulation. So I think that is something that Food Safety Standards Authority of India are working very aggressively on. They also know the negative side of food fortification. Of course, it can lead to overconsumption, but the levels that they indicate, the amount of fortificant that needs to be added to the food is so less that it cannot really result in overconsumption.
Thank you, ma'am. And there is another question by Ms. Aarti. She wants to know, ma'am, please explain heating effect on fortified foods. Any reduction in nutrient content? If yes,
yes. So normally these processed foods, what is done is a premix is added during the time of processing, and indications of how the product needs to be stored is on the label. So whether it requires refrigeration, for instance, in case of milk, it will require refrigeration, oil, or the temperature at which it needs to be stored, and all those indications are mentioned on the label so that you do not, kind of destroy the nutrient or the micronutrient which is present in the particular food item.
Very well stated, ma'am. Your labeling plays a very important role. We need to read.
Absolutely, yes. And I see now that a lot of people, especially women, when they're going into stores, they're looking at the label. They're reading the label. So, the awareness has been really very well created by Food Safety Standards Authority of India. People understand the meaning of labels, and most of that is given on the label, your storage conditions and all of that. Yes.
Very true, ma'am. Very, very important point. And there is another question by Sumitha. She wants to know, great presentation, ma'am. These days, people are in the habit of eating sea salt and other salts. What are your thoughts on iodine and sea salt? I think so. She's talking about that, ma'am. Sandha namak and
Sandha namak and all. See, also mostly Sandha namak is not. See, mostly I think the awareness in India is so high about iodized salt that whenever we go to the market, we pick up iodized salt. Even Sandha namak, normally during your fasting period, you have it for a short duration of time. I don't know how many people are just having Sandha namak as a part of their diet. Then I guess they might have to, kind of look at their own deficiencies. So in that case, they'll have to understand for themselves which are the micronutrients that they are deficient in. But most often I see people pick up iodized salt, knowing that it is
It's important for the body. Very
yes,
true.
absolutely.
Ma'am, one last question from one of our faculty members, Miss Vandana ma'am, and she wants to know that, ma'am, how much Yakult drink should be given to the child in a day?
Okay, so we normally recommend 1 to 2 bottles of Yakult per day. That is our recommendation, whether it is for a child, whether it is for an adult or an elderly. So you can consume 1 to 2 bottles of Yakult a day.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an informative and wonderful presentation. And it's great to be in touch with you on this platform, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So now we have another speaker, a very important speaker with us, Dr. Raj Bhandari. Dr. Raj Bhandari is a senior pediatrician, currently advisor health and nutrition, Maharashtra Village Social Transformation Foundation, and member of National Technical Board of Nutrition. Dr. Bhandari is actively working as a technical advisor to Women and Child Development Ministry in Telangana, Madhya Pradesh, and Jharkhand. He is also presented on the board of several organizations like ILBS, ICAR, IIMR, FLAIR, etc. He has served in cross-sectional fields to emerge as a thought leader in the field of public health and adolescent development. With Mr. Bhandari, Dr. Bhandari, we have Ms. Ravneet Kaur also. She is an independent researcher holding a master's degree in public policy. Her dissertation is on diet diversity with focus on millets. Ravneet has worked with organizations like Indian Institute of Millet Research, ICRISAT, CCL, and PHFI on the issues of nutrition and public health. Currently, she is associated with the research team led by Dr. Raj Bhandari to give strategic directions and synergies for elevation of malnutrition in the country. I would request Sir and Ma'am to please be there, please be on the portal, and they both will going to talk on to a very important topic, that is role of millets and functional properties, which every speaker was talking about, that millets has become a very important part, very important component when it comes to micronutrient deficiency. A very warm welcome to Sir and Ma'am.
Thank you, Mahak. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Very well.
Okay, great. So it's a great start, and at the outset, let me congratulate Manav Rachana Institute of Research and Studies for organizing this wonderful 2-day. This is a rather marathon session, and it is good that you have people interested in listening to the keynote speakers in this. And again, I wish your institute, under the able leadership of Mr. Sanjay Srivastav, the Vice Chancellor, and Mr. G.L. Khanna, the Pro VC, to take a lead in translational research. So whatever we are listening and learning by the day, how it translates into not only policy, but something that happens on ground, that would really be interesting to note. So, my co-presenter Ravneet will also be assisting me in this important presentation, and to basically have our audience sensitized to millets. As you know, millets, there are small seeded grasses, and they have been staples for as long as 4,000 years. This was the first crop which was domesticated. And the unfortunate part is that the discrimination for millets came around the British Raj, when they labeled this as inferior grain, something, like an animal fodder or for a poor man's diet. This is how there was a kind of a class differentiation where the rich would eat rice and wheat, and the poor would eat, millets like bajra. There are 9 types of millets. So, and then the Green Revolution, which happened in the 60s, that propelled the growth of wheat, and we were faced with a crisis at that point in time, the crisis of starvation and hunger because of various famines in that time zone. So the wheat and rice, they got a big boost, and these major crops kind of took over the use of millets. So millets were relegated to the backstage, and these humble grains, they were made kind of orphans. So as a pediatrician, when I look at millets, I find millets in no way they are inferior to, not to say that they are inferior to any other grain, but I would say that they are the wonder grains, they are the super grains, and they have such nutritional attributes to millets that the government of India in 2018 created a submission on millets, and under the Food Security Act, and they renamed these millets as nutri cereals. So now, while everyone is talking about fortification, and here we have something which is a natural fortificant. When you will see and understand the nutritional profile of millets, you will wonder that these are the grains which are not only good for you, but they are good for the planet, they are good for the farmer, and Ravneet will elaborate on this. We are into, in the modern world, we are one health, one planet, and this concept has now taken up the form of an approach, and now it's a movement. So everything that we grow and that comes to our table, the food plate, it has to be in sync with the external ecosystem, the environment. And millets are very, very highly climate resilient, hardy crops, and they have a very low carbon emission. So I'll bring some facts to your, and this was alluded to by Dr. Prema, that we do not need vitamin A mega dose supplementation, because what research has shown that when you evaluate the dietary intake of vitamin A from the data of NSSO and NMMB, the vitamin A that we get in food and with food fortification and supplementation, when they are factored in, there is a risk of increasing the upper limit of vitamin A in a proportion of children. And they do not find any evidence of mortality benefit due to mega dose administration of vitamin A. So the point I'm trying to make is that while vitamin A is important, but we have to relook into our strategy and see whether it can be made as mandatory, something like a universal immunization program. So something like a mandatory program that comes up, and we are re-looking at ways in which we can provide enough of vitamin A in our diet, basically, so that we do not need fortification. And I think even the earlier speakers also alluded to this, that a good diet basically is certainly the best way to replenish all our stores and deficiencies, as a matter of fact. And now this COVID crisis that has come up, this is a triple whammy. So we have undernutrition, we have overnutrition, and we have the pandemic where the comorbidities exist. So I find, and we are talking of spirulina, which are rich in protein and iron, and we are talking of moringa, but these are great superfoods, no doubt. And if we incorporate these along with millets in our diet, I think it would be a great step forward in mitigation of all these big issues. Now I come to the functional part. Why I advocate millets is because a food can be considered as a functional food based on the bioactive compounds which confer a health benefit for disease prevention. That is a functional food. And here, when we talk of millets, we find that millets are rich in phytonutrients uh, and phytochemicals. So they are functional food. They are the bioactive component. And the other thing is the fiber, the non-starch polysaccharides, which millets have. They certainly confer a health benefit in the sense that these insoluble fiber, which basically pass on undigested in the small intestine and they go to the large intestine, act as a prebiotic. So while our earlier speaker was speaking on probiotics, I think it is essential to have prebiotics also in our diet so that the gut microbiota is able to establish and grow in our intestine. And this basically is a very interesting area of research, how the gut microbiome affects our health, overall health, and including as a marker for various diseases like non-alcoholic fatty liver disease and diabetes, hypertension, and all these, the signature gut microbiome, where there are trillions of microbes which cohabit our gut, that would be important to see. Now, all parts of millets basically are useful when you look at the micronutrient profile. I'll just give you one example of iron. So different millets have different iron content, like pearl millet or bajra would have anywhere between 1.5 to 8 milligram percent per 100 gram. And so also finger millet would have something like 4, proso millet would have 5.2 milligrams, and barnyard would have 4 milligrams, and sorghum, jawari, what we recommend for as a diabetic friendly diet, has something like 4 to 18 milligram of iron. So iron levels are significantly higher on dry weight basis than meat. I'm talking of non-heme iron and the heme iron. And why I say this is that the millets and sorghum have iron levels which are higher than milled rice. Milled rice would have 0.6 milligram percent, and maize would have something like 2.4 milligram percent of iron, and also much higher than whole wheat, which has 4 milligram percent, and refined wheat has only 1.7. So you need to look into the bioavailability, and these high iron millets can provide the average person's daily requirement of iron. So even though non-heme iron or plant-based has a lower bioavailability than the heme iron compared to meat, they are eaten in sufficient quantity of daily servings. And that is why we say that millets are superior to white refined rice, refined flour, and maize with higher iron, zinc, calcium, and protein content. So with this, I would hand over to, one last point that I wish to make is that the non-starch polysaccharides and the complex carbs help a lot in diabetes control because they are slow digesting or starches, and they do not give a glucose spike in our body, and therefore they are very diabetic friendly. And all nutritionists and dietitians would advise jawari ki roti, which has these complex carbs as the best food for diabetics. So you see, every part of millet basically has a functional property, and those trace elements like selenium, magnesium, folate, all these are very rich in millets, and this we would also show you in another chart. So I find that millets, though no grain is perfect, there are anti-nutrients in millets, but they can be taken care of by proper processing and pre-cooking techniques like malting, like soaking, fermentation, germination, and malting. So with this, I'll hand over to Ravneet. Ravneet, can you please take up?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Like right from where Dr. Bhandari sir has left us, especially on the focus of what the COVID has put forth in front of us. It becomes very important to discuss the entire topic of micronutrient deficiency. And where Dr. Bhandari sir has left us, it basically puts us the context for the presentation to follow, right? So as we move forward, we will look more into the role of millets and their functional properties in fighting the micronutrient deficiencies, or hidden hunger, as it is said. So the extent of hidden hunger, or the extent of micronutrient deficiency, has been spoken by previous speakers. So we'll just move forward to our presentation where we focus on the millets.
Ravneet,
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Your voice is actually it's echo. There is a lot of echo in your voice.
Is it better now?
Yeah, better now. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. So before we talk more into the millet, let's see what happened in the COVID-19 pandemic. We had all a focus on the immunity boosting foods, and we do know the science behind the immunity and immunology. It just can't be boosted in a single day. So as per the estimates and the consumer surveys that were conducted, it showed that almost every family felt a need of boosting their immunity, and then there was a huge focus on vitamin C and zinc. But the relation between the COVID-19 pandemic and the micronutrient deficiency is much deeper. Because you see, the micronutrient deficiency, or micronutrients particularly, provide a very strong base for immunity, and several clinical studies, have associated the micronutrient deficiency, especially the anemia, with an impaired vaccine response. So also there was this scientific discussion behind the correlation between the spread of virus infection and the protein deficiency, where the scientists were noting basically that the deficiency of AAT protein is much higher in Europe and America, which basically held the spread of virus in those continents much faster than in Asia. So even if few of us have popped up a few supplements, though the reconsider to there arises a need to reconsider the sustainable approach to a healthy diet, as it's been mooted by a lot of speakers as well. So besides what the supplements actually claim to give, the millets have actually the answers to all the queries when it comes to macronutrient deficiencies. As Hippocrates would say, let your food be your medicine. So with this presentation, what we're trying to put forward is the goodness of millets in solving the micronutrient deficiency or hidden hunger. So as Dr. Bhandari said, that millets were traditionally consumed, but however they experienced a phase shift in their outlook. The push that was given to the food security during the Green Revolution, it almost left the millets as orphan crops, and they were less consumed, and they were almost forgotten. So where we had a cultivation of more than 40% before the Green Revolution, it dropped down to less than 20% over the years. So not only their consumption declined, they were replaced by other commercial crops like oilseeds, pulses. And it's important to see that these particular millets, they formed a very important predominant part of a lot of social vulnerable groups. So the other crops which are promoted were introduced into the PDS and other schemes, as we can see in the current shape. So there are a lot of varieties of millets. Like there are millets, major millet crops like jowar, bajra, pearl millet, and then you have ragi or finger millet, and then there's small millets as well, such as foxtail millet or little millet or kodo millet, and barnyard millet, proso millet, and brown top millet. The government of India did over the years realize the importance of millets in building the nutrition security of the country, and which goes beyond the food security, and it made several efforts. And most recently, the UNGA has passed the resolution to observe 2023 as the International Year of Millets for creating, awareness on millets and popularizing them as the future foods in changing the climatic conditions as well. So in our country, for that matter, ICAR and the IIMR-led consortium has assumed the challenges of reviving millet production and has piloted several, interventions on that front as well. So when you come down to the question of why millets, what is so unique about millets, we will see that the millets, the protein content of millets, it ranges from 10% to 12%, while the protein content in foxtail millet is 12.3%, which is higher than that of rice and wheat. Similarly, speaking of the dietary fiber, which is 10 to 12% content of millets, right, is also higher compared to some of the staple cereals. So the total polyunsaturated fatty acids content of bajra is comparatively higher than the other cereals, as you can see in the graph in the table. So you would also see that the iron content of pearl millet or bajra or barnyard millet is also higher compared to other staple cereals. So basically what we're trying to say here is that millets, they contain phytochemicals like phytates, polyphenols, tannins, and other phenolic compounds as well, which basically exert a therapeutic properties owing to their anti-inflammatory and antioxidative properties, which basically gives you a wholesome composition, a package of basically nutrition and health. So the goodness of millets is just not restricted to the nutritional component. It goes beyond that to the sustainability aspect as well. It has lower water footprint, it has lower carbon footprint, and we do understand that this is beyond the discussion of this current presentation. But what we're basically saying is that it's not only good for you, but it's also good for the planet. And then, the sustained efforts and collaborations on this front has basically led to the development of 12 varieties, of which like 8 of pearl millet, 3 of finger millet, and small millet, or 1 of small millet. Also, the recently Prime Minister of India had dedicated 3 biofortified varieties of 2 millet crops on the occasion of 75th anniversary of FAO, of which, the finger varieties were rich in calcium, iron, and zinc, whereas the small varieties were rich in zinc and iron. And also the biofortified varieties of millets have the potential to, address the micronutrient crisis our country is facing, as even highlighted by the CNNS. And along with this, the agricultural challenges which are being posed as well. So you see that, you can't see them in silos, as there is a need of multidisciplinary approach when you're, tackling topics such as health and nutrition. So this was the table basically I was talking about. So with this table, that what we're trying to say is basically that the nutritional values of millets are better than that of cereals that we are consuming like rice and wheat. So we do know that the majority of our diets is, is full of carbohydrate, energy-rich foods like rice and wheat. So what we are trying to advocate in the light of International Year of Millets 2023 is that a portion of this diet, the portion of our current diet must be replaced by, just a small portion must be replaced with millets. So whether you're talking about micronutrients, minerals, or anything, you see that how millets basically perform better than rice and wheat. And you can see that in the highlighted boxes as well, that they are richer in calcium when compared to wheat and rice, and even iron or magnesium. So there is just no doubt when we say that yes, millets are the smart food. Yes, millets are the future of the food as well. This is a similar table which we are talking, in which we are basically showing the other mineral composition of millets, and we can see that the millets have high nutritional values. So like kodo millet, it is high in fiber, which is 3 times more than the wheat, or than that of wheat and maize. pearl millet, it has double the protein of milk. Finger millet has 3 times the calcium found in milk. So millet grains are, rich sources of nutrients like carbohydrates, protein, and also dietary fiber. They also have a very good quality of fat and have substantially higher amounts of minerals like calcium, potassium, magnesium, iron, manganese, zinc, and B complex vitamins, which definitely does make them a preferable choice over the cereal grains. So this basically captures the goodness of millets, right? They're high in zinc, iron, protein, and calcium when compared to rice, wheat, or even milk for that matter. They have low glycemic index, which manages your diabetes. And they're extremely critical in adding diversity to your diet, as spoken by one of the speakers before us. So they are the future of the smart food, basically. So as you mentioned before that they are also good for the planet. So they need minimal fertilizers and pesticides, which could also improve the health outcomes in the long run. And they require less water, which is most suitable for many of the semi-arid states that our country has. And they are producing water guzzling crops like rice. So overall, they have less carbon footprint, which also make them a sustainable option. So this takes us to the farmers who will be basically growing them. So millets help farmers with efficient crop rotation as they have a shorter duration of crop, and they're more secure because they're the one of the most resilient crops we could have, and they're often the last standing crops in drought seasons. You can see why we are saying that this is also the future of these smart foods, because in the worsening climatic conditions, this is something which could take care of our not only food security but also of our nutrition security. So with this, we are covering that all the aspects of millets. Like why it's good for you, why it's a good choice, as in for the planet as well, and as in for the farmer who is growing it. So we can say that the consumption of millet should be there. We can say that, but again, it depends upon a lot of factors, right? So several studies have been conducted to assess the acceptance of health benefits of millets. And this is basically having evidence informed policy making. So with sustained interventions in the form of including millets in daily diets with variety of recipes, perceptions of beneficiaries in the form of women and children specifically changes positively. And we do come across we do come across queries like the taste of the millets is not acceptable. That could be one of the one of the hindrances while adopting such kind of a type. So we can see that rice can be replaced with little millet, as seen in the cases of India and Myanmar, and this is an evidentiary approach that we are taking. And recently, the Millets Consortium, led by IIMR and NutriHub, got a white paper on millets, which has basically set the tone for the decade to come. So this white paper was, launched by Amitabh Kant sir from Niti Aayog. It's a well-discussed piece, and must read for all who are basically have any who wants to just understand the millet scenario, the millets landscape in our country. It put forward the main argument that is being discussed in our presentation today. So these are the few snippets from that white paper, which also portrays, the association of several key stakeholders which have taken place to strengthen the agenda on millets. So Dr. Bhandari sir was the chairman of the task force committee for the same. We can share the document with the audience after the presentation, of course. So the white paper basically discusses key recommendations for mainstreaming millets. For household consumption, it suggests that strengthening the PDS by including millets in it, like because they have a low shelf life, and they, we do advocate for a localized procurement and distribution. Then, of course, the FPOs and the SCGs should be encouraged for dedicated activities. What basically we are saying is to boost the rural consumption of millets, and we have seen this in the cases of the other cereal grains, how PDS has actually changed the dietary patterns of a lot of for majority of the population, and the inclusion of fortified products in the same has actually is also one of the ways. So what we are saying is millets also have the potential, so they should be included in such safety net programs. The second pillar is the mass markets, which is basically looking for mainstreaming nutrition millet foods like fortified foods as well. And this again becomes very important because for the nutrition of pregnant, lactating women and children as well. So the inclusion of millets in the ICDS as the midday meals as well is also one of the solutions that we're talking about. So in the recent times, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, awareness about health or like your nutritional wellness or immunity has increased significantly. So what this basically the other they have emerged a market for these kind of products, right? And with secondary processing technologies, which again has involved rigorous R&D, and it has come out with baking and hot extrusion, cold extrusion, puffing, flaking, fermentation, germination, which basically adds to the the portfolio of the millets products available and the diversity to the even to our diets for that matter. So even when you speak of the export market, then there are potential emerging trends in that on that front particularly. And yes, India is exporting mainly to Nepal, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, UAE, Tunisia. But in future, possibly we can target the other importing giants like Japan, Indonesia, Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands, Italy, UK, etc. So besides the other factors, the policy interventions for that matter become very crucial. We have to promote consumption, which again depends upon accessibility in terms of affordability and availability. These factors depend upon the production, which especially is in the context of small farmers depend upon MSP and PDS. So there are several state missions as well promoting millet production, which is basically on the model of zone specificity of what is being produced and what is being consumed. So that's what, this is again a snippet from that white paper, which basically extensively discusses the policy aspects. So summarizing basically what we've discussed is like, the millets are rich in iron, protein, energy compared to rice and wheat. And, even then the defined or the polished forms that we use of wheat and rice, they do not have nutrients. While, and also then the millets become very crucial when you're talking about the targeted population, such as pregnant women and lactating women and even children. So one of the ways to go about it could be inclusion of millets in the ICDS and the midday meal programs. We could have the combinations of different recipes as seen by the, the innovation done by the IIM and NutriHub. So they have immense health benefits, but it's not being utilized by the mass population due to lack of awareness, which again has been taken care by the, the reinforced focus on millets through the IYM 2023. So what we are basically saying that it's high time that we include millets in our diets because they have immense health and nutritional benefits. And speaking of micronutrient deficiencies, we've seen that how rich their nutrition portfolio is. With this, I hand over to Dr. Bhandari sir for his concluding remarks on anything if I've missed.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ravneet Kaur. And thank you so much, Dr. Raj Bhandari. Sir, yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful presentation and in a very innovative presentation. Because as millets are not very common, they are superfoods as we have already defined beautifully, but they are not being commonly used by the general population. So this presentation will definitely invite a lot of young minds to work on something like this. Sir, there are few questions which they want to answer. And sir, I really want to point out one point that you have stated beautifully that millets have an effect on diabetes. It helps in controlling diabetes very well. So this point adds on a lot because India is becoming a diabetic capital. So we have to be smart enough to know which foods can be included to control diabetes and take care of it. Sir, there was one question which says that Ms. Brindra want to ask, as millet has high nutritional value, so is it replaced over wheat or rice?
So Mehak, just to add on to your point, it is not only diabetes is just one example, but there are a whole of diseases, metabolic syndrome, which would imply hyperlipidemia, triglycerides, anemia, and obesity, basically. And and colon cancers and all, they benefit immensely because of the high fiber content. So I would find that the role of millets basically would be in a whole lot of disease conditions that we see today emerging as comorbidities we see. So millets would certainly help in that. Irritable bowel syndrome, as you can see, and they are gluten free. So where you have celiac disease and gluten sensitivity, millets is grains compared to wheat, basically.
Very well
So,
said, sir. Very well said. So, sir, should we, as the question is that replace over wheat or rice, or should we take it in a combination of wheat and rice?
So you see the from millets. So like if you consume 270 grams of cereal, 1/3 could come from millets. That is point number one. The other point is, it is not that we replace one thing with another, but the idea is to complement, to add to our dietary diversity, because if we do not add dietary diversity, then we would be deficient in a whole lot of, whether it be micro or macronutrients. And the other good combination that I would suggest would be millets with legumes, like chickpea, pulses,
Uh, Sir, I think there is some network issue. Ravneet ma'am, can you listen to me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
I think there is some network issue.
hello.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yes,
So
sir.
I was saying that millets are rich in methionine, which is an essential amino acid, and legumes and chickpea, they are rich in lysine. So when you combine millets with chickpea and other pulses, you would be complementing. So that kind of complementarity, and we have found that there is a statistical improvement in the growth, especially in the linear growth of adolescents. And this was done by ICRISAT. So I wish to acknowledge the studies that we projected were conducted by ICRISAT, which is the International Crop Research Institution in Semi-Arid Tropics based out of Hyderabad. So this is how it goes. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for all the information which you're providing on this platform. There is one question for Ravneet. Ma'am, can you tell me, could you elaborate on the anti-nutritional factors present in millets?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So, yes, as Dr. Rice mentioned about the nutritional factors mentioned in the millets, but again, it comes down to various R&D that has been involved in the processing techniques of the millets, which has basically already improved the nutritional, already added nutritional values and the more of the bioavailability. So the white paper that I shared with the audience basically covers all these aspects in depth, and you basically provides the current landscape of in the current scenario. So it's an adequate read, and I request all the participants to go through it.
Thank you, Ravneet ma'am. Thank you. There are many more questions.
So basically, no, just to add on, all cereals, all grains would have anti-nutrients like phytates and all. But when we soak millets and, when we germinate and ferment millets, most of these anti-nutrients, they are washed away and they can be removed. So it would really depend on the processing techniques, how we use these millets basically to decrease the anti-nutrients. No grain is perfect. I don't say that millet is all perfect, but certainly the positive attributes confer a lot of health benefit, functional properties.
Thank you so much, sir. There are many more questions on the chat box, so but I will request you to take them on mail if it's okay with you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Now now we will start with oral presentation. Um, and I would like to introduce our judges for the oral presentation. Dr. Pulkit Mathur. Dr. Pulkit Mathur is a head Department of Food and Nutrition, Lady Irwin College, University of Delhi. She is a convener of the National Nutrition Society of India, Delhi chapter, member of the National Committee of the International Union of Nutritional Sciences, and committee member of Association of Food Science and Technologies of India Delhi chapter. She is also a national resource person for the FORSTAC initiative of the Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, and has been awarded a certificate of merit in recognition of her contribution and continued work as a leader in strengthening the food safety ecosystem. She is also a recipient of the Eat Right Award under the professional category instituted by FSSAI. She has more than 25 years of experience as a teacher and a researcher, and she did her PhD research at Food and Drug Toxicology Research Center, National Institute of Hyderabad. She is a gold medalist in her as a Delhi University student, topper in both bachelor's and master's. Her area of specialization is food safety and public health nutrition. She has to credit more than 80 publication in peer-reviewed national and international journals, books, monographs, and periodicals. She has also presented research work in national and international conferences and received several awards, recognitions from the same. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Hi, good evening.
Meher, can I take leave?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for being here on the platform, sir. Thank you so much, sir. A very good afternoon, Pulkit, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful introduction.
Thank you, ma'am. We have another judge with us, Dr. Ashwin Dabhi. He is a president-elected IAPEN India. IAPEN India Association of Pediatric and Enteral Nutrition, ESPN Diploma, ESPN LLL Teacher, member contributed for ESPN 2020 Guidelines on Nutrition in Kidney Failure and Hospital Food, ESPN position paper on nutrition in COVID-19 in collaboration with WHO expert chairman, scientific committee, IAPEN India. He's been invited speaker for 36th JSPEN Congress, Kobe, Japan on 21st July 2021, abstract reviewer for the 41st virtual ESPN Congress, is a member Executive Council, ESPN and IAPEN India, course director, ESPN LLL workshop in India. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahak Sarma, for such a wonderful introduction. And it's a very pleasant day to share the podium with Dr. Pulkit Mathur. Just to elaborate on the IAPN India is the only nutrition society from India having international affiliation with the European Society of Nutrition and Metabolism, British Association of Parental and Enteral Nutrition, and the American Society of Parental and Enteral Nutrition. So thank you so much, Manav Rachana Institute and the entire organizing committee for such a wonderful, nostalgic 2 days of nutrition feast for all the young, dynamic, aspiring healthcare professionals. Over to you, Dr. Pulkit.
Thank you, sir. Pulkit, ma'am.
Yeah, yes. We would now like to begin with the participants because we are running short of time, right? So, will you introduce them or you? Yeah.
The first oral presentation participant is Namrata Pramod. She will talk about micronutrient supplements, sports performance, a review article. a very humble request to all the participants to be crisp and short. And you have a time limit of 5 to 7 minutes so that we can finish the oral presentations. Thank you so much. Over to you, to the judges.
Ma'am, Namrata here. Am I audible?
Yes. Can you share your presentation here?
Sure. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Very good afternoon to one and all who's been here. Very good afternoon to the judges and to the participants who are here today. Without much delay, I would start on my topic. It is micronutrient supplementation and sports performance. I could do a review article. I myself, Namrata Pramod, I work as a nutritionist with Sports Authority of India, Bangalore. So as Kobe Bryant says, a diet that is not good for overall health cannot be good for the performance too. And the sports nutritionist definitely plays a vital role in diet planning and or diet planning of the athletes for optimum performance. So the reason why I chose this review especially was diet supplementation or micronutrient supplementation, especially with the athletes, is one of the common things that we notice amongst our athletes today. Sometimes they are reported, sometimes they are not reported. And second thing, there is a lacuna in the education of the micronutrient consumption pattern. It could be up to a certain extent true to the general population also. Seeing the COVID pandemic, everybody wants to just pop some pills which gives them immunity. Same with the athlete population, the sports person especially. Without even a deficiency, they would just like to take some supplements, which is greatly influenced either by the performance of the other athletes, to say so. Somebody else is having something and the performance is increasing, and an athlete would be wanting to have more. For this review, I have seen more than 20 relevant scientific articles from various databases using the keyword micronutrients and deficiencies in sports performance. This review focuses on the importance of intake and supplementation of micronutrients amongst athletes. So when we look at micronutrient deficiency and supplementation, these are the two most frequently asked questions for a sports nutritionist. And as I was mentioning, the athletes do not know whether they're getting enough. And the next question would be if they can have supplements. So going by what are micronutrients, these are essential elements which are required in minute quantities. I would not elaborate more. It can be broadly classified as microminerals and vitamins, and also phytonutrients that are found in plants. This is from ISSA, the main functions of micronutrients, especially in an athlete. We look at bone strengthening and also regulating the body fluid levels. It helps in contracting and relaxing of muscles, and also early recovery and immunity. So what are supplements? This is by officials of Dietary Supplements of NIH in 1994. So they also say that supplements cannot be described by a single definition within the nutritional science boundary or legally. In 1994, in framing DSHEA, and the US Congress described supplement as a dietary product that is used along with a healthy diet that contains one or more dietary ingredients like vitamins, minerals, and that increases the person's total intake except tobacco. So when I looked into various articles, this was one of the articles that I could find for micronutrient assessment by Jason Pendry. A sports person's nutritional assessment involved in obtaining and verifying and interpreting the nutritional related problem through systemic protocol, and also the causes and significance of nutritional related problems are studied. To make the assessment complete, it should also include body composition analysis and blood parameters along with medical history and nutritional evaluation. So Amy Kalp writes, a deficiency, a sports person are more prone to inadequate eating practice and maximum nutrient loss. The greater the loss are, they're more prone to deficiencies. One or more deficiency can directly or indirectly impair the performance up to a measurable extent. So this was one of the study, which was a review study again, showed that 6 studies showed improved performance in iron supplementation. All used a ferritin cutoff of less than 20 mg per liter for treatment. Additionally, all studies showed that improved performance used oral iron as a supplement. The evidence is equivocal as to whether iron supplementation in iron deficiency non-anemic sports person improved athletic performance. Supplementing sports person with ferritin level less than 20 mg per liter may be more beneficial than supplementing sports person with higher baseline ferritin level. So emerging research suggests that strategic ingestion of various ergogenic aid and micronutrients may also have a beneficial effect, whereas there is very limited data that indicates that the timed ingestion of calcium and iron might help the uptake of metabolism of these nutrients. So in the discussion, existing data suggests that despite of protective effects of micronutrients, their intakes are usually not under proper guidance and monitoring. Consequently, enhancing strategies to nutritional education and promote nutritional supplementation supervision are essential for health promotion and performance optimization of the athletes. Supplementation can improve health indicators and reduce injury and inflammatory markers. So I would like to conclude the review saying that instead of a blanket consumption of supplement, a focused intervention might prove beneficial for the athletes. And also we need to consider the cost to benefit ratio amongst the athletes to optimize performance and performance. A sports nutritionist is associated with a sports medicine doctor. This kind of a multiple approach can definitely give better yields and an effective supplementation strategy. This can also deliver the desired outputs. Thank you.
So Namrata, you reviewed 20 articles. So
yes,
of that, only one study with intervention of iron, and what about other micronutrients? Because your title suggests it affects the sport performance. So
okay.
Where is the objective data?
Sir, I know it is a lacunae on my side, but with the time constraint, I could just review 20 articles, and mainly
I think there is some problem with your audio connectivity.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Can I stop sharing the screen?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
And ma'am, you can also switch off your camera.
Yeah. Thank you.
So Namrata, what
sorry,
sport performance did you notice improvement? Generally, we think of the endurance, or what is the benefit you just wanted, you reviewed from the articles.
Ashwin sir, like I was mentioning, sorry, I was being very biased with the study because I was looking more at iron supplementation, since we see most of the athletes being iron.
Dr. Pulkit, do you want to raise some queries?
Yeah, actually, I had a similar query because it seems from her, whatever she has presented, that she's not really looked at a variety of supplements. So that was not listed what these 20 studies are basically talking about. I also had questions to when you do this kind of a review, even if it is a narrative review, and now it's becoming increasingly difficult for publishing narrative reviews. People want systematic reviews because then, you don't have biases, like you have admitted that you had a bias towards iron. So you need to do systematic reviews. Number one, the question which I have, I don't know if she's still on, is
Yes,
so if
ma'am,
you
I'm
are,
here.
yeah, so you cannot, in a review, you cannot pick up review articles. So one of the articles
Okay.
I saw was another review article. So you can't review a review article, right? So you need
Okay.
to do this only for research studies. You need to do a systematic review where you have a criteria, inclusion, exclusion, and then you do a review of these kind of articles. Otherwise
Okay.
what you're picking up is what you feel like picking up, and then it has no meaning in the end because you cannot generalize anything at all.
Okay.
Are you
Okay,
getting
ma'am.
my point?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
noted
So
the point.
yeah, so basically, yeah. What can you
Thank,
conclude from this? Sorry. Hanji Ashwin, yeah.
yeah, so Namrata, you know that with Indian spot people, WHO has put us in a red zone with respect to micronutrient deficiencies. So what are your take-home message from your reviews?
Okay. Sir, micronutrient deficiency, as I deal with most of the sports person, first thing I would say that it is very important to identify the deficiency rather than just putting a blanket conclusion saying it would benefit all of them. So here in a sports scenario, what happens is, like I was telling in the introduction also, it is more that somebody else consumes and I consume. So it is very important to find the prevalence before we start any kind of a intervention of the micronutrients.
Thank you so much, Namrata, and good luck for more studies in future. Over to you, Maha.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. The next presenter is Lalit Agarwal. He is the second author of the paper. He will talk about a validated method measuring and minerals in food, especially nuts, by ICP-MS. Request Deepak Chauhan to please please mute your mic. Thank you.
Lalit, can you unmute yourself and share the screen?
Mr. Lalit, you have to unmute yourself and share your screen, please.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, you are audible, Lalit.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, today I want to share my presentation on in this international conference today. Yeah, I am Lalit Agarwal from Delhi HSS lab.
Lalit, can you share your screen?
Sure, sir.
And who is the first author?
Sir, the first author in R is Jaswant Raj.
Okay, thank you.
Lalit, can you please share your presentation?
Or else, Mahak, we go to the next presenter in view of shortage of time.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lalit, you can share your presentation at the end of the oral presentation as we're not able to. And the next presenter is Jasmine Kaur Chawla, and she will talk about determining the prevalence of low bone health condition and related factors using multi-site quantitative ultrasound techniques in young Indian women. an epidemiological community-based study. Jasmine, are you there? Yes, ma'am. Can you please? Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm just sharing, ma'am. Just a second. Ma'am, I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yeah, it's visible. Go ahead, Josh.
Right. So, good afternoon, respected judges, panelists, and my fellow colleagues. So, I'm going to present some of my views and my research on the topic determining the prevalence of low bone health conditions and related factors using multi-site quantitative ultrasound techniques in young Indian women. This was an epidemiological community study which was funded by the GST. So, as we all know that in India, 1 in 4 women which are older than 50 years, they are believed to be suffering from osteoporosis. Further, it has been witnessed that rapid urbanization, lack of awareness, and because of strong gender bias which is present in a society, especially among the rural strata, women have a lesser access to medical care than men. Therefore, morbidity and sufferings in women is much higher. Hence, this particular study was formulated in order to assess and find out the causative factors in women regarding the incidence of osteoporosis and other low bone health conditions using a multi-site quantitative ultrasound techniques, which is completely lacking in young women of Punjab. So the primary objective was defined to find the prevalence of low bone health conditions using multi-site quantitative ultrasound technique in urban women of Punjab, and also to verify its possible association with related risk factors among urban women and rural women as well by measuring their bone mineral density in speed of sound. So the methodology that we proposed that was conducted for this particular study was it was a cross-sectional study in nature and population based. Cluster randomized sampling was performed using probabilities to proportional to size method. Target population was both rural and women of different socioeconomic categories, which belong to the age group of 21 to 40 years. Further, this protocol was approved by the Institutional Ethical Committee of Faculty of Sports Medicine, GNDU Amritsar, and this was also a CTRI established study. 842 urban women and 457 rural women participated in the study. A consent was further taken by the regarding the ICMR guidelines in order to ensure that the women needed. Lactating and pregnant women were excluded. Various parameters like IPAC, that is International Physical Activity Questionnaire, Cohen's perceived stress, both translated and validated in Punjabi language, sun exposure questionnaire, 24-hour dietary questionnaire, and personal medical history of each woman was taken. The survey also included assessment of physical activity questionnaire, socioeconomic status using Tiwari socioeconomic scale for both rural and urban women, and nutritional assessment was done with the help of 24-hour dietary recall method. BMD further was assessed using Omnisense multi-site quantitative ultrasound densitometer, which was measured at 2 particular sites, that is distal 1/3 of radius and mid shaft of tibia. The QUS densitometer measures low speed of sound using T-scores which were based on the WHO criteria. Further, the results were statistically analyzed using SPSS 18.0. The association of categorical variables was established by chi-square. P-value less than 0.05 was taken. The difference in the mean values of different categories of low bone health conditions was assessed using ANOVA. Unadjusted odd ratio of relationships of each factor with outcomes were found using binary logistic test, and factors which were significant in univariate analysis were further included in the multivariate analysis using forced entry multiple variable logistic regression test. Further, I would like to bring in all the aspects that postmenopausal women represented 37.7%, which were further later on excluded. However, the overall prudence population of osteopenia and osteoporosis for both these sites were high in urban population of 24.8 and 10.7%, which includes a high state of low bone health status among the young women. Majority of the women, that is approximately half of the data collected, included 52.74, were in all the bone health categories were having BMI more than 23, which is an indicator of obesity. Further, osteoporotic women had a low average energy expenditure, that is of 459.8 METs, which indicated a comparative sedentary lifestyle. Late of onset menarche was also found to confer 1.73-fold risk of osteopenia and 2.73-fold risk of osteoporosis. Further, a total of 85.86% of the surveyed women had high stress levels. Score of more than 20 of perceived stress scale is considered to be a high risk factor for cardiovascular diseases. 23.17% of the osteoporotic women had very high perceived stress score, that is more than 40. In addition, 32.54% of the osteoporotic women reported a low amount of sun exposure. 46.3% of the osteoporotic women had low dietary calcium intake, which when compared with the RDA values. 99% of the total population had high dietary fat intake. Further, when we performed the multiple logistic regression, so it was found that low middle socioeconomic background, low sun exposure, high perceived stress, they were found to be associated with increased risk of osteopenia and osteoporosis. The results also presented a very striking observation that decreased levels of activity and calcium intake, it posed 256 and 103 respectively times the risk of development of osteoporosis. So I would like to state that menopause, though itself is an indicator of risk factor, can be achieved early in young women. And this can happen due to low dietary intake and estrogen insufficiency. In our study, we also saw that low exposure of sun was also a causative factor among these women. 58% of these women who had low sun exposure. And the reasons what we found in terms of literature were related to their conservative dressing like salwar kameez, their genetic patterns, darker pigmentation levels, which were actually found in terms of rural women more, and low levels of physical activity, stating the amount of urbanization. Further, an important factor which was revealed in our study was effect of stress in bone health. A study found that higher perceived stress led to 13.35 times risk of osteoporosis, whereas the risk grew even greater to 19.6 times in case of osteopenia. This was considered to be one of the first studies that has noticed the effect of perceived stress on low bone health conditions using a Punjabi version of Cohen's PSS-10. Low calcium consumption in terms of rich products posed 106.7 times the risk of osteopenia in the studied population. Therefore, we observed that out of the 842 women surveyed, 51.54% suffered low bone health conditions. 43.94% of osteoporotic women were found to be inactive, nominating and witnessing a sedentary lifestyle. Further, recent trends of modernization resulting in delivering of facilities at doorsteps, leading in staying causes reduced physical activity, posing a higher risk of urbanization in comparison to rural women. So I would like to conclude by stating that 36% of the overall population had low bone health. Osteoporosis in Punjab was determined by multi-site quantitative ultrasound, which was found to be 10.69 overall, but it appeared to be underdiagnosed and undertreated. 35.99% of the total women surveyed had low calcium intake, therefore, which is considered to be an important mineral of good bone health. 43% of the women were entirely physically inactive, and hence physical activity should be promoted in such cases. Therefore, we would like to conclude that importance of physical activity and sensitization towards stress relieving activities like meditation, yoga, physical activity like walk should be recommended and promoted among women as sedentary lifestyle is linked to negative health consequences. That's all I would like to state. Thank you.
So Jasmine, congratulations for the study, but I had a few queries like you said that you used 24-hour recall.
Yes, sir.
And you did all this macro and micronutrient analysis like calcium intake, fat and everything.
Yes, sir.
So do you feel 24-hour recall is just enough to get all those data, or we need something constructive like food frequency questionnaire, which
Right,
would
sir.
be rather better?
Right, sir. Definitely, I agree to your point, and I have certain acknowledged this particular limitation in my limitations of the study also. So, since this study was overall planned for more than 4,000 women, it was conducted on more than 4,000 women, which included both rural and urban. So we had categorized in terms of young women and postmenopausal women. So stating that we had conducted the studies in 3 villages of Punjab, and a certain 24 dietary recall questionnaire was found to be a comparatively more reliable tool to deal with, sir. I certainly acknowledge that there were certain the lacunas which you had correctly mentioned in terms of food frequency questionnaire would have served better. But in order to understand the basic assessment of nutritional interventions, so this was considered to be the early choice, sir.
And secondly, as you already said, from reviewing the literature, this osteoporosis is common in a post-menopausal woman. And your study population was
That's why,
21 to 40 years. So I was wondering, how did you come to conclude that 35% of women, or 1/5 of the study population,
like
was
to, right.
osteoporosis because they were not in a menopausal age?
I certainly, so that point I had purposefully mentioned in this particular slides, irrespective of moving away from the dimension to highlight. I wanted everyone to know the current scenario. So as I said, that this study was conducted over 4,000 women, and we had divided in terms of 2,200 postmenopausal and 1,800 menopausal young women. So I specifically mentioned the scenario, keeping in mind that there are so many fellow colleagues who are here, and you all are nutrition experts in your field. So probably from here, if anyone can take an insight and a takeaway message that this is the current scenario, even which is very much prevalent among the postmenopausal women as well. So certainly to a person who is hearing it for the first time, it might sound odd, but it was my way of communicating to all the members over here that the current scenario in terms of be it nutrition, which is directly related to bone health, is poor in women of Punjab. So from that particular objective, sir, I had put that particular statement, sir. That was the only purpose, sir.
Dr. Pulkit, you have queries?
Yes, sir. It was a nice presentation, but I have certain queries. How did you measure physical activity and then classify them as, having less, having more? Number one. Number two, so one comment again on your dietary data. When you do only a single day 24-hour recall, then you cannot comment on the micronutrient intake. You need to repeat the 24-hour at least 3 days, on 3 separate non-consecutive days, and then you will have much more valid data to comment on the micronutrient intake. But my second question to you is, so why not a DEXA? Why did you go for the ultrasound?
Yes.
And what is the link that you are seeing? So you are seeing link between stress and osteoporosis. Can you explain that link?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, certainly. So, ma'am, going by one. So, as I mentioned, physical activity was measured by International Physical Activity Questionnaire. Now, International Physical Activity Questionnaire is a global, validated, reliable questionnaire which has been developed and translated in more than 23 languages all across the globe. So, it categorizes the physical activity in 3 modes. That is high, moderate, and low. When we talk about high, so high is called as HIPAA in IPAC language. And HIPAA means when the person is exhausting, that means a person is achieving METS of more than 1500, it is considered to be high. Moderate is when the person is expending the physical activity or is exhausting the energy in terms of values 600 to 1500. And less than 600 METS is considered to be low sedentary. So in that categorizations, using the IPAC, we did that. Now coming on to this second question, ma'am, certainly I do acknowledge that frequency, as Sir had also mentioned the same point, that the frequency questionnaire would have been benefit. But ma'am, as I said, that it was a cross-section study, and we had conducted this study on over 4,000 women. And so it was technically quite an impossible task.
So that's understood. Don't say it all over again, but just be very careful in interpretation.
Yes.
And now just answer the stress question.
So ma'am, next question was related to DEXA. So ma'am, DEXA was considered, we had considered the study of DEXA. We conducted a study on DEXA on 200 women where we had validated successfully in comparison to portable multi-site quantitative ultrasound. Since it is a portable machine, so we could easily able to carry it to all the villages where, which were, where the DEXA was not accessible. In villages, it was not accessible. And we have also gathered data from far-sighted villages, which were approximately 440 kilometers away from the city. So that's why multi-sited quantitative ultrasound was used. And multi-sited quantitative ultrasound, it categorizes the osteoporosis and osteopenia in terms of Z score, ma'am. If Z is less than 2, then it considers as low bone health. And ma'am, related to stress and osteopenia, so ma'am, in the literature, it has been cited that a lack of estrogen deficiency, high stress, it causes less estrogen stimulation response. So we are speculating that since these women, they are high in their stress level, so there could be less estrogen stimulating hormones, which can further in future leads to less estrogen release also. Where we are also speculating, and we are conducting a study also related to that, where we are trying to foresee that whether these that the women follow, is there any early achievement of menopause also or not? So this was the basic literature which we found behind it, that lack of estrogen level is basically related to high stress levels, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your time. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Jasmine, ma'am. The next presenter is Usha Ravindra, and she will talk about NutriFarm, a strategy to boost immunity and mitigate micronutrient malnutrition. I request, ma'am, please stick to your timing. It's 2:48, and the timing will over for presentation is 2:53. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, respected jury members. And Madam, can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Please share your screen.
I'm sharing, ma'am. Very warm welcome. So I'll be discussing about NutriFarm as a strategy to mitigate malnutrition as well as to boost the immunity. So this is one of the tool which is being suggested by WHO to provide nutritious food throughout the year. So millions of people are suffering due to hidden hunger. So mainly, especially micronutrient deficiency, that to iron and vitamin A deficiency disorders. So these are the nutrition problems, particularly in rural as well as in tribal areas, because they don't get enough micronutrients which are required to lead a healthy life, particularly a productive life from the food, whatever they are eating. It is mainly because of non-affordability as well as accessibility of more nutritious foods. So anemia of iron and folic acid deficiencies are highly reported in the tribal communities of Karnataka. So this is mainly because of the prevailing poor quality of life, lack of awareness, as well as particularly about healthcare and nutrition. So this is making them a rural woman as well as a tribal woman more vulnerable for infections. So while there may be a regional differences, so prevalence rates across the tribals are remarkably similar, which reflects the underlying determinants that include the diets which are low in heme iron, as well as high levels of malaria cases in the tribal areas and other infections, infectious diseases, and also frequent reproductive cycling that decreases the iron stores in these women. So low consumption of vegetables as well as a fruit is among the top risk for mortality of these women. Hence, health and nutrition of women is very important as they are critical to the well-being of the households. So to mitigate these micronutrient malnutrition, we have a different strategies. Food fortification as well as supplementation are the programs which are being done by the governments, and also increasing the dietary diversity. is in the operation now. Along with that, public health measures, including health and sanitation, are most important. So that's why there are short-term as well as a long-term intervention. So here under the long-term intervention, we have a kitchen garden as well as the Nutriforms. So my aim of the this particular paper is Nutriforms as a strategy to boost immunity by providing micronutrient-rich fresh fruits and vegetables, millets as well as pulse crops in the tribal areas of southern Karnataka. So the location is southern Karnataka, which involved 18 villages or Hadis. So this study was conducted for 3 years, which had 600 sample size. So we have categorized 300 as a control group, which were not having resources and not willing to take up part in the Nutriforms, and other group was the experimental. So they took the Nutriform intervention along with the nutrition education. So we have done the data collection in the baseline as well as the end line. So nutritional anthropometry in both the cases, morbidity status as well as comorbidity assessment. Then hemoglobin estimation with the help of primary health centers in the consultation with the doctors and the staff, as well as we have grouped them. Then we have started with the Nutriform intervention in the minimum of 2 guntas of land. Some people had even half an acre of land, followed by nutrition education. So under this 22 awareness programs in 3 years, then weekly visits as well as 12 skill trainings about the sanitation, hygiene, food processing, value addition and all. Then impact assessment was done. Here in the figure, you can see this is how Nutriform was implemented. So amla was given importance, papaya, then finger millet, green leafy vegetables, basilla, chakramuni, and drumstick. These were the focused crops in the main area of their land. Then here you can see here, so we have incorporated grain amaranth also. So not only the greens they have harvested, even the grains of the grain amaranthus was used for their consumption. So they were taught to use these grain amaranthus with the honey because they get lot of honey. So along with other inputs we have provided. Then here in the picture, you can see, I can explain that, Anganwadi center was a nodal center for us. Then nutritional anthropometry was carried out. Then doctor was involved completely in this study with us. They were very helpful to carry out this kind of research. So they have done screening as well as the morbidity assessment and counseling for these women, because it's very difficult to bring the tribal women for the mainstream. Then hemoglobin estimation. Then coming to the results, so we could not find significant difference.
And you have only 1 minute now.
Yes, ma'am. For the anthropometric measurements, but coming to the food intake, nutrient intake, there was a change in the protein intake, but they could not meet the RDA for protein. But about 90% RDA they have met. Calcium was more than 100%, but iron requirement was enhanced. Intake was enhanced in the experimental group compared to control group. Then coming to the hemoglobin, so there was a significant change in the experimental group from deficient level to acceptable level. So from 28% to it has increased to 44.7%. But this is a very short period, I can say. And coming to the morbidity status, there was a decreasing trend in all the morbidity status of the experimental group compared to control group. So with this, I want to conclude that Nutriforms were helpful in enhancing the seasonal availability of foods and promoting household self-sufficiency. These are the type of very low cost effective tool to combat malnutrition, particularly in the tribal communities, by providing access to fresh green leafy vegetables and other vegetables for improved consumption and boost immunity. So in the present study, Nutriform intervention with the nutrition education had improved the health and nutrition, especially hemoglobin status of the tribal woman with the diversity in the diet. However, longitudinal studies are needed. So with this, I would like to thank DSTC division for giving financial help to carry out the research. And I'm thankful to the jury members, organizers, and the fellow participants. Thank you, one and all.
So Usha, it's a wonderful study, but I was wondering that you had a very large sample size of 600 women.
Yes, sir.
And there was a trend in improvement in the protein and micronutrient status.
Yes, sir.
But how often did you counsel all these 600 people? Did you divide them into groups, or
Yes, sir.
how was
Yes,
the
sir.
counseling?
Yes, sir. We did the counseling weekly once. I took the help of Krishi Vijnana Kendra and one NGO and also primary health center. So every week, every Saturday, we used to do the counseling in a group of maximum 15 members, sir, because in these villages, it's very scattered. So maximum of 15 women we used to get in the Anganwadi center, but it was a terrible time for us, sir. So whole day we used to spend with them because it's very difficult to bring them for the mainstream, sir.
Correct. And what about the physical activity levels in the study population, in the control and the intervention were more or less similar?
Physical activity was, comparatively it was similar, sir. They are very active, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's a very encouraging study. I just wanted to ask you a few questions, Dr. Usha.
Yes, ma'am.
One is that why are you comparing their intake to RDA? The concept is now changed to comparing it to EAR because RDA levels are very high.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, when you're doing this comparison, somewhere in your abstract, you had written that you're testing the significance at one. Usually, a study like this is done at a 0.05% if you're trying to see a change in the intakes. So I want to ask you a little about your statistical testing because it wasn't very clear from your presentation. So you have looked at you have compared before and after kind of a study design, or have you compared with your control group?
Before and after, madam.
Because if you don't if you have a control group and you don't look at the control group versus intervention, then you really can't see that.
No, we have compared with the control group also, madam. That table I did not present here actually.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you need to compare with your control group and it has to be done at 0.05. And the other observation I'm seeing is that you have, to start with, they have a decent intake,
Yes.
And so how much did it really increase is the question. So when you test at 0.05, then you can see is it a significant increase or not.
Yes, ma'am.
So just one more question as to what is your total intervention time and are these Nutri-Farms individually owned or are these group?
Individually owned, madam. It was for 3 years.
3 years.
Yes, ma'am.
So this change you're seeing in 3 years time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Usha. The next presenter we have is Dr. Shilpi Sharma, and she will talk about development of chromium fortified food products for glycemic control and lipid profile management in type 2 diabetic patients.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Just sharing my screen.
Please share, ma'am. And ma'am, your time is 2:59, so by 3:05, please complete your presentation.
Yes. Ma'am, share option is not visible here in my screen. Oh yeah, just got it.
It is there. It is there.
Yeah, yes. Go.
Yeah, it's a green color icon.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you can switch on to your camera also.
Yeah. Ma'am, is it possible that I earlier mailed my PPT so it can
Yes, yes, Dr. Shilpi, I'll just share it on your behalf. Just a second.
Yes, ma'am. Because don't know why I'm not able to even on my camera just unmute myself and all the icons are disappeared from the screen.
Ma'am, at least you can switch on your video so that the
yes,
can see you. And Dr. Grosine till that time will present your presentation.
Yes, definitely.
Ma'am, is the screen visible?
No, no.
No, Kursin, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Is it now visible, ma'am?
No.
Ma'am. Yeah, yes.
Now it is visible.
Okay, okay, fine.
And please make it a slideshow, please.
Yeah. A very good afternoon to all of you. Here is my topic is the development of chromium fortified products for glycemic control and lipid profile management in type 2 diabetics. Next, please. Diabetes has been one of the most crippling disease that man has ever seen. Its prevalence is increasing globally. Currently, India has got the largest number of diabetes, as we all know, and is being called as a diabetic capital of the world. Due to recent technologies, diabetes now one step closer to control by mean of diet management, exercise, insulin, hypoglycemic drugs, including trace elements, in which chromium is one of them. So chromium is possibly influence the glucose metabolism by enhancing or potentiating the action of insulin. Next slide, please. Low molecular weight chromium binding substance has been postulated to be a part of an insulin amplification mechanism. Low molecular weight chromium possesses a multinuclear assembly in which the chromic center are bridged by anionic ligands. And the doses for the chromium are over here in the screen, that 50 to 200 microgram per day is within the estimated safe and adequate level. And for diabetics, it is suggested for 600 microgram per day. Then for infants, children, adolescents, and adults, the slide shows the various doses of the insulin. Next. So here is the mechanism of chromium, why it is effective. I think one previous slide, which shows the mechanism. So low molecular weight, basically chromium possess a multinuclear assembly in which the chromic center are bridged by anionic ligands. The assembly is supported by carboxylated group from aspartate and glutamate residue from the oligopeptide. Screen is not, I think, showing anything. One next.
We go to the
Yes.
next.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's
Next.
not showing anything. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Next, please.
It's a blank. Yes.
Next. Okay. So the binding of chromium to the apoform of low molecular weight chromium results in stabilization of active conformation of insulin receptor, that is tyrosine kinase, hereby facilitating the action of insulin. So in short, movement of chromium intake in the cell should result in the production of low molecular weight in its active form, which stabilize the insulin receptors. Therefore, the present study is planned to find out the effect of chromium in the diabetes. But here in the present presentation, I am only dealing with the fortification of chromium in various products. For the present investigation, the material and methods are as follows. First, we identify the sources of chromium, and by the exhaustive literature, we first prepare a list, and out of which we selected two sources of chromium. First is the brewer's yeast, and second one is the Ericanet catechu. So brewer's yeast, basically it is a Saccharomyces cerevisiae, is used in the brewing industry for alcohol production, and it is obtained after the beer brewing processes, which has a very bitter taste and beer flavor. So further processing was done to debitter the yeast and to remove its flavor, and after that it is used as a nutrient supplement to increase the intake of B vitamin. It also has
Ma'am, only 1 minute left.
Yeah. We use the brewer's yeast as a source of chromium. Chromium is available in a biological available form in the brewer's yeast. Next, please. Second source we use is Ericanet catechu. Next slide, please. Next is the Ericanet catechu. It also contains higher amount of chromium, but its powder is difficult to incorporate in the diet, so we convert it into the ash form. Next. So we developed the next please. We developed the chromium fortified product, and 9 gram of the brewer's yeast and 1 gram of areca nut ash was fortified in our various products, and 100 gram of areca nut powder, as it is already said, is too bulky. So we use the 5 gram of the areca nut powder. Sensory evaluation was done for the developed product. Next, please. So the yeast, these are the pictures developed from the brewer's yeast, and the result shows that these are unfold the truth that in the baked preparation like bread, toast, and biscuit, it can be incorporated successfully. Next, these are the mean tables of the yeast products, and it shows that it is liked very much by the panelists. Next, these are the products developed from the next slide, please. These are the products that are developed from the areca nut powder, but the sensory scores between the like moderately to like slightly. So next, please. These are the mean value that shows that product are slightly liked by the panelists. So the ash will be was incorporated in the various product. Next, please. These are the products that are developed from the areca nut ash, and it's 1 gram of the ash is fortified in these products, and the values it almost represent the standard, look like a standard product, and sensory scores are also. Next, please. In this table, you can clearly show that panelists like the product very much, as a score range from 8.1 to 8.6 or 7. So next, so I just want to conclude that chromium is definitely as it explained, the mechanism of chromium, that is potentiate the action of insulin, and in tablet form the diabetics don't want to take or don't increase their number of tablets. So if we fortify the chromium in various products, that it is a very good mean to control their diabetes. Thank you.
So Shilpi, I was wondering, the title of your study was to look at the effect of chromium on the diabetes and the lipid panel. So where is a, did you,
Yeah, it's an
study any diabetic subjects, this type
yes,
of
yes.
food fortification?
Basically, so it's an intervention study in which we take 120.
But where is the data of intervention? You use 10 gram as a food fortification, but in you don't have the control population and the study population with diabetes and dyslipidemia.
So in this paper,
What
I
were,
just show.
where is the what were the aims and objectives of the study? To evaluate the content of chromium in brewer's wheat and the supari, or what was the aims and objective?
So basically, it is an intervention trial in which we take 120 diabetic subjects and divided into the 3 groups. First is the placebo. Second one, we provide them a brewer's yeast powder, and third one is the areca nut ash. And for this study, we evaluate this chromium content in lab, and then provide them a 15 days dose, and at 0 day, 30 days, 1 month. It was an basically 3-month intervention trial. So 0, 30, then again.
But what is the indication where there was any improvement in the diabetes and lipid parameters?
So
there is no mention
that was
about
not, yeah, sir, that is not included in this part of my presentation. But in ash group, there is a reduction in lipid profile and blood glucose, but that reduction is not significant. But in brewer's yeast group, as it is available in a biological available form, so blood glucose mean value decreased from 164 to 103 in 3 months of the intervention trial.
Because you are challenging the role of chromium as an oral anti-diabetic drug. So this was, I just thought that we should have little bit of objective data to evaluate the efficacy of intervention.
Shilpavam sir is very much right. The topic doesn't match your presentation. It has to be either nutritional analysis and organoleptic evaluation of the product developed from chromium, with the help of chromium. It have for diabetic patients, something like that. Because if you're stating that there is a difference, then you need to show the data also.
Yeah, I just actually my emphasis is basically on a fortification. I just want to here present the part of fortification. So I remove all the slides that depict the blood levels of these lipid profile, HbA1c and fasting blood sugar and all these slides, because there is a time limitation also. So how we express all these?
Ma'am, you're right, but you need to modify your title in such a way that you are only talking about product development in that.
Okay, that's fine.
I have just two observations. So yes, your title does not match what you were presenting. The other thing is when you're looking for sources of chromium, I find it very hard to believe that you did not find any better thing than supari. I mean, adding supari to a food thing wouldn't be my first choice. And you're looking at the Gopalan edition of nutrient composition, which is very old. We have the IFCT document since like 2017. So why didn't you look at that for identifying, because it has many more foods with their chromium content. But that having been said, I have two questions. One is, how much was the chromium in one serving size of any of your products? And number two, who is your panel for doing all the testing? Is it a trained panel, or is it a semi-trained panel, or was this common folk?
No, ma'am, it's a trained panel. The sensory evaluation was done by the faculty members of Foods and Nutrition Department, Maharana Pratap University, Udaipur. So they faculty members, they are the trained panels.
And how much chromium, very quickly, how much chromium in one serving size?
Ma'am, 20-gram serving size is fixed for all the developed recipe, and from 1 gram of that areca nut ash, it will supply 600 microgram of 620 actual microgram of the chromium, and 41.66 microgram provided by that brewer's yeast powder that I have incorporated at the level of 9 gram.
So 20 grams of your product has how much of chromium?
For each serving, the weight is fixed. That is a 20 gram. Like I developed the bread, then one weight of the bread after baking, 20 gram is the weight of the bread, and it contain if it is developed from the brewer's yeast, then it contain 41.66 microgram of the chromium, and for areca nut ash it contains 620 microgram of the chromium. So amount of chromium is the fix for the product, because
but that's 40 and that's 600, so that's very different.
Yeah, as there is the form of chromium present in a brewer's yeast is biological available form, and its absorption is 1000 times is more than the form present in areca nut ash, that is the inorganic form, that is chromium chloride. So its trivalent form that is present in areca nut ash is absorption is lower. So we increase the amount of ash in
but please look at the TUL levels of chromium, because you might just land up making the people toxic with chromium.
So these are within the definitely these levels are within the safe and estimated safe levels.
No. So look at the data which has just been released again, the ICMR 2020 document, and then take a call on it. Don't rely on Western figures.
Yeah. Oh.
Thank you, Saran ma'am. The next presenter is Arshi Mehboob, and she will talk about impact of trimester-specific nutritional literacy on birth outcome of migrant pregnant women from urban slum of NCR, Delhi. Ms. Arshi, can you please switch on your camera?
Audible? Is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible. Can you switch on your camera? Yes. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to complete your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arshi Mehboob, and I'm a scholar doing my PhD at Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. And today I'll be talking about my research interests and the study which I'm conducting in community setting in Delhi, which is investigating the impact of trimester-specific nutrition literacy on birth outcomes of migrant pregnant women from urban slums. Just to kind of set the context, According to the census and NSSO, interstate migrants constitute more than 1/3 of population in Delhi. These economically disadvantaged migrants live in low-income households in slum settlements, and because of the low economic returns, the nutrition in food generally remains low. A large of the proportion of these migrant households survives on diet consisting mostly on starch, carb-rich staple diets, and plant foods with low nutrient bioavailability because of affordability. The COVID-induced nationwide lockdowns have worsened the condition of these households. A 2017 report of International Institute of Population Sciences states that more than half of all women of reproductive age and children under 5 years in India are anemic. In the 2020 Global Hunger Index, India ranks 94th out of 107 countries and is in the serious category with a score of 27.2. The reasons are multifactorial, resulting in intergenerational complications. Women in India are often viewed as vulnerable to the health effects of poor nutrition, not only because of their higher nutritional requirements, but also because of their greater chances of living in poverty, lower levels of schooling, and lacking of rights to ownership and decision-making powers in household and communities. Therefore, the nutrition security is compromised with the more consumption of energy-dense, nutrient-poor foods. Nutrition awareness and poor dietary habits are also responsible factors triggering nutritional anemia in low-income households. So through this current study, which is ongoing, we are trying to target the linkage of nutrition health convergence by optimizing the trimester-specific intervention delivery through one-to-one counseling in migrant pregnant women for adequate weight gain during pregnancy. Nutrition counseling has been widely used strategy to improve the nutritional status of women in India. The underlying cause of nutrition is lack of accessibility, affordability, and availability of healthy foods. Therefore, the intervention is promoting the low-cost based food strategies for adequate and optimum and good nutrition of right amount and proportions of nutrients at right point of time, focusing on the acceptability, necessity, and the availability of nutri-rich foods and diet diversifications in both quantity and quality in order to reduce the low birth weight babies and reduction of anemia during pregnancy. For example, both almonds and peanuts are storehouses of healthy vitamins and nutrients and other micronutrients. They both contain equal quantities of micronutrients. 1 ounce serving of dry almonds have 160 calories, 6 grams of protein, and 3 grams of fiber. Whereas the same amount of peanuts contains 166 calories, 7 grams of protein, and 2 grams of fiber. However, almonds are expensive and peanuts are affordable to these low-income households. Therefore, low-cost alternate is being promoted to get the same benefits that they would from more expensive nut like almonds. Similarly, cashews are a good source of magnesium, zinc, iron, phosphorus. Same roasted chickpeas are also good source of thiamine, vitamin B6, zinc, phosphorus, and a great source of iron too. But however, roasted chickpeas are conventional, affordable, and can act as a very appropriate alternate for 2 raw cashews, which are between 4 to 5 times higher, they're expensive than roasted. With similar approaches, we are planning that seasonal vegetables, therefore, which are affordable and have valuable ingredients in diets, will be promoted and advocated. Although the bioavailability of minerals in the vegetables can be of low resource because of anti-nutrients, the high amounts of vitamin C will and may improve the mineral bioavailability of the whole meal. The specific aim of this study, which I am exploring, is intervening the knowledge of low-cost optimized trimester-specific healthy diet and nutrition literacy among pregnant women for adequate weight gain during pregnancy, and assessing the association of dietary intake and anthropometric variables during pregnancy and in pregnancy outcomes, therefore describing the relationship between the pregnancy body mass index and the maternal, perinatal, and neonatal outcomes in urban slums. To position the objectives within the existing research, I evaluated and synthesized key studies between 2010 to 2020 from multiple resources. The keywords The methodology for the scientific literature review were the keywords: nutrition, undernutrition, pregnancy, preconception, nutrition, underweight, stunting, fasting, maternal nutrition, birth outcome, etc. The focus studies were about anemia, preconception, pregnancy, nutrition, gestational weight gain, health behavior intervention, supplementing maternal nutrition, and perinatal outcomes. So this first study with Deva Kumar and his research group in 2016 systematically reviewed 9 trials in 2015 from Cochrane reviewed the micronutrient supplementation in pregnancy from around 88. Am I audible?
Yes, you're very much audible, Arshi.
So from 88,000 women recruited these.
To summarize it.
Yeah. So these trials were spread geographically in rural sites, in 2 in Africa, 1 in America, and 6 in Asia, including India trials, Nepal, and Bangladesh trials. The review concluded that the routine maternal, antenatal, multiple macronutrient supplementations improves child health, survival, or growth. So Cominac in 2017 correlated the increase in weight and the associated risk of not putting on an enough weight, including approaches to health behavior interventions to attain optimal weight gain. He concluded that his group concluded that future research is needed regarding gestational weight gain, and that should include measurements of psychosocial determinants of gestational weight gain, along with the more commonly measured nutrition and exercise variables. Similarly, Ambika in 2018 assessed, and her research group assessed the impact of association of maternal nutrition, socioeconomic influences, and education levels on birth weight of the offspring in 2050 mothers in Pune, Maharashtra. The study found that during the pregnancy, caloric and protein deficiencies with iron deficiency had a major effect on birth weight of babies, as malnourished female deliver higher percentage of low birth weight babies. The study inferred that female education and socioeconomic statuses influence the birth weight of newborns.
Arshi, can you conclude?
Yeah, sure, sir. So this is the last study which I'll just explain. So Guan in 2021 and his research group examined the National Family Health Survey data from 2006 to 2016. In both the years, the stunting prevalence was higher in rural and urban slums households compared to urban non-slum households. So therefore, India needs to aggressively tackle the multiple burdens of malnutrition, especially among rural and urban slum households, and develops action to maintain the trends in undernutrition reduction. So with the several studies addressing these importance of nutrition and supplementation during pregnancy, this current study is focusing on trimester-specific nutrition with low cost food-based approach with attention to economically disadvantaged migrants. This pilot randomized control intervention is recruiting 200 pregnant women living in urban slums who report pregnancy to ASHAs and ANMs as early as 12 weeks, and through informed consent they are being recruited. And these are pregnant women without any health complications or chronic illnesses, and they are not following any special diets. These pregnant women, when their post antenatal care visit, are being therefore anthropometric measurements are being obtained, and the information on demographic, household, maternal, and child characteristics will be later on will be obtained. An administration of minimum dietary diversity for women survey through a structured 24-hour open recall dietary questionnaire is being obtained. And pictorial flyers and participatory learning videos are being developed and are being introduced during in-person interactions in presence of ASHAs for wider acceptability and lesser hesitancy. The study is...
Arshi, I think you've exceeded your time. You just need to
last
stop
slide.
now.
So the study finding will suggest that improving the trimester-specific diet quality and diversity through dissemination of nutrition knowledge will improve associations between nutrient concentrations in pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes. Thank you for your attention. Questions?
Yeah, so RC, what was the BMI in your study population of 200 women?
So, sir, actually, this study started recruiting. Where very recently I got this IRB approvals. So these populations basically they have lower BMIs, lesser than 18.5.
But in your exclusion criteria, you had mentioned that you excluded mothers with BMI less than 18.
So, sir, that's what the criteria. Who has very lower BMI, then we are excluding that. Those
And as
because
you
they might
said
have any
that
chronic.
you provided those electronic and video format of educational course
So, sir,
flyers in presence of ASA workers. But I was wondering, does this migrant laborer, they understand what you people just wanted to elaborate on the nutritional management during the conception?
So that's what, sir. Because of this, we are like we are considering ASHA workers, so that they are from the community, and because sometimes we are working with Rohingya Muslims as well, which are based in Okla and NCR. So we don't understand their languages very well. So we are looking forward to the community leaders. We are interacting directly with the community leaders so that we can impart this knowledge. And we are still we are into producing these pictorial representations of these vegetables and the trimester specific diet so that they can acceptance is more through ASHAs and ANMs who are mobilizing within the community.
Dr. Pulkit here.
So, Arshi, as I gather from your title and then from the rest of your presentation, you have not yet started the study, or you have just partially started it, and you wanted to actually present the review of literature. Then you shouldn't have kind of brought in your entire research proposal into this and focused on just the review of literature and findings from that. Coming back to your review of literature, again, I will repeat this. I said that for another participant. When you do a review of literature, now you need to do a systematic review. Otherwise, you're just choosing what you feel like choosing from the available literature which is available. So when you present it in a conference like this, then the review has to be at least a systematic review, because then it is considered as a review, actual research work that you have done and you are presenting. Just a narrative where you decided to pick some of the studies and with no so you have to show what were your inclusion exclusion criteria, and by looking at the parameters you are going all over with so many things that you have covered. That's like your PhD ka jaise aap review of literature karte ho, that is very different from when you are writing a review article. So keep that in mind. And since you haven't really done the study, so there's nothing really I can ask you about that right now, because that wasn't really a part of your presentation according to your title. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Your recommendation has been noted. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the next presenter is Anisha. She will talk about emerging role of the rutin from the pseudo-cereal buckwheat for health promotion and disease prevention.
Ma'am, is the screen visible? Anisha, are you able to see your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Am I visible, ma'am?
No, we can't see it. We can see your
Yes,
list.
hello.
Wait,
Hello.
Anisha. Wait, Anisha. Good seeing you.
Ma'am, just open the presentation. We just see your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Can you see me now?
No, Anisha.
No. Presentation is not launched. Launch the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Proceed, ma'am. Please launch the presentation, because we can't see your see the presentation. We can just see your screen.
Yeah, ma'am.
Now we can see, ma'am.
Yes.
Ms. Anisha, you can start with your presentation.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I'm Anisha, research scholar from Microcon International Institute of Research and Studies. And my topic is emerging role of routine from the pseudo-cereal buckwheat for health promotion and disease prevention. Next slide, please. As we all know, health promotion and disease prevention is very important in this pandemic. So, because it improves our quality of life and it decreases economic liability on the healthcare system. So, phytochemicals such as flavonoids are very much beneficial for maintaining our health and preventing many diseases. So, rutin is a type of flavonoid. This is also called as vitamin D. It is found in many foods, but abundantly in buckwheat, which is a pseudo cereal. So buckwheat is the only cereal to contain rutin in its seeds. Next slide, please. So a literature search was done using various search engines like PubMed, Science Direct, and Google Scholar, using various relatable terms, and the relevant cross references were also reviewed for this study. Next slide, please. So as you can see in this figure, these are the top 5 routine containing food sources. So as you can see, buckwheat is having 23 mg of routine per 100 grams. Next slide, please. So buckwheat, has been cultivated since ancient times in many countries across the world. As you can see in this figure, these are the top 10 buckwheat producing countries, and Russia and China being the major producers. Next slide, please. In India, buckwheat cultivation is also since various in many states, and since like it is an ancient crop of India, so it is cultivated in hilly regions. As you can see in this figure, many states are producing buckwheat. Next slide, please. So coming back to the health benefits of rutin. So rutin has a very good therapeutic potential in preventing the neurodegenerative disorders. So as evident, you can see that rutin inhibits the various pathways that cause neuronal death, such as oxidative stress, mitochondrial dysfunction, and phytonutrient dysfunction, and then metal dyshomeostasis, protein misfolding, and aggregation. So rutin has various neuroprotective effects, and it also helps. As you can see, many studies are quoting that neurodegenerative disorders are very much being benefited by consumption of rutin in their regular diet. Next slide, please. So coming back to the cardioprotective effects of routine, that it reduces cardiac remodeling. So this is because it reduces various pathways that might decrease the autophagy, that might decrease the apoptosis. It might also inhibit various pathways like JNK pathway and various pathways that might cause cardiac hypertrophy, and also decrease oxidative stress and various enzymes that might cause ischemic injury and heart failure. And also it activates various pathways that protects the heart from ischemic injury. And it also inhibits the activity of various factors like fibronectin that might cause cardiac, so has cardioprotective effects. Next slide, please. So this is one study. In this study, the effect of rutin along with inulin was seen in obese mice induced by a high-fat diet. So it was seen that gut dysbiosis along with inflammatory status and endoplasmic reticulum stress was ameliorated with rutin alone. But when it was given with inulin, it has completely mitigated that condition. And also in these graphs, you can see there was slight increase in the food intake, but there was no significant effect on the body weight. Next slide, please. So this is another study that was done on ethanol-induced liver injury in rats. So supplementation of routine enriched tartary buckwheat flour extracts for 28 days has improved the antioxidant enzymes, and also it has decreased various liver injury markers. So here we can see that even the oral absorption also has increased when the rutin was supplemented in the tartary buckwheat flour extracts. So the hepatoprotective effect of rutin is mainly due to because it is enhancing antioxidant activity. Next slide, please. So So beneficial health effects of routine supplementation in patients with diabetes mellitus was also seen. So it was seen that routine has decreased the levels of fasting blood glucose and systolic and diastolic blood pressure, high density lipoprotein and serum urea and creatinine. So here in this graphs, you can see at the baseline, the levels and when the routine was supplemented for 30 days and 60 days. And again, when in the last two columns showed that when it was withdrawn, how there was slight increase in all the parameters. Next slide, please. So this is the nutritional value of buckwheat in comparison with the most commonly crops in India. So you can see that buckwheat also has a very good nutritional profile compared with other cereals. It is also having a higher protein content compared to other cereals. So this is also a very added value because if pseudo cereal is rich in nutrients, then definitely it is gonna give many health benefits. Next slide, please. So many studies, this table shows that many studies also showed other health benefits of routine like anti-tumor, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, hepatoprotective, anti-thrombotic, anti-cancer, anti-atherosclerosis, cardioprotective. Next slide, please. And it also has some pharmacological effects like antibacterial, antifungal, antiviral, anti-ulcer, anti-fatigue, hypolipidemic, immunoregulatory, blood glucose and cholesterol lowering, anti-neoplastic, anti-aging, neuroprotective and anti-diabetic. Next slide, please. So hence we can say that routine has beneficial effects on almost different functional systems of our body. So it is very much important to include this phytonutrient regularly in our diet. Next slide, please. So I would like to conclude that protein has a very strong antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-hypertensive properties, which are very much beneficial for cardiovascular diseases. It also has anti-carcinogenic properties, and with much supportive evidence to claim the role of routine in health promotion and disease prevention, it forms a very important vital phytonutrient. And routine being abundant in buckwheat, it becomes a way to be included regularly in the diet for health promotion and disease prevention. Also, in yesterday's conference, we have also seen that anemia is not only due to iron deficiency, but it might be the result of various inflammation that might be because of various diseases that we are, various infections that we are prone to. So even inflammation might also reduce other nutrient absorption. So this can be a very important phytonutrient. Next slide, please. So these are the references. Next slide. Next slide. And I would like to thank my guru, Dr. Pratibha Singh, for her constant guidance and motivation. I would like to thank my parents, my friends, and the audience, and respected dignitaries and all the other participants for the patient listening. I welcome for the question. Thank you, ma'am and sir.
So, Anisha, what was your study title?
My study title was The Emerging Role of Routine, from the pseudo-cereal buckwheat in health promotion and disease prevention.
So basically what you studied was just a review of literature, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a review. It's a narrative review article. Yes.
Can you tell us that generally all the pulses and legumes we usually boil or we give a steam to them, and then we generally fry them, particularly with onions. So what do you think flavonoids like routine, the effect of heating and frying? What did you review from the literature? The effect of heating and frying on the
From the review of
flavonoid.
literature, I have found that yes, sir. The effect of heating effect of frying was not extensively studied, sir. But the effect of heating, even after boiling and even after heating and even after doing other process apart from frying, there was not much loss of flavonoids. There was some loss. I'm not sure about the percentage, but there was not much loss. Regarding the effect of frying, I have not come across such studies, sir. And in
So
this regard,
generally all flavonoids, they are not heat stable, so they cannot sustain heat. And whatever the Indian cooking, you know, we raise the temperature from 100 degree to few hundred degrees Celsius. Well, most of the micronutrients are lost. So I think
yes, sir.
particularly the type of cooking is also very important with an Indian
Important to, yes.
perspective.
Yes, sir,
Dr.
I agree.
Pulkit?
So in, yes,
So
yes, sir.
very
In that case,
quickly, yeah.
yes, ma'am.
So very quickly, Anisha, the health benefits are related to the amount that you eat. So what would you recommend after your review of literature, that how much of that buckwheat flour do we eat to get those health benefits? And this should be based on whether the review that you have done is on animal studies or there were some studies which were done on humans as well.
Yes, sir. There were very less literature is available on human subjects, but much literature was available only on animal studies. And here, yes, we have seen that even yesterday in the conference, the tolerable upper limit for almost all the flavonoids was, if it is greater than 50 moles, then it is not suggested. So, but here in buckwheat, it is having 23 mg per 100 grams, which is quite higher. So even through cooking, and even if we recommend like one serving like 30 grams, if we make roti or chapati from 30 grams of dough, we would not meet that much amount of flavonoid. So if we are meeting less than 50 micromoles, also that would be sufficient. So the basic, the aim that I want is, since this grain is having rutin in it, if we include that at least one serving per day or maybe once or twice a week, it will be beneficial to our health.
To say that it will be beneficial, you need to do the study.
Yes.
Okay. Next, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. The next presenter, Sanjana Srivastav, is not there on the portal, ma'am. So, sir, we will not consider him. The last presenter who's left is Lalit Agarwal. He's the second author. The first author is Jaswant Raj, and he's going to present on a validated method of analysis of toxic and mineral in food nuts by ICP-MS. He's the second presenter, ma'am. The second presentation, oral presentation. Sir, so please go ahead. Mr. Lalit.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes. Can you, madam, please hear my?
Yeah, you are audible, Lalit. Go ahead.
Mr. Lalit, please switch on your camera also. Thank you.
You are audible.
Yes, madam. Can you please my PPT, because I think I am unable to share my.
So we are sharing a PPT on the
already
screen.
launched.
It's already there. Dr.
Okay,
Lalit,
thank
it's
you.
already there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, madam. I am Lalit Agarwal from Delhi HSS Lab, and thank you giving me chance in this international conference. Today's my topic: a validated method for analysis of toxic and minerals in food nuts by ICP-MS. Actually, I would like to introduce first of all, ICP-MS is a latest and best instrument in world to analyze minerals like calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium, iron, manganese, and toxic elements like lead, arsenic, cadmium, mercury. And my abstract, the aim of present study is to monitor and assessment the levels of heavy metals and micronutrients. Actually, we already know that all minerals are very important for our health, and they have good impact on our health. So first of all, we'll have to study how can we detect the minerals in our food products. So this is the ICP where we can analyze all the minerals like calcium, sodium, potassium. Next, please. Yeah, I have selected around 11 nuts for my study to calculate the minerals and toxic elements. This is a procedure how to prepare samples and how to analyze the samples. Next, please. I have selected nuts for presenting my PPT just because nuts contain many minerals and in good amount. So I choose the nuts, and after the preparing, I analyze the samples in the XPMS, and I find out that key magnesium was in abundance in every nuts, and also copper, zinc, and percent, and their manganese also percent, and iron also. And along with this, lead, arsenic, cadmium, mercury, toxic elements were also nominal percent, but it was below limit. Next, please. This is material and methods. Total 11 nuts I have selected with 5 brand, and after that, I prepared the samples and analyzed on the SPMS, which is under 4 degrees Celsius environmental conditions. ICP-MS is usually for analyzing the minerals in at PPT level, very low level. So we use, first of all, we make the standards from 0.5 ppb to 100 ppb, because we can analyze by this instrument minerals at ppm level and ppb level, and also percent level. Next, please. So when we choose the samples, so we will have to digest the samples. For this, we choose the microwave digestion system, and we take 1 gram sample and add 5 ml of HNO3 and 2 ml of 30% H2O2 in the digestive vessel. And after that, we digest the system by microwave. After that, we dilute the samples, and after filtration, we apply samples on the SPMS. The total 27 elements can be analyzed. Next, please. This analysis was very quality parameter method. There are many methods. Before analyzing, we will have to choose some validation. For this, we does linearity and LOD LOQ, so that we could determine the exact values of the minerals and the metals in the nuts. So this is the quality parameter methods. This is called total validation. First is जो parameter है linearity, and second is LOD and LOQ, and third is, next please, limit of quantification. This is the LOQ. Whenever we see any report, suppose we see the report of almonds when detect minerals, so LOQ is the lower limit where any instrument can analyze the minerals and toxic elements in any sample.
Mr. Lalit, can you share your conclusion, result in conclusion, what you concluded with the study?
Yes, madam.
Thank you so much, sir.
Next, please. Yeah, I will share. Next, please. Yeah, when I analyzed the samples, all the 11 samples, I see that magnesium was in abundance in all nuts, and copper, zinc, iron, magnesium was also present. And I also found that lead, arsenic, cadmium, mercury, which was toxic elements, were below the PLQ, yani below limit of quantification. So nuts are very important for our health. They can give very important minerals to our body. Next, please. Next. Yeah, this was the table. I had analyzed all the 11 samples and some elements. Here we can see that all concentration in ppm, and like almond, there was 2572.53 plus magnesium ppm, and manganese was 20.55 and iron 44.64. and copper, zinc, and all toxic elements, arsenic, cadmium, tin, mercury, lead, is all below 0.05 ppm. Yeah, this is the limit. And also according to FSSAI, like arsenic limit is the 1.1 ppm. All toxic elements were below the limit defined by FSSAI. Next, please. This was the condition of ICP-MS. Next, please. And this is the validation parameter. After doing this, we analyze samples with best practice. Next, please. This is the linearity graph, which is very important to analyze any sample for analyzing minerals and toxic elements. Next, please. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Lalit, for the presentation and wonderful study. And I just like to know that since you studied lots of nuts which you bought from a grocery stores, so what were the upper limit of heavy metals in various nuts? What was the reference you used to define the upper limit of heavy metals?
I had used the FSSAI. FSSAI had defined in their regulations lead, arsenic, cadmium, mercury also. Lead 2.5, arsenic 1.1, cadmium 1.0, ppm, mercury also 1.5.
But
and
from
copper
the
also.
slides you showed that none of your nuts had any upper level of any of the heavy metals. All were within the normal range.
Yeah, I had not decided, I had not presented because manganese, iron, calcium, and magnesium is not defined by FSSAI what is the upper limit, but for only copper and also toxic elements.
And which is the reference method you consider, which is a good method to define the heavy metals in nuts?
AOAC 2007.01, which is the reference American official. So we use this method to present.
Then was it a spectrophotometry or what analysis you did, like about identifying the heavy metals from the nuts?
Yeah, we use mass spectrometry. This is the latest technique.
Mass spectrum.
ICP-MS, GCMS, LCMS. This is the latest technology for analyzing also vitamins and any pesticides also.
And did you correlate the shelf life of nuts and the heavy metals level? Any comment on that?
Shelf life.
Shelf life of nuts and the content of heavy metals?
When we do chemical parameters of nuts, so first of all, we see how much protein, carbohydrate, energy, fats are available in these products, and moisture especially.
Okay.
We do accelerate shelf life. After that, we decide how much for 6 months, 1 year.
Which is the common heavy metals we found in nuts, which we are worried about?
Common lead, arsenic, cadmium, mercury are common, but as we analyze the all samples, they were also below limit. Samples only was copper was analyzed around 50 ppm and zinc also for 40 and 250 ppm.
So according to you, of all the nuts, I think almond had the highest concentration of heavy metals, if I am not wrong.
Nuts, I think nuts are good for minerals and they not contain any heavy metals. All heavy metals are below the concentration limit, so they not harmful, but also resource of minerals and vitamins.
But now lots of types of processed nuts are available, which are salted, sweetened, chocolated, and you know that they all contain heavy metals like lead, cadmium, which are sometimes you end up eating more lead to kind of, toxic levels are built up over a period of time.
Yes, there was an issue in
Dr.
Maggie. Yes,
Dr.
there was an
Pulkit.
issue. Yeah.
Yeah, Lalit, please tell us.
Yeah, there was issue. I know there was an issue in Maggie that was present, and I have since last 2 years I have analyzed around 1,000 samples, food samples, and also Ayurvedic, homeopathic, pharmacy products. So I have seen sometimes we see lead, arsenic, cadmium, mercury in some samples are present, but not upper the limit defined by FSSAI. There are rare chances.
Yes, Dr. Pulkit.
Okay, Lalit, I have a basic question of the way you have classified. So they're not all nuts. I'm seeing dates in it and erica nut, and I mean, you've combined a whole and seeds. So you've just combined a whole lot of foods and call them nuts, but they're not all nuts. One, the question I want to ask you is, have you seen studies in India where the nuts are exceeding the, tolerable upper or maximum permissible limits of these heavy metals? So what prompted you to do this on nuts and not maybe vegetables, or like the Yamuna belt vegetables, which everyone is suspicious that these have a lot of heavy metals in them? So what prompted you to do the study on these foods? And I won't say they're all nuts.
Yes, madam. I have analyzed many samples. Sometimes I'd also analyzed milk, and there was lead present. But I have analyzed many fruits and vegetables also, like mangosteen, kiwi, and there was not present any toxic metals in these. And also have analyzed tea, and manganese was in abundance like 5,000 ppm, but also sometimes mercury was present in a sample tea.
But have you seen other studies which are saying that these foods have high levels? Why would you want to present something? I mean, why would you choose these foods? You would choose it because there is some report and then you want to verify it, or was it just an exploratory thing to just see whether these foods have heavy metals or not?
Yes, I would suggest, especially I would suggest nuts for minerals, but they can contain also heavy metals because environment condition, how they are stored, how they are cultivated. There are many sources. Heavy metals can come into our food products only by external effects, but internally any toxic metals are not present in any food products. But from farm to, yeah.
Yeah, it'll vary farm to farm. It depends on the soil conditions and whether that's contaminated or not. And so the sampling, if you just sampling also, it's fine that you did a triplicate and that you took 5 brands, but even within the brand, you need to do different lots and then see if you want to classify brands. But I wish you had also picked up some which are sold loose, because the brands will kind of take care that these products are coming from a good source, whereas the ones which are sold loose, we are not really sure where they are being grown and where they are coming from. So that would have been a good thing if you had included that. But that's all from my side. I think we are really running late. So yeah.
So thank you all the participants for your wonderful work, and God bless you all. Thank you so much, Manav Rachna, for the opportunity.
Thank you, and everyone keep doing good work.
I request Ashwin sir and Pulkit ma'am, please, if in case you can send us the evaluation sheet back so that we can compile results for the valedictory function.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Pulkit ma'am, and thank you so much, Ashwin sir. Thank you for evaluating the oral presentation, and please stay with us as we will be starting with the panel discussion. So I would hand over this platform to Ms. Lakhwinder Kaur. She is an associate professor in the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics. Lakhwinder ma'am.
A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and our audience and my fellow colleagues. Definitely it's going to be a wonderful concluding session of our 2-day international conference. And it's a pleasure of mine to introduce such a high dignitaries for this panel discussion. So I think Dr. Pulkit Mathur is the she is head of department foods and nutrition, Lady Irwin College, and we have a long association, ma'am, with you. And you are very much welcome for this panel discussion. Uh, and already I think audience is familiar with Dr. Pulkit. And now then we have Dr. Ashwin Dhabi with us. He is president, Indian Association of Parenteral and Eternal Nutrition India. I welcome you, sir, for this panel discussion, for being our panelist. And third, we have Dr. Joshita with us. Dr. Joshita, are you there on the portal? Can you please, yeah, hi, Joshita, welcome for this panel discussion on the portal. And as our audience, I think, is not familiar with Dr. Joshita, so I would like to have this opportunity to introduce Dr. Joshita Lamba. She is a nutrition consultant with the World Bank, and she has been providing technical association in FSSAI flagship Eat Right India movement. She is PhD from DU in the area of probiotic content of traditional Indian fermented foods. She had many publications, national and international, to her name. She has also a very vast experience of working with Export Inspection Council of India, FSSAI, and also Lady Irwin College. So we welcome you, Dr. Joshita. And with your permission, all the panelists, can we start with our panel discussion?
Yeah, definitely.
Pulkit ma'am, please unmute yourself, Dr. Joshita and Pulkit ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So this session of our panel discussion is basically on the theme based on efficacy and safety of micronutrient intervention. As we have 3 specialists from the field of micronutrient, and with the different diversification, as we have Dr. Pulkit with us, she has a domain of public health. She would be looking into micronutrient efficacy from public health domain, whereas Dr. Ashwin will throw light on the use of supplements in therapeutics, how it is useful in providing the help to physiological conditions, and how it is much more efficient with lesser risk factors involved. And we have Dr. Joshita, who will be throwing light on how micronutrients been supplied through fortification, as she has a very vast experience with working with FSSAI on fortification. So definitely this panel discussion is going to give us the 3 aspects of micronutrient efficacy and safety. So I would request Dr. Ashwin to start with his introductory note on how this micronutrients use is useful in therapeutics.
So am I allowed to share screen so that I can speak out?
Sure, sir. Dr. Mehak, can you just...
Yes, sir, you can share your screen.
Yes, sir.
So good evening, friends, and welcome to this wonderful forum on the very important topic micronutrient in health and disease. And thank you so much, Manav Rachna Institute and the entire organizing team for this wonderful opportunity. All of you know that the micronutrients, they play a central part in the metabolism and maintenance of immune and the tissue functions. So basically what we broadly understood, it's a vitamins and minerals. And they are all the organic and inorganic substances which are required for day-to-day functioning. Unfortunately, we are very unlucky and we are shameful that in spite of close to 75 years after independence, still we see the alarming high levels of micronutrient deficiency in our country. So basically, this deficiency has an impact not only at the national, but also at the individual, family, and at the level of, which is a health burden to the society. because of we understood all throughout these 2 days of meeting that in India we do not have any robust food fortification policies, and whatever meals we consume, they are not nutritious with respect to micronutrient requirements. So therefore we see common micronutrient deficiencies like iron deficiency, anemia, vitamin A deficiency disorder, iodine deficiency, B12, D, and whole lot of vitamins, all of us, which we are lacking. Recently, from the COVID pandemic, we understood that inner health is more important than the cosmetic health. So there are certain immune supporting nutrients apart from the proteins, what we generally consider in our day-to-day energy and protein needs. But way beyond that, we found that many micronutrients, though they are required in a very tiny quantity, but they have a robust impact on the immune response from the disease. So therefore, we have to balance the macro and micronutrient composition. If you look at, say for an example, the cascade of an influenza fever or any feverish illness like COVID illness. So at the start of illness, we start losing the micronutrients and the proteins. And over a period of time, by the time we come in a recovery phase, we lost lots of proteins and micronutrients, and therefore this restoration and rejuvenation becomes challenging for all of us. So micronutrients are not only need for the metabolic functions, but also required to fight the all stages of infection. They are helpful in killing the pathogens. They are helpful in reducing the uh, growth of viruses in the cell, and they are helpful in preventing the damage which are subsequent to the host and virus interaction. So these are all very important functions we just look for by maintaining an appropriate micronutrient supply to a body. So this was a one very good case control study, and what they found that increasing the concentration of micronutrient supply was able to halt the progress of influenza virus. So this is very important that such studies are required. Like we have learned that some of the studies have shown that amount of vitamin A and vitamin D, zinc, they were all helpful in reducing the uh, infectivity of the viruses. So there is a need to supply the micronutrients, but as we understood that we are lacking the diversity in our natural foods, and gradually we are turning from natural food or the kitchen made foods to a processed food. So there is a urgent need to fortify the foods, and lots of vehicles and methods we have learned in last 2 days should be applied in our day-to-day practices. Or else, just like clinicians like me, they generally prefer to prescribe a supplements which you people or all of us might need to take if we are not able to cope up the micronutrient supply from a food fortification. So friends, the balance of good health lies in a well-designed plate. So if you look at this plate on the left, you will see there is a quite a large number of portion we have to consume from a different colored fruits and vegetables. As you understood that India is a very diverse country and diverse culinary practices. So we have like thousands of meal patterns in the country. So similarly, our meal plates also should be diverse, including of all varieties of food from all major 5 food groups. So with that, I just like to conclude my talk and make sure that micronutrient is the uh, key element in success from the recovery of any type of infectious diseases like COVID-19. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sir, very rightly said that full of micronutrients, that means we are away from the diseases. And during last 2 years, we have seen like how the pandemic has brutally impacted the health of people. And with the boost of these micronutrients, definitely there is an increased immunity. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And now I would like to invite Dr. Pulkit to throw some light on how micronutrients are important from public health nutrition point of view.
Okay. Can you see my slides?
No, ma'am. Sir, can
Yeah,
you
yeah,
unshare?
we can
Yeah.
see your slides, Dr. Pulkit.
You can. Okay.
You just need to expand the.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. So basically, I want to just share with you what we have been discussing all this while during this conference as well. And this is regarding micronutrient supplements and their safety and efficacy in the public health sector. So we have witnessed and we have had a lot of speakers tell us about the problem of micronutrient malnutrition. And we have seen that not just in India, but worldwide, this is a problem. More than 80%, in fact, in India, the adolescents have either one or more micronutrient deficiencies, and this has been revealed by the recent CNNS data. There was also talk of solutions, and dietary diversification is right there on top and the ideal long-term solution. However, right now, what is going on is a lot of food supplementation in the ICDS and the MDM program. We have a fortification initiative. We also have two big programs which are doing nutrient supplementation. We are all also aware of the several associated undesirable short and long-term effects of micronutrient deficiencies like physical impairment, cognitive impairment, developmental impairment. So when we come to efficacy versus safety of nutrient supplements, we see that these are health issues which are going to determine whether these dietary supplements should be recommended and consumed. Efficacy part is actually looking at the health benefit which is going to be there from eating these supplements, whether you look at prevention of the nutrient deficiency or you're talking about reduction the risk of chronic diseases. The safety angle has to be also looked into because that is going to tell us whether any adverse effect will happen if we continue having these kind of supplements. Now, the way we in public health look at this data is to see different indicators of efficacy and effectiveness. And some of these are looking at mortality. So for instance, for vitamin A, we look at how much it reduces child mortality. Similarly, we look at other morbidities as how this kind of a supplement would say reduce the rate of incidence of lower respiratory tract infections or diarrhea incidents. Or we have different nutritional indicators whether these supplements will actually help in reducing stunting, wasting, anemia, many other biochemical indices are there. Or functional parameters. So, a lot of supplements are now being touted for improving or decline, the whole decline which happens in mental health with aging. So, there are supplements for stopping that decline or the motor skill development being improved by supplements. However, when we look at data, we find that the effectiveness data is very less. For us to actually, go ahead and say that these micronutrients should be used in public health programs, because a clinical situation is very different where you have patients and you can monitor them. But in a public health situation, it is a very uncontrolled environment. And so we have to be very, very guarded as far as these supplements are concerned. Two programs that we are running already are the vitamin A supplementation program, which was started after looking at meta-analyses of a lot of trials that were done, which actually showed that vitamin A supplementation does reduce child mortality. And you have WHO actually then recommending that less than 5-year-old children should be given this high dose of vitamin A supplement. However, all this is now being revisited. Coverage of this supplementation was pretty poor up till NFHS 4, when we actually now see a better coverage over the years. However, I think you may have attended some of these talks where a lot of scientists are now saying that they want to relook at this program, and the fear is toxicity coming from some of the people who are, replete in that nutrient, but you're still giving them high doses, and would they now show some adverse effects? So the kind of approach that people are going towards is a more targeted approach, not just from the age group point of view, but also whether the person really needs that supplement or not. For vitamin D specifically, yes, we have very strong evidence about reducing severity of measles, but it is not very strong for other infections like diarrhea, respiratory tract infections. In fact, zinc supplements, we have better data for diarrhea. Folic acid is supplemented along with iron, and for this we have very strong data that it reduces the risk of neural tube defects by 50 to 75%. However, data for it reducing something like homocysteine levels, which is a risk factor for heart disease, we don't really have sufficient data to make this into a public health intervention. Similarly, the other challenges which we are facing in kind of successfully scaling up public health interventions like IFA supplementation. So it worked beautifully when you try a WIFS program in a limited area like a pilot study. But the moment you scale it up, there are many problems which come up. So you have the NIPI and you have the Anemia Mukt Bharat campaign along with the WIFS continuing, but they are all hitting these two major obstacles, which are poor compliance to iron tablets because they do cause side effects, and the irregular supply of good quality iron tablets. So if people are willing to take, the supply is not there, and if the supply is there, the people are not willing to take because of the side effect. So I just want to, give some points for everyone to ponder over. One is that should we now really move towards more of targeted interventions where you're testing in it, then you're treating only those who are actually deficient in it, because all your studies, which, all the meta-analyses and the systematic reviews are actually saying that those who are deficient, they benefit more from these kind of supplementations, not the ones who are already replete in that.